First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to Office of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Forest and Environment, and the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal for their hospitality in organizing this historic dialogue. I also personally thank the Nepal Embassy in Abu Dhabi for their efforts in coordinating my visit for this dialogue. This something for addressing climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity could not have come at a more pivotal time in the energy transition. Over 198 countries, including Nepal, committed to the historic COP-UE consensus, which is our collective goal to triple installed renewable capacity and to double energy efficiency by 2030. As a result, ARENA is tasked as a custodian agency for the tracking of the tripling and doubling goal, and we continue to partner with the forthcoming COP presidency on the monitoring of this critical objective. ARENA's latest figure showed that 585 gigawatts of installed renewable capacity was added globally in 2024. This brings total global installed renewable capacity to 4.4 terawatts. While this progress is admirable, we are still not moving at the required scale and speed needed to meet our 11.2 terawatt tripling target by 2030. Moreover, over 85% of capacity addition are geographically concentrated between North America, Europe, and China. The data reflect the urgent need to scale up capacity additions in developing countries to achieve a truly just, inclusive, and equitable global energy transition. Financing and international collaboration play a critical role in achieving a just transition. Our data shows that from now until 2030, we will need to invest over 1.5 trillion of US dollar annually in renewables to stay on track towards the 11.2 terawatt target. At ARENA, we recognize that barriers developing countries face ranging from a lack of critical infrastructure, a lack of coherent policy frameworks, a lack of technical capacity, and difficulties in assessing external financing. To address this barrier, ARENA has supported over 100 members in energy planning, technical assistance, support for the NDCs, and various other forms of support for renewables promotion and adoption. These activities range from capacity building workshop on bankable power purchase agreement, target setting, reviewing energy-related legislation, to conducting power system modeling and solar capacity simulator resource assessment. ARENA also undertakes project facilitation and bankability assessment for its developing country membership in order to accelerate renewable projects on the ground. As a result, the Energy Transition Accelerating Financing Platform, the acronym is ETAF, facilitates donors to access a demand-driven pipeline of eligible, bankable, and business-ready projects in developing countries that align with the Paris Agreement and SDGs 7 and 13. Through ETAF platform, we have been informed by our platform partners, Abu Dhabi Fund for Development is one of them, that Nepal is one of their key priority listed countries for financing public sector projects. I understand that one of our session panelists today is from Nepal Electricity Authority. Afterwards, ARENA would be grateful for your inputs on identify public sector projects in Nepal which can be potentially financed through Abu Dhabi Fund for Development concession financing or via the ARENA ETAF platform. At ARENA, we understand that actions speak louder than words. To let me highlight a few examples of our strong collaboration with the government of Nepal and the South Asian subcontinent on energy planning and project facilitation activities for renewables. Since 2023, ARENA has engaged with the government of Nepal on our Empowering Lives and Livelihoods initiative, which integrates renewable-based solutions into agri-food value chains through renewable energy assessment and technical workshop. I'm pleased to inform that ARENA published yesterday an official publication covering our initiative's progress with the support of Nepal Alternatives Energy Promotion Center and the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. On similar notes, in 2022, ARENA published the report Decentralized Solar Electricity for Agri-Food Value Chains in the Hindu-Kush Himalaya region, in partnership with the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, the ICMOD. Furthermore, under technical support for NDC3, ARENA has been working with the Nepal Statistics Office on data assessment and capacity building pathway to improve domestic energy data collection. And we congratulate the Nepal government for the presentation of the NDC 3.0 yesterday in occasion of this event. Additionally, in the past, ARENA has provided expert inputs to Nepal's submission, and we are grateful to the Ministry of Energy, Water Resource and Irrigation, and the Alternative Energy Promotion Center for their collaboration. We have also launched in the previous year, the Solar City Simulator for Simara Bir-Guni, an industrial corridor in Nepal. For homes and business, the Solar City Simulators provide a means to calculate solar PV potential, annual energy production, annual revenue, payback period, and social and environmental benefits. For municipal authorities, the Solar City Simulators support assessment of different policy instruments and incentive schemes, such as generation or capital subsidies. Moreover, ARENA is developing a socio-economic econometrics model to explore how renewable energy brings positive impact across various adaptation and resilience measures. The model will analyze the link between energy, environment, and economy to identify the most effective renewable-based adaptation measure. And you will be very pleased to know that Nepal will be our first member for the implementation of the adaptation-based economic model that was also reflected in the NDC 3.0. On a regional level, ARENA signed a memorandum with the South Asia Association of Regional Cooperation at the beginning of this year, aiming to build cooperation on regional renewable energy roadmaps and developing long-term capacity and developing long-term energy scenarios for South Asia. Furthermore, we have facilitated knowledge sharing on bioenergy between Nepal's Alternative Energy Promotion Center and the Department of Renewables Energy in Bhutan. ARENA recognizes how critical the vast continent of Asia is as a whole for achieving our objective to triple installer capacity by 2030. Asia is a continent defined by its large population, vast size, diverse landscape, ranging from landlocked country, region like Nepal, Bhutan, and Central Asia, to the vast coastal communities regions in Southeast Asia, East Asia, and the rest of South Asia. As a result, ARENA understands the importance of collaborating regionally for greater impact. At COP29, under the leadership of Azerbaijan, we have launched the Accelerated Partnership for Renewable in Central Asia, so-called APRICA, with an accompanying investment forum planned for the first half of the next year. Under a similar model, in October this year, ARENA will launch a regional initiative for renewables in Southeast Asia under the leadership of Singapore, with an accompanying regional investment forum to follow up the next year. ARENA's strong collaboration with Nepal and the rest of Asia clearly shows that renewable energy can be harnessed domestically in all countries in various forms. But no renewable sources of energy do not have the same promise, ability, or potential. On some level, I think we can all agree that the world is becoming more volatile and unpredictable. The energy sector is not an exception. Tariff, sanction, conflict, and supply chain disruption have affected global trade in energy, sparkling increasing protectionism in some nations, causing commodity price and energy inequality to rise. Global geopolitical and economic shifts have pushed us for the better to reshape our understanding of energy security. Energy security will now be understood through renewable capacity, and no one understands this better than Nepal. As a landlocked country in the mountainous Himalaya, I commend Nepal's use of hydropower for the majority of its energy needs. So, dear friends, I call on countries to chart their own path toward energy security by increasing the provision of renewables in their national energy mix. Countries should also develop and embrace key growing technologies such as hydropower-based pumped storage, battery storage, green hydrogen, and artificial intelligence, another innovative solution to strengthen their own energy system. I'm certain that the dialogue started yesterday and continued during this prestigious gathering will push us one step further toward an accelerated, just, inclusive, and equitable energy transition in Nepal and in the greater continent of Asia, powered by renewable energy. Thank you very much. Grazie.
Thank you, Mr. La Camera. Thank you for your very comprehensive address. Now, to setting a scene so that our panelists can really dig that further. If you recall that we are in the era that climate change has become very important aspects. I'd like to start, because since we are talking a lot about climate change, I take a pleasure of seeing IPCC Secretary, Mr. Abdullah Moqsit, sitting in the front row, that IPCC has said very clearly and very openly with the scientific evidence that if we don't act, climate change is going to be problematic. And the energy contributes a significant part of that global catastrophe of the climate change. And complete decarbonization of energy system is needed by the middle of the century, by 2050. And a lot of good things are happening along that. I mean, IPCC has said that we have enough technology to do a lot of things. Of course, we need to do more. And we have to make it happen. So the clean energy future is necessary for us, not only from energy security perspective, but also from climate change. And as I said earlier, SDG, meeting SDG goals, it really across the different spectrum. And also, especially from the recent technological development, which also I think IRENA plays a very important role in bringing those numbers and data, renewable energy is spreading. If you look at the recent statistics, 85.5% of the new capacity addition globally is from renewable electricity. In terms of 85.5% new annual capacity addition is from renewable electricity. Same thing is happening in other sector. The price of solar PV, concentrated solar, wind, and onshore, offshore wind, also a lot of other renewable energy prices falling. We are at the era that technology is really helping a lot to really push clean energy future. Now, we have a lot of lessons to be learned globally, and especially any clean energy discussion that I want to pose to our panelists touch upon a couple of dimensions. One is a technological dimension, but the other is the policy dimension. And then financing is a very important aspect, because this clean energy technology need to be financed. Then the capacity building remains a very important elements that we need to handle in order to speed up the energy transition, clean energy transition, and the international cooperation sits in the very, very heart of this. Given that situation, first I think I'd like to start a bit with the international experience. If I may, first I would like to invite Professor Lorenzo. Professor Lorenzo, you excel in energy law, especially regulatory policy. Among the different policy instruments, regulatory policies, of course, together with other economic instruments, are very important. And regulations and policy has been a driving force for clean energy future, what we have seen in many years. So what do we know from international experiences in terms of the policy to really drive the clean energy future? What lessons can we draw for regions like Nepal and mountainous region from the experience of this policy drive in internationally, what's happening around?
Thank you very much for your very challenging question. It's a pleasure to be here to provide my experience and my ideas about what is important from a regulatory perspective. And what I really would like to bring forward with this time that I have at my disposal is that we have to be aware that we see from the international level to the very local level that the gap between what we call legal effectiveness, the ability to cope with legal standards, and then the effect that achieving the legal standard F with solving real-life problem, real-life effectiveness, is increasing over time rather than decreasing, which means that even when we are able to achieve regulatory standard, we may fail to cope with climate change challenge. And to explain what is important to know from a regulatory design perspective so that we can account for them and hopefully we can redress this trend, is that there are several regulatory instruments that are better suited in closing the gap than others. I will make, in the brief time at my disposal, just a very general example based on something that we all know, the Paris Agreement. Look at Article 2. It's used the legislative technique of so-called environmental quality standard. It says the ecosystem Earth will function properly if we are able to keep the temperature below 1.5 degrees, or in any case, well below 2 degrees Celsius. Relatively speaking, that is a very good technique to link real-life effectiveness with legal effectiveness. You see a difference. The 1.5 degree is a static quality standard. Science will evolve, like always the case, and therefore law becomes outdated because there are new insights. So the 1.5 degree probably will be outdated. But we also have the well below 2 degrees, which is a dynamic quality standard. So it will evolve in its possibility for interpretation with the evolution of science, with new insight for the IPCC, for example. And that is fine. That is a better regulatory technique than what you see in Article 3 and following of the Paris Agreement that use so-called emission limit values, the national determinate contribution that each party member pledged in the reduction of greenhouse emissions. These standards usually are inspired by science, but they are the consequence of a political compromise. And by definition, there is more gap between the legal effectiveness and real-life effectiveness. With the growing of the importance of using renewables and specific techniques in achieving these goals, we see then we enter the third category of instruments, technical standards, that are usually then prescribe a specific technique on economic behavior or social behavior to be followed, and they became kind of more progressively static, increases the chance that even when we cope with these standards, eventually we are not able to achieve the goals at the level. We see that in the Netherlands now we stimulated greatly solar powers, and we want to change the system because now our energy grid is saturated with the amount of solar energy, so therefore it's creating disruption in the ability of cope with the balance. But we are stuck into a system that has fostered certain vested powers, those who were invested in solar powers, that fight against the ability to rebalance the regulatory framework accordingly. So my advice will be for everybody, be aware of the lack of the gap between legal effectiveness and real-life effectiveness, the fact that every regular choice that we do, every word we write in the legal text matter, have an impact on the ability of close that gap, and try to then work towards a system that reduces the gap by layering different techniques. I don't have enough time to go into the details, so that you can make your system more adaptive and more capable to increase the chance that you will indeed solve climate change.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lorenzo. I think we'll come back again also for other policy instruments in due course. I think thank you for that very important insights. I'd like to come to Mr. Hitendra Dev Sakya. In energy, I think Mr. Lacamera also mentioned in his keynote speech that he congratulated Nepal for NDC 3.0, which was unveiled just 2 days back. And if you look at that NDC 3.0, you see that Nepal's emission comes from energy a lot. Of course, we have our land use sector is net sink, which helps to drive the emission down. But when I looked at the NDC 3.0, I saw that our emission, including land use change, is around 38 million ton of CO2 equivalent, out of which 25 million comes from energy. And if you really look at the projection for 2035, which was in NDC 3.0, I saw that energy sector's emission in 2035 will be around 37.9 million ton of CO2 emission out of 62 million. And now, if you look at our projection for 2035 in NDC, energy sector is the one which is going to rapidly increase if we don't do anything. Of course, we plan to do. We have a conditional and unconditional target. Now, there also electric vehicle is very important. Electric vehicle, electric cooking, and also electrification in the industrial sector, and also how to handle our other energy mix, bioenergy, biomass, mini-grid, microgrid, microhydro, biogas, all these energy mix are very important. And talking about electric vehicles, International Energy Agency released a new report in a global outlook of EV 2025 just this week. And according to it, 1 in the 4 vehicles sold last year was electric globally. And Nepal is even fast forward, as you know. In Nepal, more than 75% of the new vehicle sale 4-wheeler segment is electric already. So we are much farther in the cups. Now, my question to Hitendra ji is that in that clean energy drive, hydropower development is a backbone for Nepal. But also energy mix is very, very important. And we have a lot of successes in the past, both on hydropower development and also renewable energy. So where our key bottlenecks lies for moving to the clean energy future, and how we can move forward.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sovakar. Good morning and namaste, all distinguished guests and fellow panelists here. I'm coming from a utility background. My organization is responsible for producing, transmitting, transporting, and distributing electricity to about 91% of the households of Nepal, having access to about 95% geographically. There are 6,743 wards, or small units of governance, and out of them, only 300 wards are now out of access. So we have the access to electricity. Now, how can we contribute towards greening already the green energy? I have proposed, and we are working towards that with a fellow institution, Alternative Energy Promotion Center. And this would, at first sound maybe strange coming from the mouth of a utility chief, that we are proposing to increase the use of biomass, but efficient biomass in the rural households. What I'm trying to drive at is, 2024 Energy Survey has showed that 80% of our energy use is biomass, and only about 4% is from electricity. But interesting is that in household cooking, about more than 50% is firewood. and more than 44% is LPG, liquid is petrol gas. So this is where, I mean, I thought we can make a different proposition. And what we're trying to do is there's a, I mean, clear direction towards electric cooking. But the electric cooking, you know, it occurs in the morning and evening for about 1 hour in an average. Individually, it may be 2 hours or 3 hours, but in an average, it's 1 hour peak in the morning and 1 hour peak in the evening, and that causes demand in the electric infrastructure. I have to build generation capacity, build transmission capacity, and build distribution capacity to that tune. Double of it, but to be used only 2 hours a day. So instead of, and that is caused by, if it is caused by electric cooking, then I should look for alternative. So that's where I was brought into this proposition, where we provide electricity to all these 95% access, where we have access, to pellet and briquette making machines. So this pellets and briquettes, also when burning, they can use some fan electricity, very minimal. So that way, you know, it converts the firewood, traditional firewood, into very efficient pellets. And you know, out of 6,743 wards, we have more than 4,000 which are rural. And so this is the first step where we can really change, bring a change. And the next thing is the electric transport that you have mentioned. Yes, we are right now leading in terms of percentage of new vehicles that are electric. But we should also keep in mind that the roads that are already plying in the road will not come out of the road for some time to come. And almost 100% of the cargo trucks and large buses are still petrol. So the possibility of converting them into electric is something that we are trying to explore. But there are regulatory obstacles, as already Dr. Lorange mentioned. We have been trying to do this since 20 years. And we haven't found a procedure or regulation to allow conversion of electric vehicles. Keeping that note aside, what we are trying to do in NEA is promoting electric vehicles by adopting the electric vehicles first, you know, walk the talk, as you say. So we have a lot of electric vehicles in our organization, but that just is a very small part of the whole transport scenario. So what we do is install charging stations all over the country. So we have about 62. In the beginning, we had them, big charging stations. And now we are promoting the private charging stations. There are more than 700 charging stations. We provide transformer and high voltage, I mean medium voltage, 11 kV link up to the charging station and provide subsidized cheap electricity to those charging stations. That's the way we promote electric transport. There's still a lot of things to do in the electric transport. These vehicles that we have mentioned are all electric luxury comfort vehicles. They provide good numbers, but in terms of carbon emission, they don't contribute much because they ply so many kilometers in the road per day. So it would only change when the public vehicles and the cargo vehicles are converted to electric. And the economics is still not so favorable when we buy new vehicles there. So for Nepal, country like Nepal, where we don't have any manufacturing base, it makes sense to allow conversions and remove all those regulatory hurdles and plead from this platform again to all those regulators and lawmakers that please make it possible so that we can convert those vehicles into electric or hybrid. So that will bring the emissions down quickly. And the third thing that was mentioned and that we are taken into priority is pump storage projects. That again, of course, I think is quite obvious to all. that with the proliferation of solar power, you need energy storage. Otherwise, it's not going to work. I mean, factories won't stop after sunset. They won't stop working. They need power. Households need power in the evening. So you need battery storage or pumped storage. Nepal has a mountainous background. We are so naturally endowed with high mountains that we can have very lucrative pumped storage projects. At the top and bottom, we can make some ponds. And so NEA, Nepal Electricity, has already taken a step to us that we have identified 164 pumped storage projects totaling about 60,000 megawatt, and out of which 52 projects were taken out for further study and ranked. Already we have taken 3 licenses, Kulikhan Sisneri 100 megawatt, 400 megawatt hour, Hulingtar pump station 500 megawatt, 2000 megawatt hour, and Sharpuda pump station 32 megawatt, 1700 megawatt hour. So these projects are being studied in detail, and we are trying to fast track it. And again, in pump storage, there is some regulatory hurdle again. Pump storage projects are required to take license, whereas we are not using this natural resource. We are charging and recharging, charging and discharging. So there should not be any royalties, fees for this, but they are treated as equal with the other projects, and that is hindering pump storage project. So if that could be removed, we can push pump storage project. And pump storage project, it helps the solar, and it also helps our energy balance in the supply side, and supports the ROR, proliferation. The energy mix we have is 40 to 45% ROR, runoff river projects. So that doesn't have any storage. And 30%, about 30% is pumped, peaking runoff river projects. So that can be peaked or stored only during winter season. Wet season is all 24 hours, same capacity, and only 20-25% reservoir projects. That's the energy mix. So when we have so much of a runoff river project, it creates problem to us. We have surplus during the wet season, and it's not constant surplus again that we can sell in India. It's like it's spill energy type of, for 18 hours we have spill, and then 6 hours we can't. We need to have them. So to balance that and to make it flat and make that energy, the same electricity, but we want to make it good quality and sell it to India. So for that also we need pump storage project. So pump storage projects help it flatten the supply. And finally, one point I just want to mention here is the micro hydros that we built when our network was not so wide-reaching in Nepal. We built micro hydros in all those rural households, more than 2,000 micros, and more than 2,000 groups of heroes in those local villages. So now they have been set aside because our network has reached there. So that's a tragedy for a local tragedy story. So what we are trying to do is interconnect those micro hydros to our grid network, make it possible, improve some of the infrastructures that might be required to make them connected to the grid. That will enable the local economy, local sustainability, and also help our grid as a local resilience from nature or other disturbances. So, and the final is, in the transmission lines are causing, facing a lot of local resistance, because everybody says not in my backyard. They want the transmission line, but not in my backyard. So how do we promote that? So what we are proposing is that right on the right of way, say, please, you can install solar panels. We will go and take it at your doorstep at the highest price that is possible. And we'll also facilitate the banking, we'll also facilitate all other mechanisms, and your land under the right of way, which would normally be unused, would now be used for solar. So we are now getting the win-win situation. So these are a few steps that we are adopting to green the already green energy. We are 100% green. Of course, we are, import about 20% energy in the winter, which is coal from India. Indian energy is a little bit dirty, so to say. But we are again exporting the same amount, which is 100% green. So altogether, we can claim that we are net zero. And from next year, we'll be surplus, so we'll be net negative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hitendraji. Thank you for also touching upon some of the major area where clean energy development Nepal is thinking of. Of course, the hydropower remains a very backbone, but also things like micro hydro, things like briquettes, pellets, a number of other things are very important. Also, I do note that Nepal's electricity development plan 2081, which was released sometimes back, aspires to have a 28,500 megawatt, reaching per capita electricity consumption as a 1,500, which we have 400 plus at the moment. So I think the electricity remains a backbone, but you also mentioned that there are some sectors which are we call it hard to abate sectors. For example, trucking. How to make it electric is very tough. How to make some of the industries to electrify. It's some of the hard to abate sectors. I'm very happy to hear that some of the drives along that line also. We'll take some more question in the next round. I think at some point I want to come to the question of the financing, which is very important to really power the clean energy future. Before that, I would like to invite Professor Achyut Wagle to put his perspective. Professor Wagle, as I said earlier, energy is not only about energy access. Energy is not only about climate change or air pollution. Energy is also for economic growth. So you being an economist, and I know that you have been the past advisor to the Prime Minister and also the Nepal's central bank governor also. How is your take on energy playing a central role in Nepal's economic development? Because energy security, as you all of perhaps agree with me, drains a significant amount of our foreign currency and also our trade deficit, balance of payment. There's a lot of implications, and clean energy future really help us with a number of other things. So how do you see energy as a backbone for Nepal's economic development, and in what way we should move ahead, also thinking about economic development and economics?
Thank you, Professor Dakal. I think it is already very axiomatic that clean energy is the future, and energy is sine qua non for any kind of development. I think we know that. And also for last 10 years, our scientific community has given enough data and what we need to do in terms of the climate change. Nepal now has got the very optimistic saga to talk about the clean energy. It is because Nepal opened electricity development for the private sector. It welcomed the private sector investment that many countries are now discussing. We should encourage private sector development to promote green energy production and use. We have at least set some examples of that. But I think 2 or 3 things here. First of all, the electricity consumption in Nepal, which is now said to be about 400 kilowatt hour, is far less than the average electricity consumption for average level of modest level of quality of life. Even for the household consumption, we probably need to quadruple it to provide a good quality living. I see Dr. Khatioda in front of me, his study about 8 years ago on estimated required investment to meet the sustainable development goals, and Paris Climate Agreement was about $18 billion per year. But if you now calculate that, I estimate it should be at least $25 billion by 2030 if we want to meet at least a minimum of the energy needs. The key question is where the investment is going to come from. We may have a long wish list. We know what to do. That is one key question, and then we need to find out the avenues of investment. When we talk about only the public investment, it is not going to happen. Second, we cannot isolate Nepal in any case when you look at the climate-friendly green investment. We have seen the non-fulfillment of the commitments made in right from the COP21 to COP29. There are only the promises from the developed countries who are considered responsible for it. And we are, in Nepal, we are not getting enough investment. Hitanji very rightly talked about the so many projects, dreams. But if the story that by 2050, all the snow from the mountain will disappear, what will happen to the discharge of water in the rivers that we are banking so much, be that the pump storage, run of the river, reservoir waste or not. So the risk assessment side, particularly in the situation like ours, is very limited. What actually happens, it is unpredictable. And if that really happens, unfortunately, I think we are on the very, very risky side of the investment. And if you look at the financial security of the investors through insurance and reinsurance packages, I think we need to reinvent the entire mechanism of investment in the green energy. So if you look at our very dire need of systematic urbanization, industrialization, which is very limited. Like our manufacturing sector now only contributes to 4% of it. You talked about the reducing trade deficit. We have got only two alternatives. Either we have to be able to produce the goods that at least substitutes the imports, if not able to export, and another is exporting energy itself, which has started in a symbolic way. But why I'm mentioning about these four things, the quality of life, possibly green infrastructure, urbanization, and industrialization, our energy need ourselves, the demand for energy is going to be exponentially high compared to what we are computing at the back of envelope at present. So what I'm saying is that energy need within the country is very huge. Having said that, I don't want to preclude the possibility of exporting electricity and somehow offsetting the pressure on our imports, on our import bills. But we also, in a very sensitive geopolitical locations, to export energy to one neighbor, the investment of other neighbor is probably not accepted. It is not explicitly said, but that kind of hit we are feeling when it talks about the energy trade within the region. Yes, we have already seen that the global governance on climate change is at least, if not collapsed, at least taken a back seat with the rise of the climate skeptic superpowers and withdrawing from the international arrangements. So even in the regional level, we are in a different state of geopolitics, being between two large, powerful neighbors and their competition for regional influence. Beyond economics, I would say, we also need to manage that, which is very tricky but extremely critical. Finally, in this round, what I would like to emphasize is we probably need to come out of the sum of the stories we are told for long, like we can invest in clean energy by selling carbon. I think that is, for me, I've said that in many forums that the carbon trading, the carbon footprint calculation formula is not made by a country like ours. The pricing is not set by us. Nobody can say what is the appropriate, reasonable pricing of per ton of carbon to be sold. The carbon market that was discussed in many of the COPs, including COP29, that is not there credibly. And the worst thing of all is the very idea of trading carbon is very indirectly allowing the developed countries to continue pollute. You produce as much as you want for your people, for your economy. You emit carbon, but we'll buy it. So it is this mechanism is not going to work, and unless there is a behavior change of the government in the developed countries, unless they are not willing, how would I say that? If they are not willing to change their consumption pattern in vehicles, in air conditioners, in flying. We said we have got heavy trucks and buses. But what about the aeroplanes? When do we think we will be able to replace fossil fuel to fly aeroplanes? And there are already 1 million aeroplanes ordered to be delivered by 2040, and they will be flying in our skies for at least 2060, and then they are not going to be replaced anyway. They are not going to be flying by the clean energy. The fossil fuel, same applies with the huge ships. So I think the small tokenism and small scale efforts are not going to drastically differ the scenario towards the positive outcome. If all the snow is going to disappear from our Himalayas, probably Nepal's contribution to that bad fate is very little. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Wagle. Thank you for making several points very clear. I think we have to be very careful on how we do our own clean energy development aspirations, because there are multiple angles through which this has to be played. Where the economics remains very, very important. Especially, you also touched upon in the beginning role for the private sector, and I think at some point I'd like to also come back to that question, maybe the role of the private sector. We have a lot of colleagues here in the room from IPPs, and also a lot of drive in Nepal to really push forward the private sector in the renewable energy business. So maybe that also important angle maybe we can pick at some point. Let me invite to Dr. Aditi Mukherjee. Dr. Aditi Mukherjee, Nepal is not very new to you. I know that you have lived in Nepal in the past, although you are now a CGIAR in Nairobi. And also, I'm quite aware of the fact that you work a lot about agriculture sector and energy, and the cross interconnections between how energy and other SDGs are linked, and also for the fact that in order for the clean energy revolution, communities should be in the center, and the benefit sharing for any clean energy issue is very, very important. So I'm hoping that you'll put your strong perspective in some of these issues.
Thank you, Dr. Dhakal, and thank you to the organizers for having me in this meeting. I represent an organization called the CGIAR. CGIAR, for those of you who don't know, is the world's largest publicly funded research and innovation organization working in the field of agriculture. We are present in over 80 countries, and we work on the entire agricultural value chain. Within the CG, I manage the climate portfolio. So obviously, a lot of my interventions are around agri-food systems and the need for energy transition in the agri-food system. Our keynote speaker did mention the agri-food system at the beginning, but we did not hear a lot after that. So let me first begin by saying that while we pay a lot of attention to renewable energy in transport, in industry, in domestic, and obviously in energy, those are very important, but it's important to remember that the agri-food system emits 1/3 of the global greenhouse gas emissions, of which a lot of it is non-CO2, a lot of it is methane and nitrous oxide, etc. But the fastest growing part of it, according to IPCC, and I was an IPCC author in the last cycle, according to the IPCC, the fastest growing part of the emission in the agri-food sector actually comes from the use of energy in food production. That could be in the pre-production stage, or it could be during production. For example, irrigation in our region is a big consumer of electricity, but also electricity is needed in the post-consumption. So agri-food system remains very important. As Dr. Dhakal also mentioned, I have worked here in EC mode. I used to manage the water and air theme in EC mode a few years ago. And then some of the work I have done as a part of International Water Management Institute, which is also a CG body. So I would try to make 3 or 4 points and use concrete examples from Nepal to demonstrate them. So having laid out the importance of agri-food sector and how energy use in agri-food sector is increasing, and yesterday we had heard the need for bringing back youth into agri-food sector, back into agriculture. One of the sessions was very much about how do we encourage youth. And unless agriculture becomes profitable, youth will not come back. And there is no agriculture out there which has been profitable without, say, irrigation or use of water. So basically, energy use in agriculture remains important. So the 3 points I want to make is the absolute centrality of means of implementation. The language that we use in COPs and others, the means of implementation has 3 components. Finance, we heard some things about finance. The other is around technology and technology transfer and capacity building. So some of the work that we have been doing at EC Mode as well as the CGIAR centers around irrigation pumps, say in the Tarai. Tarai is the food basket of Nepal, right? And there are 100,000 irrigation pumps, which most of them are using diesel, though increasingly there's much more electrification, as Dr. Sakya rightly mentioned. And we have been closely working with AEPC, and the ED of AEPC is here. And as some 5,000 solar pumps were installed in Tarai, and we did a number of studies which are all published in journals. They show that farmers who had access to solar irrigation pumps actually grew a more diversified body of crop. They had more income and all of that. But then 2 things happened. One is the grid got extended, very much like the microgrid example, which meant that these standalone solar pumps are not so much used anymore. So their technology became a constraint. Can those solar pumps be connected back to the grid so that farmers, when they are not using their pumps, can sell electricity back to the grid and get decent income? So that's kind of a technology issue. The other issue we found was around capacity. So there are, I mean, every nook and cranny of rural Nepal, or for that matter, India and Bangladesh, you would find hundreds of diesel pump repair agents. But you will not find anybody who are capable of repairing these solar panels. So some of the work around capacity building, how do we ensure that the labor force who are already engaged in repairing those pumps can be used in repairing solar pumps? So the capacity angle is very important. On the finance part, obviously in Nepal, the good thing that happened was a lot of the municipalities used their own funds to fund these solar pumps, but that's not necessarily what's happening in the region. The farmers at the end of the day are having to pay astronomical sums for installing solar pumps when the climate change problem was not their own making. The final point I want to make in this is the absolute importance of just transition. Justice has to be at the heart of this energy transition that we are talking about. Those who have contributed the least must not be the ones who are at the receiving end. So there's some of the work that we have done in the hydropower, and Nepal again has excellent examples of benefit sharing. We did a study at EC Mode looking at the benefit sharing in hydropower across the whole Hindu Kush Himalayas, and actually Nepal came out with some of the strongest examples. There are examples of royalty sharing with the rural communities. There are examples of equity where a rural community actually got a share in the hydropower. So that are some of the really good examples of how you can incorporate communities in this just transition. So I would like to finish my intervention for this round by talking about the importance again of means of implementation, finance, capacity building, and technology transfer, and keep the communities at the heart of this energy transition. It's not about technology alone. It's about how the communities interact with those renewable technologies and how they are benefiting. So back to you, Dr. Dhakal.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. I think that's very, very important. I think what we do, why we develop energy is for humans, is for us, for the community. So I think that those are very, very important aspects. I am realizing that I am not that great moderator in terms of time, as I am looking at the screen that 25 minutes have left, and I think the beautiful lady on the blue sari is already indicating me that I have 25 minutes left. So I think I'll come back to the panelists again. But I don't want you to forget our audience. So before I come to the second round from the panelists, I want to take one or two questions on the floor. Then I think I'll come back to the 3 questions back to our panelists. The first is a bit of a financing issue from clean energy. Second is on maybe role for private sector. And the other is international cooperation. So 3 points I want to come back in the next round. But before that, we don't want to run over time, so I want to take a few interventions from the floor. I already see Honorable Member of Parliament. Please. Yes. Can we have a microphone?
Good morning. Namaste to all of you. It's a very good time listening to you and gaining more and more knowledge. Insights from you. Nepal aims to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2050. And the current yesterday, the new NDC 3 also declared that in 2030, we'll have 14,031 megawatt. And by 2045, we'll have 28,500 megawatt production of hydropower in Nepal. And also it mentioned that industry will be transformed. There will be transformative change in the industries by giving more and more electricity. That means in future Nepal's industries will be converted to electrified industry. So it looks like an ambitious dream, but we also need support from internationally to support Nepal to bring it into the mainstream to accomplish our ambitious dream. It will help also not only Nepal, for all over the countries in the world, and it needs a bit transition period, as Dr. Aditi also mentioned. Just transition is very necessary. And we need for that finance, which is very lacked in our country. And also our needs to be achieved, our SDGs goals like 8, 9, 10, 11 is completely mentioned about economic growth. So we have to electrify, we have to accelerate our economic growth, which is very much for Nepal, and we lacked industries development in Nepal. And also SDG 11 mentioned here, reduce inequalities. So how to reduce inequalities? So this, I would like to mention here that transition period is need for Nepal, because developed countries are already developed by industry. So Nepal, we need to have improvement in our industry development. So we need more transition period while we are looking forward for future totally 100% renewable energy in 2050. So as I listened to as I listened to Mr. Hitendra, he mentioned here about storage. So I would like to ask here that what are the most promising sources of clean energy today? I believe solar and wind came into the first, and then hydro, because there are some little bit problem in the river side with the hydro. But which one will be the more reliable for all, possible for all? And the main point that I would like to listen to you in the bullet point answers, that what policies and role does industry, what policies and role does energy storage play in clean energy adoption? That if we can put storage of energy, then we can share it to regional level and Asia Pacific cooperation as well, because as I am member of Standing Committee on Sustainable Development of Interparliamentary Union, so we can put forward these messages there also. So I would like to listen to you, your key point notes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll take a few questions, then we'll come back. I'll try to balance. Okay, I'll take one from here. So yes, please. May I request to make your interventions very short? We have only 20 minutes left total.
My question is for Mr. Hatindra Dev. You talked about regulatory roadblocks, and we also know that Nepal has committed to become carbon neutral by 2045. So I'd like to know from you, what are these key roadblocks that you face, and why would the government place roadblocks in its own commitment towards moving to keep its commitment to the NDC?
Thank you so much. So I'll take one from the extreme. I'm trying to do a geographical balance here. So we have a colleague there on the corner. So may I invite your very short interventions?
So, thank you so much. That was brilliant. My name is Niklas Hellström. I've been associated with colleagues from LDCs in Africa on a couple of initiatives led by Yuba Sokona, the former vice chair of IPCC, and others. And it really has been working around the idea of South-South collaboration, of seeing the way forward for Nepal and many other countries to come together and under the purview of this work, an LDC Renewable Energy Initiative was formed some years ago that I invite you to explore and take a look at. And we've also done some work on just transition in Africa. And I think the key point here is really to say, as you said here too, there is a scope for a really radically different model of energy. And it can really cater to well-being, of course, and a mushrooming of bottom-up initiatives that interconnect and have also diversified ownership. And driven by public interest. So there's a lot of very important things here. But one thing that also was said already in the panel, seeing energy not just as a lever for climate, of course, and development, but also as a way to break dependencies and trade deficits and so on. So the idea of actually having a long-term planning horizon to 100% renewable energy that caters to all the needs, a quadruple of demand or whatever, but also to create the conditions for manufacturing and controlling the technologies in the South. But that can't be done country by country. It needs South-South collaboration. So I'd be keen to hear reflections from the great panel on the scope for really forward-looking, assertive South-South collaboration, especially in this very fraught geopolitical context we're in now. And many countries in the global south sit on all the resources, the critical minerals, the sun, the wind. So there's immense scope for that.
Thank you, Nicholas. I think we'll come back to that question of international cooperation, South-South cooperation, LDC support. Maybe I hope that we can take it. So maybe I'll take one question from the center. So, okay.
Hi, my name is Navoch. I have a very simple question. Nepal seems to be at a very interesting place, given that there is clean water, there is biomass, there is a lot of sporadic but yet availability of wind, good quality wind that is available, sporadic but available still, and solar. Have you thought about hydrogen? And is this something that has been thought about? Is there some work that has happened there? Because it solves the problem of storage. It solves the problem of clean, green. It also solves the problem of being able to not do any other interventions beyond what is already happening and yet make energy happen.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I want to come back to our panelists. Before I come back to the panelists, I'm a little bit biased being an IPCC author for several cycles. So I see Mr. Abdullah Moqsit. Do you want to say a word about IPCC and clean energy? Any any 1 minute in the microphone is behind you.
Thank you very much, Professor. But I was not prepared to be frank. This is second time. But let me highlight something which is really important for IPCC, and I think ADC made it clear, because IPCC is not doing research. IPCC is assessing research. And IPCC working with cycle. That means our are coming for 6th cycle, because now we are starting 7th cycle. But I really liked your intervention all, but also the one from ADC, that I think 6th cycle of IPCC was a cycle-oriented, solution-oriented. And any information, any option provided by IPCC in 6th cycle give a set of solution to any country, anywhere in the world, to be implemented. But IPCC is not dictating. IPCC is proposing. And it is for the country, for the local region, to adopt the solution in their context. And what was proposed here in Nepal, I want to highlight what said. We have many success stories here. And we have a test bed of solutions that can be shared everywhere in the world. Thank you very much. And thank you to catch me once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I would like now come back to our panelists. We have 15 minutes. So I would like to hear your view on, I think what we said is that clean energy is very important. It has multiple dimensions. We need to do a lot of things. But also I heard you saying that small incremental changes are not enough for us, because our requirements are much bigger, our aspirations are much bigger. So we need to have transformative change. Incremental change is not enough. So now, in order to have that transformative change, what are the most important elements that you see for that scaling up transformative change? Just one or two, just maybe one or maximum 2 points very quickly. From the dimensions that you have addressed, in your first cycle of talk. So maybe again, I'll start from this side. Maybe Mr. Hitenderji. Yeah.
So should I answer the questions or?
Yeah. So I think there are also 3 questions, especially role of hydrogen, and also regulatory roadblocks and the storage. So yeah, you may also answer that.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Suvakar. You mentioned transformative big changes, but I'm a believer of small things. Small is beautiful, and that's where I was proposing the pellets machines and converting electric to electric vehicles and pump storage in place of reservoir storages. So they are all, attacking the small, and that will go on to make a big change. So having said that, and answering the question from Honorable Member of Parliament about the storage facilities and facilitating the industry's electrification, again, I think the solution is not big storage projects. It is an ongoing project. Each storage project takes, in our experience, more than 15 years. And we have only one project is under construction, Tanahu, and all others are in the drawing board. So I don't know when these storage projects are going to come. I can't wait for them. So what is my solution? My solution is pump storage project and battery storage. So we have already proposed to the government, it is in the budget declaration, that there will be battery storages, and NEA is also going to take loans for battery storage in the industrial cities, 100 megawatt hour battery storage in each of those cities. So that is the solution. And to electrify the industries, they need reliable energy, reliable electricity. Yesterday, very sorry to say, we had interruption many times in the evening because we have a very weak link. One link goes and the system goes. So that means the transmission network is very weak. So there also we are looking for private sector involvement, and the question of regulatory change is required here, and how to involve the private sector in the transmission network. because we have lack of finance. NEA is facing that lack of finance issue, so involving private sector. So we need transmission charges, wheeling charges, regulations for that, open access, regulation, all these things are required. Yes, the government is trying right now, they are in the right track, but it's still lacking right now. And in the trade sector also, the private sector coming in the power trade, especially will help, dealing with our large neighbor India. So the private sector to private sector is all, is no big neighbor, small neighbor. It's private business to private business. So I believe it helps in improving the trade environment. And yeah, in the transport also we need a lot of regulatory breakthroughs, as I said earlier. So all these small things go on to make a big change, I think.
I definitely agree with you that the small things doesn't mean that it can't be, it's not incremental. Basically, small things really makes a big effect. Thank you. I'll come to Professor Lorenzo.
May I add a couple of remarks based on the same question, basically, because it was also mentioned the importance of the just transition. And some lessons that we have learned, for example, in stimulating the win-win situation with the solar panels to avoid the not in my backyard mentality are very, very important and can be functional, but we always have to think also with the subsidies, for example, for electric vehicles, that usually this kind of measure will first and foremost benefit some group of society. So it's very important in thinking when designing these kind of schemes, also some kind of public funds, for example, a part of the revenue that could come from selling the solar energy to the grid should actually be put on a public fund to also help those groups of society which are not able to benefit from the first movers benefits that will be given to incentivize renewable energy vehicles or the further development of a renewable system. And so to avoid what we are now experiencing, for example, in the Netherlands, that there is a group of society that feels really left over, and now they are bringing forward concern through representative democracy, therefore voting political parties that are slowing down the move towards a more renewable system altogether. So this element of just transition should be a red line throughout the various regulatory reform and system, and both focusing on financial and more hard law approaches that could help moving up the reforms also more quickly.
Thank you, Professor Lorenzo. I think that also goes back to the question I think some other colleagues also raised about just transition. Professor Wagle.
I think time is running out. I'll touch upon 2 or 3 things. I think key is, of course, money. And how can we source it? So there's no question about that. We may talk anything from clean energy to adaptation to... So we probably need to, even we talk about South-South cooperation, we probably need to redesign the investment pattern, investment institutions, investment instrument, and prioritizing where we will be investing. I already mentioned about the role of the private sector, maybe the blended finance, public PPP, public-private partnerships. And among the partnership of the local governments in context of Nepal, they are resourceful. One question raised about hydrogen. I belong to Kathmandu University. At the laboratory level, we are generating hydrogen. We are producing hydrogen. We have got the refueling station. We also have got model vehicles. But again, the question of investment comes, and then to scale it up at the commercial level and to take it to the market, one critical aspect that it should be a government policy. They should recognize the research outcome of the academic and research institutions. Also the market potential, the study that has been done. So to translate that hydrogen ambition in Nepal, we need policy. We have drafted one in collaboration with the government, but we need to implement it. One biggest advantage is that we can produce green hydrogen. We are talking about a lot of a lot of hydropower production, but exports. But I think if we can use that produced hydropower and use that produced hydropower to produce hydrogen, and instead of exporting electricity directly and export hydrogen, that is more cost efficient, I guess, and even for the private sector, it could be more profit oriented, profit making proposition. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Wagle. Definitely, hydrogen is of interest. I think, especially for some hard-to-abate sectors in industry. So a lot of potential could be there. And I'm very happy to hear that Kashmir University is doing a lot of technical studies around it. Dr. Mukherjee.
Yes. I want to come back to the issue of South-South collaboration, and actually on the overall issue of collaboration. Paris Agreement is very clear that the responsibility, the CBDR is enshrined principle. So there is a responsibility of the countries that have caused climate change to actually help the countries which haven't caused climate change to transition to clean energy. I think we need to hold that commitment, that accountability has to be there. But then also there is something to be said about regional cooperation. I remember, and there's lots of studies being done, our region happens to be the least integrated in terms of market integration, in terms of all kinds of integration, right? I mean, South Africa, Europe, all of them have countrywide transboundary grids. And here I think a lot of the studies are showing that there is a lot of complementarity, both in terms of timing of demand for electricity, production, as well as the energy mix. So I remember ADB used to have a proposal, maybe it's some form of working of BBIN, connecting the 4 countries, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, through these grids. So I think I just want to emphasize international collaboration that is holding those accountable, and also the huge potential that our region has, and for all kinds of geopolitical reasons, we are not able to harness those potential. So, and obviously with those kind of collaboration also comes a lot of technical expertise. For example, in the agri-food sector that I talked about, India currently has over 300,000 solar irrigation pumps across the country. I mean, of course, we have around 20 million irrigation pumps, of which only 300,000 are solarized, but lots of lessons from what works. Like standalone solar pumps don't work. They only work if they're grid connected and farmers can actually earn money by selling electricity to the grid. So those kind of technical lessons can also be learned, and therefore the role of research, as the Professor you were saying, that how do those research findings come into the policy making?
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. In next few minutes, I could not let go our keynote speaker. Usually we don't ask questions to keynote speaker, but there is a lot of question about money. When I look at our NDC 3.0 unveiled 2 days back, I have a number that Nepal is looking for 73.74 billion US dollar between 2025 and 2035. That means on average that comes up to about $7 billion a year to implement NDC. And more interesting, out of that $73.74 billion, $65 billion is needed in energy sector. So do you have a solution how Nepal can get that money?
Brilliant. One solution is ready, perhaps not for all the money that is needed, but yesterday also I had the pleasure to meet the minister. We have this ITAF platform that is working. So my call to you, and as I did yesterday with the minister, present project to us, and we will try to facilitate the funding. It could be private or public projects, partnership between private and public, but we are really ready to support this initiative. One thing that I wish to say in 1 minute, one that you have called to the Secretary of IPPC, when we talk about the triple renewable energy, the 11.2 terawatts by 2030, it's just the translation that we did at ARENA with our modeling on the call of the IPCC to keep, to reduce the 43% reduction of CO2 emission by 2030. So just to make clear that all our numbers are just a translation in measurable targets of what the IPCC provides us as a science.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. La Camera. Thank you very much. So we are at the end of our session. I think I'll not dare to summarize such a rich discussion. I think the clean energy is very fundamental, not globally, but for Nepal also. And I think we heard about the different technological aspect, capacity building aspect, financing aspect, community aspect, benefit sharing aspect, and I think our aspiration to lead global clean energy drive, and also in Nepal, I think we need to do a lot of things together through the international cooperation, financing, technology transfer. Some of the international initiatives are very important for Nepal and this region, and definitely we have to do on our own in our countries also. I think with that, I think I'd like to end the session and return the session back to you, back to our MC.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhakal. I really appreciate that we've been able to finish the panel right on time. And I would not like to take a lot of your time either. So we've finally come to the end of our session, and thank you so much, distinguished panel members, keynote speaker, and our moderator for giving us valuable insights in this session. For the ending of this session, I would like to request Honorable Sunita Boral, Member of Parliament, to kindly come up the stage to hand over our token of appreciation to our panel members, keynote speaker, and our moderator. Thank you so much. Firstly, I would like to request our keynote speaker, Dr. Camara, to kindly step forward. Thank you so much. Secondly, I would like to request our moderator, Dr. Dhakal, to step forward. Thank you. I'd also like to request Mr. Hitendra Dev Shakya to kindly step forward. Thank you so much. Moving on, I would like to request Dr. Lorenzo to kindly step forward. Thank you. Next, I would like to move on, request Dr. Wagle to step forward. Last, I would like to request Dr. Aditi Mukherjee to kindly step forward. Thank you so much, Honorable Sunita Boral. Also, I'd like to request all of our panel members, moderator, keynote speaker, and also Honorable Sunita Boral to kindly again step back to the stage so that we can take a group photo. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for your invaluable insights and your time. We'll come back again at 10:45 for our next session. Thank you so much.
So how can we speak, the participant? We can ask the question, but we can't answer. We have to ask. Pardon? Only we have to question. We cannot answer. We cannot keep our words. So at what time that will start?
हिमताल फुटेर चाहिँ थामेगाउँलाई चाहिँ दोस्ती बनायो ठुलो क्षति भयो अहिलेको गाउँको बस्ती त छैन त्यहाँ होइन
हाम्रो प्रत्येक पदमार्गहरू हाम्रो मोटरको पुल अनि हाम्रो कतिपय खानेपानीको
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I request you to kindly remain seated. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I am Bishranti Wagle, and I will be your host for this parallel session, session number 7. The title of this session is Mountain Risk Assessment and Monitoring. To set the stage, it is my honor to introduce our distinguished moderator, Professor Vishnu Prasad Pandey. Professor Pandey is a professor at the Institute of Engineering, Tribhuvan University. You can scan the QR code on the next slide on the screen. Okay, well, the slide will come next in a few minutes. Oh, okay, yeah, it's over there. You can scan that QR code to learn more about him and the panelists that will be joining this panel today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Vishnu Prasad Pandey.
Thank you, Bishranti. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to our session. Since yesterday, we have heard many things about climate change risks and to the mountains and subsequent impact on societies, ecosystems, and economies. Also, the monitoring of the risk is an important, hazard and risks are important things for designing any solutions. But our mountain systems are quite complex, which aids for the risks or for the challenge for understanding the risks. Let's try to see how complex our mountain system is in a video that will be displayed shortly. Because looking is more believing than talking, right?
हिमताल फुटेर चाहिँ थामेकोङलाई चाहिँ दोस्ती बनायो ठुलो क्षति भयो अहिलेको गाउँको बस्ती त छैन त्यहाँ हैन
हाम्रो प्रत्येक पदमार्गहरू हाम्रो मोटरको पुल अनि हाम्रो कतिपय खानेपानीको संरचनाहरू क्षति भएको छ
पानी परेपछि ताल फुटिसकेपछि त्यो भ्रेमाछान भन्ने ठाउँबाट एकदमै ठुलो पहिरो आयो त्यो माथिल्लो भेगमा मानवीय क्षति पनि भयो त्यहाँका त धेरै संरचनाहरू बगाए हामीले सूचना र सञ्चार भएको कारणले मेलम्ची नगरपालिकामा चाहिँ मानवीय क्षति भएन मेलम्ची नगरपालिकाको मात्र त 57 अरब चाहिँ बाढीले क्षति गरेको छ
The Hindu-Kush Himalaya region is facing increasing human and economic risk due to more frequent severe mountain hazard. Yet, many communities still lack the data, tools, training, and financing needed to manage these growing threats. ADB is prioritizing investment in resilient infrastructure, early warning system, and regional knowledge sharing. By learning what has worked in similar contexts, we're supporting Nepal and neighboring countries better prepare and respond to the uncertainties of future disasters.
हिन्दुकुश हिमालय रेन्जलाई बचाउनको लागि यसमा रहेका हामी सबै देशहरूले आपसमा सहकार्य गरेर साझेदारी गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था छ।
Thank you. We saw that how complex our mountains are. We also saw examples of the Thame flood that we recently had and 2021 Melamchi flood and associated multiple types of hazards and compounding and cascading risks in our mountain systems. Though we have complexities, we have growing body of knowledge as well. We also have tools, methods, and technologies available. And like from the ADB video, we saw that the investments are required. But to inform the investment, we need science, we need concrete methods, tools, and convincing outcomes, convincing evidence. For that, we have highly distinguished expert with us, distinguished expert Professor Rajiv Shah, who is a professor at the Kyoto University in Japan, and he has a very distinguished profile. He's also leading a journal as a editor-in-chief, Progress in Disasters, and he has more than 400 publications in the fields that we are talking about. Without further ado, please join with me in welcoming Professor Rajiv Shah for a keynote.
Thank you very much, Vishnuji, and a very good morning to all of you. It's an honor and privilege to be here, and my sincere appreciation to the government of Nepal, ADB, and all other the co-organizers of this particular session. Can I have my slides, please? Well, today what I will be talking mostly a little bit of my reflection on this very important topic, which is mountain risk assessment and monitoring. But let me put a little bit on this context of this, how this whole global risk landscape, which is becoming very complex. You will be seeing in the slide lots of affiliations. Well, my main affiliation is with Kyoto University. That's where I get my salary. And there are other things. The reason actually I'm showing this one, just to give you one background, because it will be related to what I'm talking with. I have, of course, a few academia hat, but I also was privileged to be the IPCC 6 Assessment Report CLA for Asia. And also I am the co-chair of the Science Technology Advisory Group in the UNDRA. So I try to look at both the adaptation as well as the disaster risk reduction. So that's what we try to do in the science policy interface. And we established a few startups, like 3 startups actually, based in Delhi in India. And that's where I try to learn. I don't say that I do the innovation. I try to learn from the young minds who does actually lots of innovation. But I always say that all the work which I have been doing last 25, 28 years or so is very much rooted, is the last one, which is these grassroots actions. Because ultimately it's the people and the communities in the, whether you talk it in the mountain, in the plain, in the coastal area, and they are possibly the main sources of all the informations and the learning. So that's what my main learning actually comes from. This is actually like a sort of executive summary of what I'm trying to talk about. You see that this photo on the right-hand side, this was the photo which I took last time when I came to Nepal, beautiful mountain views. On the left-hand side, that is the photo of Mount Fuji in Japan. And that's like from my own campus, every day in a clear day, we used to see the Mount Fuji. And on the right-hand side is a small mountain range in the central Japan, where I spend actually quite a bit of significant time in a relaxing way. So yes, mountain is parts of our life, our culture, our many food habits or whatever we do. I will be talking on these 5 specific contexts. One is this emerging and complex risk landscape, then these digital divide issues, and then demographic changes, urban-rural linkage, and the changing technological regime. I don't dare to put any solutions, and that's why I made this particular word, this what we call the adaptive approaches, because solutions today are no more solutions tomorrow. And we have to always changing our the approaches in a more adaptive way in this whole global risk landscape. And a few adaptive approaches in these 3 pillars, what I say is the GATE, which is the governance, education, and technology. Many of you possibly are aware about this particular report, which is the Global Risk Landscape, the Global Risk Outlook report from the World Economic Forum. Every year in January in Davos, in the Davos meeting, they actually publish this one. So when I say 2020 is the analysis of the previous year's report. So you will be seeing that, I won't go into the detail of this, but you will be seeing that there are lots of new risks which are arising over the last 3-4 years. Yes, we had COVID-19, so infectious disease was a major thing. But in fact, it's not just the infectious disease. Due to COVID, we had this very strong digital power concentration or the digital divide. We have been very fortunate to be in the good digital environment. I know that part of this particular session is also broadcasted in the online, but not the whole world is equally connected digitally. Even in Japan, which is supposed to be one of the technologically advanced country, we have a very strong digital divide as per the age group. As you know, that in Japan we have a very strong aging population. Like the places where I work in the small, medium-sized cities in the mountains, there are, I once actually asked a person, he was the community leader, I asked him that what is the percentage of aging population in your community, and he looked at me like this, he said, Sensei. Sensei means professor, what are you asking? I am 73 and I am the youngest in my community. And that was back in 2007. 2007, 73-year-old in the community is the youngest leader. So now that person has become almost 85 or 90-year-old. So if you ask them that, okay, we have all the information, the early warning system in the mobile phone, it's just impossible for them actually to look at that. So the digital divide is actually a major concern. And also what we are seeing in the last few years, at least a couple of years, this AI-driven mis and disinformation. This is again a classic example, like last year in 2024, we had a major earthquake in Japan on 1st of January. That is, we call the Noto Peninsula earthquake. After that, what you are seeing here, that particular screen, January 1, 2, 3, these 3 days, we had 370,000 tweets and retweets, which talks about that this earthquake was generated due to a nuclear explosion in North Korea. And people just retweeted it. So some is misinformation, but since this is a sensational sort of information, people just retweeted this one without understanding it. So that was the disinformation. And people also intentionally did it in many cases. And that it went in such a level that that time the Japanese Prime Minister Kishida, he had to make a press conference to tell with one of my very good friends from Kyoto University, my previous university, who is a seismologist, to tell that this is purely an tectonic movement and there is nothing to do with this type of mis or like it's nothing to do with the nuclear sort of testing. So what I'm telling again, why I'm telling this one, that we live in a very complex global risk landscape. It's not that the simple thing 20 years back or 30 years back that we solve a problem here. This mis and disinformation is really becoming a major challenge and we need to be very, very careful. And this whole risk landscape is becoming quite important, interconnected, systemic, and complex. So, but in all these things, like if you see the 10 years or the little bit of longer term perspective, then again, like this whole, the environmental risk always becomes very major challenge. Digital divide, yes. For last 20 plus years, we have progressed quite a bit on different levels of internet penetration. But this particular graph shows that the urban-rural divide of this 20 to 25%, that still remains a major challenge. So again, the inclusivity means we talk very nicely that no one should be left behind, but in reality, it needs lots of investment. It's like the digital infrastructure is a major, major challenge in many of the developing countries, and most of our information is now going to digital, so this digital divide is a major issue. Demographic changes, and this is very interesting paper actually recently I found, that if you look at, even in Himalaya, this is very specifically on the Himalayas, like if you look at the major challenges in the central Himalaya, yes, central Himalaya, the policy is a major challenge, and also on the left-hand side, the livelihood opportunity. But if you go to a little bit western Himalaya, the monitoring mechanism, how you actually monitor whether it has been actually placed in place, that becomes one of the major challenge. And in some cases, the early warning system also major challenges. So again, my point of showing this one is that we talk about Himalaya, Hindu Kush as one set, but there are lots of local issues, the local challenges, the local demographics, the local diversity. So it's not just one solution fits for the whole Himalayan region. So we need to really understand this localization and these diversity issues and so on. Urban-rural linkage, I think some of the sessions are also following, talking about this. You know, in IPCC, we are talking about the cities and climate change, the special report. In our last year, the IPCC sixth assessment report in Asia, we have been actually focusing this as one of the major governance issue or the governance tool. Because again, we cannot solve the problem in the urban region if we are not talking about a resilient rural places. And this particular connectivity, whether it is food, energy, water, all these different types of resources are very important. And this technological regime change, in Japan, we call this society 5.0. Some of you possibly are aware about that. Why 5.0 is 1.0 when we were doing the hunting, 2.0 agriculture, 3.0 the industry, 4.0 is information, is the society where we now live, but 5.0 is a futuristic technology-driven society. We did a couple of books on this one, especially on the disaster regime. It's very nice to talk about. It's very nice to write a book or book chapter, or very good to show it in the PowerPoint. But it's a very complex issue. It needs very strong governance mechanism. It needs lots of mindset changes. It needs lots of innovations and so on. So it's a very complex, it's a learning by doing type of thing. But this technology regime is very, very important. So as part of adaptive approaches, what I mentioned, these three specific pillars, I always prefer to use this under, of course, again, I must confess that it is only my limited understanding. I don't say that this is the framework. What I learned from my own work with different countries in different regions, these three specific aspects of the governance, education, and technology. So there are a couple of things, like, of course, in governance, we have been talking about the regional or the cross-border cooperation, upstream, downstream linkages, ecosystem-based adaptation. Of course, it has been a buzzword these days. This fourth pillar in the governance, which is the need of a mountain perspective in the disaster and climate policy. I think that, again, my own reflection by working with IPCC, by working with many other UN systems, especially on the advocacy policy, like if you talk about the coastal issues, coastal and cities are very interconnected, and you will see lots of literatures. But how much of good research or how much of research policy linkages are there in the mountain issues. I think still we are lacking. And again, I don't blame anyone. It's again our collective responsibility that we have been possibly not been able to do much research on that issue, or we have not been able to do more policy advocacy of this. So, quote unquote, this mountain perspective in different policy advocacy is very, very important. And then there are, of course, a couple of issues on the education and the governance perspective. I'll just give you two or three examples. That this is actually what we call the circular ecological sphere, and this was proposed in Japan's the 5th basic environmental plan by the Ministry of Environment of Government of Japan, and this is again a scheme to support the mountain communities or the upstream communities, especially as you can imagine that in most of the countries, mountain and upstream communities are mostly rural, maybe smaller municipalities and so on, but they are very much, they are supporting all the resources to the nearby larger cities or larger the municipalities. So how this whole circular ecological sphere in a more governance mechanism can actually support the holistic development of the upstream and downstream. So there are a couple of examples of that. We had quite a bit of literature on this. My own students or my other colleagues also have done this one. Another very important thing is when you talk about the mountain, we talk about multi-hazard. But nowadays, what we are trying to talk about, not just the multi-hazard. Multi-hazard is okay, you have earthquake, you have landslide, you have flooding, and we just try to superimpose all these different types of maps, and we have been doing this for the last 20 years. But I think it's very, very important to think about the all-hazard approach. In this particular book, we have been trying to argue on that particular issue. It's not just the natural hazard. We need to think about the biological hazards. We need to think about the radiological hazards. We need to think about the cyber hazards and all those type of things. But again, we cannot talk about everything. We need to understand all hazard approach, but then what we are trying to propose here, that the top hazard, like each municipality, the localization, they need to identify 2 or 3 very critical hazards where they will be actually focusing on their resources, they will be focusing on their investment and so on. In the previous session also, we have been talking about the investment, and that's a very, very important aspect. And you cannot invest for all the hazards simultaneously. So while understanding the all-hazard approach, this top hazard approach actually facilitate the overall investment policy. And this integrated early warning system. This is a small experiment, what we are doing for the GLOF, the Glacier Lake Outburst Flood. It's a very simple Japanese technology of we call the water battery. So it's a battery system. When it gets connected with the water or when it is soaked with the water, it starts emitting the energy. So we have been actually using this in Japan, especially to monitor the upstream where there are not that much of population, some sort of early warning system. So we are now actually trying to do this and try to see that in some of the glacial lakes in the Himalayan region, whether this can be actually used. And this can be also connected. If we can have a mobile coverage, then it can come here in the mobile phone. But if we don't have the mobile coverage, then it can also be transferred through the Bluetooth to the nearby places. So we have to put it all this thing. Yes, our moderator is saying that please finish it. So that's my last slide. So what I just talked about, like my own reflection, again, I don't say that this is my work. I've been very blessed to have very bright students from different parts of the world. So they work very hard. I'm just presenting it. So thank you very much and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shah, for setting educated context based on his vast experience across the different geographies of the world. What he rightly reminded us that we started from our Stone Age, now moving to our Society 5.0. He also highlighted that solutions today may not be solutions for tomorrow. But still, only the option left with us is we have to move forward. So to discuss on how should we move forward, we have distinguished set of panelists. Let me call them on the dais. Professor Niels Hovius. I hope I pronounced correctly. You can see his bio distinguished profile here. He is a chief with the German Research Center for Geosciences. He is geographer and geologist trained in Utrecht University and Oxford Universities. He's also a distinguished professor at the center where he is serving now. Thank you so much for being with us. Let me invite Professor Tao Wang. He is with the Institute of Tibetan Plateau Research in the Chinese Academy of Science in China. He also has a very distinguished profile. He has served in with the many institutes before. One of them includes DG of Cold and Arid Regions Environment and Engineering Research during 2003 to 12. He is also in the board of several associations related to his area of expertise. Thank you again to you also. Let me invite Emily Mark, who is a risk assessment specialist with the BGC Engineering in Canada. She has specialized in steep creek risk assessment. She is fond of developing cost-effective solutions, mitigation solutions for minimizing risks in the steep creeks. And finally, we have Dr. Simon Allen. He is a senior research associate with the two universities in Switzerland, with the University of Geneva and Zurich. He focused his research on climate change impacts on disaster risk management. Recently, he is also co-leading an initiative funded by SDC to assess, to understand multi-hazard risks and identifying solutions in this region. With this set of distinguished profile, we hope to have a very interactive discussions and find some way forward for the future. I think it worked. Thank you so much. Sorry for technical difficulties. Now, let's move directly to the questions, all right? There are a lot of things to do. There is a high level of complexity in our mountain system. In most of the times, when we talk about climate change impacts in the mountains, we make a narrative that as the melting of snow and glacier are the key drivers. So Professor Tao has experience in the various areas of the drivers related to the mountains. Would you please shed light on whether there are additional drivers that we need to be considering while discussing about mountain risk assessment?
Okay, thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm very greatly appreciated that I can be involved in this discussion. And yeah, as you said that in addition to climate change, there are other many important drivers that for mountain risk. So actually, this mountain risk is resulting from a combination of different components, such as climate, the ecosystem, and also geology. All factors are interacting each other. So we should not only focus on climate change, on the climate change-induced cryosphere merit. So this is not the whole picture. So I want to emphasize the two stuff. The first one is that we should pay more attention to the increasing importance of the extreme climate events. As we know that the last 2 years, the global happened the record-shattering warming events. So these warming events will be expected to occur in more intense, more frequent, and also in more widespread spatial extent. So according to a paper published in Science, and the kids or children that are born in 2020 maybe experience a six-fold more climate extreme events compared to those born in the 1960s. So actually, this is a very alarming, study, and it's so that in the future that we should pay more attention to these compounding events, because this heat wave can trigger, this mountain risk, maybe more, intense. As we know that the mountain regions is also an amplification of global warming. So in the future that warmer world, these mountain areas maybe will be hit more hotter. And so this is one stuff. And the second stuff is that about the drivers for this mountain risks, maybe it's different. So it really depends on the land surface we consider in mountain regions. For example, in mountains with loss of the ice and snow, and we maybe expect that the compound events of the snow melt and glacier melt with flooding and heat waves. So these drivers may be more important in these regions. But when we look at the regions, for example, with less snow and less ice, so maybe other factors such as ecosystem, human-induced land use change, and also the geology stuff maybe come take over. Seems like the deforestation in the low latitude regions and overgrazing in the high latitude regions that it could induce destroy the soil structures. So it means that it can enhance, the soils prone to the erosion, especially under the heavy rainfall. And also the second stuff is that in the regions, especially for Nepal and the China, this is border regions, there's regions with active tectonic activities. So even a very small magnitude of the earthquakes compared with extreme events can trigger the massive landslides. So I think this stuff should be really pay more attention to.
Yeah. Thank you. Tao, you rightly mentioned it's more than water, and warming has multiple dimensions which can have compounding and cascading effects as well. So any other panelists, do you have any 20 seconds addition if anything is missing by Professor Tao? Maybe Niels, you can start.
Yes, thank you. Does this work?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. First of all, let me pick up on the tectonic forcing. Earthquakes are the elephant in the room. They really are the first order driver of natural hazards and catastrophic events in the entire HKH region. They have legacy, and actually considering the after effects of earthquakes, the preconditioning of topography for increased vulnerability after major earthquakes is a very important dimension to consider. The same amount of precipitation before and after an earthquake will solicit very, very different impacts. The second point I would like to make is that there is an urgent need to look at the full hydrological cycle and to focus on certain parts of it. There are changes in the HKH region throughout the hydrological cycle. For example, the most important meteorological change is the increased precipitation in pre-monsoon time in the central part of the Himalayas. This prolongs the hazardous season, the season of landsliding and flooding.
Thank you. Emily, anything missing, if any? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to add, I think my colleagues on the panel have done a great description of the drivers of mountain risks specific to the hazard side, but I think it's also important to consider the other aspects that contribute to risk related to exposure and vulnerability. So aspects around where the populations and infrastructure are located within our mountain regions, particularly as road networks are expanding and as infrastructure and development continues. And then, of course, on the vulnerability side, with the mountain communities often being more vulnerable to many of these impacts of climate change, and that includes the vulnerability of women, of marginalized groups. And we need to consider that when thinking about mountain risk as well.
All right, thank you. Dr. Simon, anything left? All right, thank you. She rightly mentioned that we discuss about various hazards as a driver, but if to contribute to risks, there are exposures elements as well. Then only we can talk about risks. Now, we heard from the panelists there are multiple drivers. Even with the single driver, there is a complexity in methodologies availability. When the multiple drivers are there and they interact with each other, then it's further complexity in the assessing the hazard. Then let me come to Dr. Simon Allen. In this context, what kind of methods do we have for mountain risk assessment, and especially focusing on multiple hazard and their interactions? Where are the gaps actually?
Sure, let's be very clear. I mean, the science is always moving forward, and as has been said in the keynote speech, we have very robust frameworks for assessing multi-hazard and risks. There's been some wonderful robust frameworks developed for this region, for this country. Where I would say our gaps occur is in the specific tools that we need to actually implement such frameworks. And let me just touch on one example, this topic of cascading multi-hazards. What do I mean by this? I take you to Sikkim 2023. You probably are well aware of the GLOF event, Glacial Lake Outburst flood event that occurred there. As that flood came down the valley, it triggered more than 40 secondary landslides. All this additional rock, all this additional mud increased the size of this event by a factor of 5. And this is where we have a challenge, when these multi-hazards events occur at the same temporal scale, simultaneously or in a cascade. We don't have the models that can accurately capture the full complexity of these cascades, particularly the magnitude. So what does this mean? What's the implications? Without a doubt, in many of our steep Himalayan glacial valleys, European alpine glacial valleys, we are underestimating the actual risk, particularly the risk associated, as I say, with these cascading processes. So on the one hand, this is a technological challenge, a scientific challenge, and we're up for this. There's plenty of experts working on this problem. On the other hand, it's a communication challenge. How do we communicate these uncertainties, these limitations in our risk assessment? And I think that's a key task for the scientists and also the policymakers in our exchanges.
Thanks. Are there anything to add on in terms of methodological availability and the associated gaps? Maybe Emily, would you like to add on?
Yeah, I think Simon has made a great description of the challenge of cascading hazards, and particularly these questions around sediment and erosion. This is a major issue. We've seen it in Sikkim. We've also seen it here in Nepal with the Malamchi disaster and the amount of sedimentation and aggradation that occurred in that event. And I'd like to encourage us to remember, we live in a world where we're very excited about the new tools that we have for tackling a lot of these challenges. We're excited about AI and big data and all these things, and these are all important things we need to bring to bear. We also need to remember the old tools that we have, and specifically here I'm thinking about the science of geomorphology, which is the practice of going in the field or using the remote sensing tools that we have to understand the landscape and the landscape changes and what the landscape has done in the past. And this can give us tremendous insight to some of these challenges. And I think that's a tool that I'd like to see us all remember. Remember the value of getting out in the field to really be able to understand the processes that we're seeing and then use that information to manage these risks and improve resilience.
Just to add on there, methods, tools, there are to some extent. Of course, it cannot cover a full extent of complexities. But to make sure the methods, tools work on, there might be other things required, like data at the same resolution, capacity, and others. Do you see additional challenges beyond the models and tools, if any, you can remember? If Simon would like to add on? Yeah.
I would just like to add on what's been said here. I mean, absolutely, going to the field is crucial. Equally, and while you're in the field, the primary goal of that should actually be talking to local people. They can tell you there's a boulder behind their house. This came down 200 years ago. Their grandfather told them about this. If our modelling results are not capturing that, they're showing their house is safe and they've got this big boulder sitting behind their house. That's more useful than any AI-based risk assessment or any other risk assessment you may want to do. So I'll touch on that again later, but the importance of talking to local people cannot be underestimated.
Thanks. Maybe Professor Tao would like to add on anything on methods and the challenges that they just discussed about. Anything to add on that?
Yeah, okay. I think we should also develop an assistant approach to do that, because it's not only the surface, because also, as Simon said, that maybe it's tectonic. So I think in the future, maybe we should compare the surface and the on-surface stuff to really understand how, we can really to project or predict the climate change induced this risk. And another stuff I want to add is that because in the future warmer world, we really have very high uncertainty in the climate projections. So I think another important issue is that we want to reduce this projection of the climate, especially in the mountain regions. Okay.
Thank you. Professor Neil, do you like to add on if anything missing?
I think very important points have been made. One plea that I would put in at this particular point is for transfer functions, for systematic understanding of the relationship between the strength of forcing and the strength of response. Now, the complexity here arises from the fact that we're dealing with compound hazards. If we focus on single elements in a system or single processes that connect within this system, then we make a grave mistake. The real crisis, the real risks arise from the interactions between different components of a system, and that point has been made.
Thanks a lot. What we can interpret from whatever you have it is there are complexities, but we can move forward. We have at least something. But in the meantime, the monitoring data, informations, and capacities are equally important. And when we talk about the mountain risks, it's not about the visible risks. Invisible risks, sometimes maybe not visible at the moment, but seismic risks. Sometimes there might have been tectonic activities which may resolve the impacts many years later. So all this need to be connected together. That's, I think, the spirit of what you are talking about, that I can take it. Then, the next step is, okay, we have an understanding of the hazard or risks, let's say up to risks. But it cannot prompt for the, or it cannot immediately reduce the risks downstream, because there's assessment with us, right? Maybe monitoring of the risks and also communication is equally important. So where do we stand in terms of monitoring, risk monitoring or hazard monitoring and communication, especially in transboundary context? There are a lot of complexities associated with that. You might have some experience, Neil, so we'd like to shed light on this.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. We monitor and we communicate for preparedness, for early warning, and for disaster management. And the tasks and the challenges in each of these three components are different, and they may be complementary. In preparedness, it's very important to have an understanding of the state of the system and the trajectory of the system. We typically underpin that by knowledge based on remote sensing and regional observation. This gives us a pretty precise picture, if we're careful, of the landscape in its totality, but it doesn't give a very high temporal resolution. Now, many of the most hazardous processes happen extremely fast. A glacier lake outburst flood may be triggered by a landslide into a lake. That landslide happens in an instant. The outburst flood travels down a valley over tens of minutes to a few hours. We don't have a lot of time. Regional observation, especially remote sensing-based observation, doesn't give us the temporal resolution for systematic early warning. For early warning, we typically, therefore, resort to local observation, and that is tripwires and gauges, or the Japanese battery approach. These are functional. They tend to work at a site, but at some point during really catastrophic event, basically they get killed. And all we know then is that something big happens, but how big it is, where it comes from, where it goes to, how fast it goes, we don't know. And therefore, we need alternative approaches. We need approaches that are out of channel, that cover an entire region, and that are robust under the most extreme conditions. This is where the recruiting of actually existing technology from out of field may be very important. I will give one example very, very briefly, and that is the use of seismological approaches to actually monitor what goes on in a landscape, where, when, and how large it is, how fast it moves, on a regional scale with very high temporal resolution. This has, in our opinion, enormous potential for early warning. Now, in the disaster management phase, we combine these approaches, and we have to keep our eyes open in order to understand how a situation actually develops, and we have to have awareness of the fact that after the main event, there is a long aftermath with actually a lot of activity and a lot of exposure and a lot of risk. Now, in communication, we should also shift our attentions, our focus, and our approaches according to the phase of a disaster cycle that we're in. In the preparedness phase, I would argue that it's actually fundamentally important to give local communities ownership of their safety. This means that they have to be enabled as experts of their local situation. That has to be supplemented with information that is gleaned from global observation in order for the best possible understanding of the situation and its trajectory to emerge. During an early warning situation, an actual crisis, it's very important that communication happens along the shortest possible pathway very often what we see is that communication ricochets through a bureaucratic system and doesn't actually reach the end target, which is the population and which is the operators of very vulnerable plants, hydropower industry, for example. There is too much time lost in this. So actually developing systems that go directly from observation to communicated early warning, for example, through push messages, that is something that is fundamentally important. In the aftermath of disasters, so the disaster management phase, it is very important that all the relevant parties are at the same table in the same room, and that there isn't a distribution of responsibilities and tasks with too little communication. Everyone from science to policy to implementation to safety to population management and industry must be in the same room at the time of a crisis.
Thanks, Neil. Tao, do you have anything to add on, if you have some specific examples of what has worked and what hasn't worked, especially in transboundary risk monitoring and assessment? Do you like to add on?
Okay, because this field is for me is a bit not familiar, so I'm thinking about that. I think first maybe Neil has a very comprehensive talk on that, and actually I think first we should have a kind of inventory using the high resolution data, satellite data, and then we should identify which is the mountain risk hotspot are. And maybe in the incoming future, maybe for example, we have kind of stationary satellite image that, and then we could also, for example, to have kind of data processing in the satellite, not in the surface. So this we could have more proper time to track this mountain risk and its influences. Okay.
Thank you, Emily. Anything missing you would like to add on? Simon?
Just one quick point. I mean, I fully agree, and where we would love to get to is that there's a direct coupling between the detection and then the warning going to the communities. But we have to understand there can be legal frameworks that get in the way of that. So I know examples from South America where my Swiss colleagues have been working. The only person that can issue an evacuation alert in a village is the local mayor or the community leader. So in that context, we have to overcome this legal framework, because you cannot just send a warning direct to these people. They won't move until the village leader has told them to move. So I think that's something to keep in mind.
Thank you so much. Let me go to the second round to the panelists. We talked about what practices are, what are the drivers, what method exists, what are the complexities, what are the challenges, and some practices of like monitoring and communication, right? So now your turn is to also give the answer to that. You highlighted the gaps, right? Let me start from Emily. You highlighted several challenges related to mountain risk assessment, given your vast experience of steep creek risk assessment and solution design background, right? So what could be the solutions, or how the country like Nepal should move forward for overcoming those challenges? Any concrete ideas on that?
Yeah, there's 2 points I'd like to raise here. The first is around the importance of data integration, and then the second is around the application of risk assessments. So I think in the first section of the panel, we've spoke about the hazard information that's available, the exposure information, vulnerability information, and we've highlighted that some of the gaps that exist there. But also, in general, there is a tremendous amount of high-quality data that already exists, that's held by academics, that's held by government agencies, that's held by NGOs, and it can be challenging to make progress and use that information until it is integrated into a central location, and then there's the ability to actually use it to inform decision making. So it's not a comprehensive, we can't have a comprehensive understanding of risk if one piece of that risk understanding lives here, one piece lives here, one piece lives here. We need to work to bring it together. And that's something that through the Building Adaptation and Resilience in the Hindu Kush Himalayas initiative, the Asian Development Bank initiative that was highlighted in the introduction to this section, that's something that we hope to start working with the government of Nepal to do, and as well as the government in Bhutan, as well as working with ECMOD and other important players in the region to make this easier to do, because there is so much good risk information and it needs to be more accessible. And then the second portion is around, once we have that risk understanding, it's not enough to complete a risk assessment and have that live in a data portal or in a study on a shelf. We need to think about how we can actually operationalize that information to move to a place where we can enhance the resilience of our infrastructure, enhance the resilience of our communities that are subject to these mountain risks. And that can be done through a few different things that includes the strengthening governance, policy, regulation of that policy. It's not enough to have the policy, we also need to have strong regulation around it, as well as the financial tools and financial systems that are needed so that there is actually funding available to encourage this enhanced resilience.
In terms, yeah, that's a really good idea that we need to work on multiple spheres, not in a single sector intervention. That's the key message. Professor Tao, are there anything to add on what Emily has said on? Yes, please. And nothing, okay. Neil, do you have something? Then maybe to Simon, in addition to adding, I have additional questions to you also. And if you have anything, you can add and continue with the question. So far, we discussed about biophysical aspects only. Societies, communities are the key aspect. Whatever we do is for the communities, right? So community knowledge, local knowledge, traditional knowledge are equally important. How can we combine the technology, the scientific technology we have developed so far, or will continue to develop, and the community-based approaches for improving risk assessment and also communication and finally enhancing resilience of the communities? Would you like to add on some ideas on that, please?
Yes, let me focus on two aspects. Firstly, as we've touched on, the risk assessment. And as I mentioned before, local communities, they have this knowledge. They have their understandings of the risks that they live with, passed on from generation to generation. Of course, let's be clear, climate change comes, it changes those risks, it creates new risks in some cases, and that's where the role of scientists can come in with our tools to predict and to project the future risks. But the starting point in these risk assessments must be going to those communities, harnessing their knowledge and their experience, and then we come as scientists and we build on that. The second point on the risk communication. Again, we know from examples globally, local communities have their existing communication networks, their informal lines of communications. As we've heard, we've got technology that can detect natural hazards. There's smartphone-based apps that can spread that warning. But we know from examples, and again, I look to SECOM 2023, the way in which that message finally went from household to household was through these informal lines of communication. So again, our role as scientists and as practitioners is to harness this information. Start early with the stakeholder engagement, learn about their knowledge, learn about their communication systems, and bring that into our disaster risk management planning.
Emily, do you have anything to add on what he has said, especially integrating community-based approach in the scientific technical tools?
Yeah, maybe just very briefly, and I think this directly aligns with what you were saying, is the importance of the community ownership in whatever is done. It's one thing to, really many of these early warning system tools, we might dream them up as academics or consultants, but if we don't have that direct buy-in, this is what you're saying as well, and ownership from the community, then we're not going to see even the best ideas result in actual action. And it requires action at that community or provincial, district, ward level of government to actually have change happen.
Tao, you have anything to add on this one? Neil, do you have anything to add? Maybe in addition to adding, you can continue with the other questions. Emily rightly mentioned that even if we have technological solutions or community-based solutions or data and capacity, to make sure that really works, governance, institution policy is the key. So when you continue, would you please also shed light on what kind of governance solution might help to make sure the technology we have, tools we have, will really work to solve the problem?
Yes, thank you. And that is really a very nice segue. My colleagues on the panel have very rightly stressed the importance of community empowerment in the harvesting of information, traditional information, and oral information that resides within these communities. Science also has a very important role to play in liaising with policy and with management. And that goes in a completely different direction. And my actual observation also during this Sambaad is that there is somewhat of a disconnect between the science. This is a very science-heavy panel, I bet you that in the next room where they discuss loss and damage, there is less science and there is a different audience. It's a shame that these two sessions are planned one against the other. It would be really nice to have a continuous and substantial dialogue and transfer, two-way transfer of information between research and policy and implementation. This is fantastically important. It means that science is communicated in clear ways. It also means that there is a very keen ear for that communication and an absorption of information at a higher level than is typically the case. There is a tendency for forums like this to become echo chambers for simple messages. The danger is that these messages are oversimplified, and this is where a continuous dialogue of substance between science and policy can be really important and can enrich and actually strengthen the debate. Now, a lot of what we talk about is flow, air flows in the HKH region from south to north, water flows in that same region from north to south. Both airflow and water flow don't observe any borders, any national boundaries. Information, knowledge, expertise tends to stop at national borders. And here is a fundamentally important problem. In order for us to get on top of the risks of the management to deliver adaptation and resilience, we have to take an international integrative approach. This has to be done fast, it has to be done with trust and with proactive sharing of resources, of understanding and of data. Now, in order for this to be really effective, there has to be compatibility. That means that in the various national theaters, we have to make the same types of observations. We have to have a shared understanding of the essential variables, as it were, within this system. That has to be shared not only at national level, but also at international level. We have to observe those variables in similar ways, and we have to be able to digest the information that we gather in a unified and a very rapid fashion. AI will play a very important and increasingly dominant role in this whole thing. But old-fashioned dialogue and diplomacy are important here. This is where science actually leads. Science is about international dialogue and exchange. This is where policy has a lot of catching up to do, and where diplomacy and politics, I would really hope venture out of national shells and really engage at an international level by, for example, creating networks of national risk assessment and management, disaster management centers that not only focus on management but also host research. Continuation of research is tremendously important, and really operating with the notion that we know, that we have all the knowledge, that we have all the technology, it is not serving us very well. There should be a continued push for new technologies, for better understanding, so that we actually can deliver an ever better resilience and ever more robust early warnings. Now, this is not only about international borders, it is also about borders within nations. I'm really sad to observe that in many nations, and it's not only within this region, but this is a global phenomenon, that individual authorities claim ownership of particular part of a challenge and actually don't share this with their neighbors, with their colleague authorities or organizations. And so we compartmentalize our understanding and our management to the nth degree, and there is a lot of friction, there is a lot of loss of time and expertise, and therefore a lot of loss of resilience at the interfaces between these organizations. Everyone at the same table is of key importance.
Thank you so much. I go to Professor Tao Wang. Do you have anything to add? So far we discussed various aspects for improving the risk assessment and for enhancing resilience. Several aspects has been discussed so far. If anything missing that you would like to add on, please?
Yeah, actually, I would like to, for example, emphasize from some research. I think for the mountain risk, as we talked a lot, there's many risks, but I also see the positive side of the climate warming, because as we know that in the mountain, in the high elevation, that is snow and is permafrost and glacier will retreat. But I think as a green and vegetation we reside in. So it means that this vegetation could anchor the soil, and it can prevent, the erosion stuff. So I think it means that in the future, if we really want to enhance the resilience that for reducing the mountain risk, I think is that we maybe use benefit. This climate-induced vegetation greening, and we should reduce the land use change induced by the anthropogenic. So this, I think, is from the we really need to have some research on this part, because currently, this is almost knowledge gap in this field. Okay.
Thank you so much. Now we have 2 rounds left. One will go to the audience for the questions, and second, finally, there will be a rapid fire round. 1 minute to each. You have to tell 2 actionable way forward. So you may prepare in your mind, either panelists. So now the floor is open for questions. Yes, 1 is there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know how many we can take. Can anyone help with the mic, please? Start right from there. Hello, can anyone help? Yeah. 1, yeah.
Namaste, good morning everyone. My name is Tashi. I'm from Humla, Limi Valley, northwestern corner of Nepal.
Please be specific to the question and
Yes.
to whom it is addressed, all right? Let's go specific.
It can be answered by any one of you. I'm known to ask uncomfortable questions, so here it goes. I think that the science and the research is quite discriminatory in nature, because there are places that are over-researched and there are places that are under-researched. And I think this is a conscious decision, intentional decision on the part of researchers themselves and the funders. So just yesterday, 2 days ago, my village was affected by a flood, and it costed in millions of damages, Nepali rupees. And now the people are, when we go for asking for funds, they are asking, where is your research, where are your data? But then the scientists don't do research on the places in Nepal, except it is Everest region. So I think scientists need to be, I think it's very discriminatory in nature. And then in their publications and in your researches, you guys write about be inclusive. But the reality is your own approach is not inclusive. So please,
Thank you. I
yes.
think well noted. I think they will certainly answer. Yes, there is one over at the end I can see. Next one. Yeah. Yeah. And then Santoshji, third one. Then here. Then that one. And then I will take one from the last. Yeah. That's it.
My name is Buddhi Narayan Shrestha, border analyst and advisor to the Nepal Mountaineering Association. My small query to Dr. Tu Wang. I guess Indian subcontinent pushed underneath the Tibetan plateau more than 80 million years ago. And it created the Himalayan range from Pakistan to Myanmar, including Nepal Himalaya and Sagarmatha, the highest mountain in the world. My query to you is, do you believe that the height of the Sagarmatha is still increasing? And second query, is there any role in change of climate over the Himalayan region by increasing its height, including Sagarmatha year by year? Thank you.
Thank you. I think one here, then Santoshi, that one and that one. Sorry, I cannot take all. Yes, please. Yeah.
Hi. So my questions are from a perspective of a hydropower developer here in Nepal. I think one of the major issues which we face is not just assessing the risk, but how to price in the risk into the cost of generation. Very often there is a large disconnect between, just a very small example, most projects which are here below, let's say 100 megawatts, required to design for a 1 in 100 year flood. They're not required to design for a Gloff outburst flood. The magnitude of difference is, you guys know 20, 30, 40 times, you don't even know how much, right? There's a cost to actually addressing the risk. How can you guide the government on building better pricing models for different river basins? Because the cost of managing risk is different everywhere, and maybe it'll be self-selective in itself, where certain projects are developed, certain are not too expensive to develop when it comes to managing risk. But I believe that one of the major issues is not necessarily not understanding risk, but the cost of managing is prohibitive. And this is leading to a secondary issue, which is that nobody wants to insure these risks, right? Because global reinsurers who are AAA
Would you be
rated.
specific, please? So, what
second
about risk
question is
insurance
that-
mechanism, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the risk insurance mechanism is the second point, which is not
Okay.
coming. Good reinsurers.
How can that make me workable,
don't want
right?
to- yeah, exactly.
All right,
How do
thank
we
you.
make that workable?
Santoshji?
And one last.
Then here and here, three.
One
Yes,
last
please.
point. And the last point, the last question, sorry, I have three, is how do you, when you respond to the risk as well, like you know a GLOF is coming, most of the people will run the other way. They don't want to go and open the floodgates, right? So how can developed countries build in automation for these response systems? Because even in Sikkim, the gates didn't open, right? That was the biggest issue. The gate didn't open. You knew the risk was there. So
Thank
how
you so
is that
much.
addressed as
Thank you
well?
so much. We
Thank
don't
you.
have time for elaboration. I think they have taken the note. Yes, Santoshji, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Santosh Nepal, working with International Water Management Institute. My question is to the Professor Rajiv sir. You mentioned about the multi-hazard, which is very important in the region, but I think there is another big challenge with the cascading type of disasters. I think Emily also touched upon that. And in the context of climate change, we have been seeing this cascading disaster very often in the Himalayan regions, whether it's a 2021 Chamoli and then 2021 Melamchi, Sikkim flood, and many others in the regions. The reason it's very critical is because the normal type of hazards and then the cascading hazards are very different.
You
because
understand the
effect of-
terms, and that's good enough. He already got the point.
So
He will answer that. Thank you.
What do you think the strategy for this kind of the cascading disasters in terms of coming back to the panel, like assessment monitoring, but not only that, how do we bring that information about the early warning system to the right group of communities? And have you seen any kind of good examples which
Thank
can
you.
be
Thank you so much.
Thank
And that one, and then this one, then we will close it. I'm sorry I could not take all, but we will have the lunch time. They will be around. We have opportunity to interact with them. Yes, please.
Namaste, I'm Dipesh from SDC. So I have two questions. One for Rajiv, Professor Rajiv sir. So we all understand that if we have more quality data from transboundary countries, then we can do more better research, which will help to make our decision, right? But we have been hearing that from very like 10 decades ago that we need that type of platform and data, but we don't have that type of thing. All the data are like segregated with some institutions, some countries and everything. So what is the challenge do you see? Like every countries are not cooperating together to make a common platform where they can feed the live data.
Thank you.
So on that. For Simon, coming from Switzerland, which opportunities and challenges do you see for functioning of early warning system in federalized state?
Thank you. And the last question, then we'll come to panelists.
Namaste everyone, my name is Kushma Kisi.
Sorry,
I'll keep
I
my
could not
question
manage time,
very brief. So my question is, how does, we have all scientists and researchers in this panel, so how do the research, the work that you've done, the data, the research that can make a significant impact in the people in the Himalayan region? I do know Tashi did mention about glacial lake outburst flood in her village. So how do the kind of work that you've been doing can make a significant impact in the people that live in the mountain region? Thank you very much.
Thank you. With my apology to other hands that were raised, I will let me go to panelists, and I will add one more question to you. What we are talking since yesterday, that there are a lot of things to be done. Finance is always limited, but on the other hand, there are global climate finances sitting somewhere, and with the difficulty to access that. And main challenge with that is, of course, there are cumbersome processes. In addition to that, each and everything, whatever the damage and loss we have, that needs to be attributed to climate change. There is a climate science. What kind of advancement we have in attributions to climate change? If you have some insight, whoever wants to take it, it's an open question to all. With this, maybe let me start from Simon. When you respond, you can also respond the question related to that, and also give the final two messages as a way forward, so that we can combine two sessions together. Thank you.
Very good. I think I'll try and combine answers with my ways forward. But so your question, I'll start with, fresh in my mind, about the attribution to climate change. The IPCC Secretariat's just left. I mean, he would certainly be the expert on this. But with attribution, our challenge is with the extreme events. Climate change attribution can be done pretty well for slow changes, the mean changes, but attribution to extreme events, or attributing extreme events to greenhouse gas emissions, that's the challenge. And in the Himalayan context, think about things like cloudbursts, trying to link individual cloudbursts to the effects of man-made climate change. That's a challenge still.
So it's not only challenge, also do we have advanced sciences on that and examples? You don't need to elaborate now if it exists or not.
Yeah, if I go back to Kiranath, this was the major flood event in 2013. People have retrospectively looked at that event with all the advanced modelling, and they can put a probability on the effect of greenhouse gas emissions contributing to that event. I think from memory something like it was enhanced by 30% as a consequence of greenhouse gas emissions. So it can be done, but it's complex. Yeah.
Any final message?
Okay, sure. Well, I will partly respond to the question down here too with my way forward. I think key is to bring all the different voices to the table when we want to address risk management challenges in these mountain villages. Look up at the podium here, we have engineers, geologists, geographers. That's just a very small subset of the skills that is actually needed to address these challenges. And of course, the diverse voices from the global south, from the global north, combine our experiences from Switzerland with the Himalayas, getting that exchange of knowledge, and then finally, the stakeholder dialogue. And I think at the Sambaad here, this is a great opportunity. The way forward is to keep this dialogue happening with the full range of voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions addressed to you, and then the final message?
All right. The first piece I want to address is the first question about the science not being sufficiently inclusive, and you're right. This is a problem. This is something we need to fix and we need to do better at. Because to some extent, the hazards, the mountains are the same across, but when we're looking at risk, a major component of risk is the people and the communities that we're trying to protect. And we know those are different across Nepal, across the valleys of Nepal, across the countries that are represented here at this dialogue. And so we need to be bringing in that component and that specific local understanding, and we need to be helping the different groups in the different areas and not just focusing on regions like Khumbu, to be frank. So this event is called the Sagarmatha Sambaad, but we need to be using this as a starting point to be thinking about all of these mountain communities. The next question, the three-part question on hydropower, I think I don't have time to specifically respond to each of those, but I'd be happy to discuss afterwards. So there were some points around cost of risk, challenges of insurance, the automation one maybe I'll leave, but generally you're right. We need financial services and financial tools that we can use across the board to incentivize resilient construction. This needs to be something that so you're mentioning the point about the 100-year flood versus needing to design for a glacial lake outburst flood. So if that is a step that an individual the hydro developer is taking, that should make it, it should result in theory, again, I'm speaking as a scientist, not as an economist. I don't get to decide these things, but in theory, there should be availability of cheaper rates of financing and other tools that are going to incentivize that resilient development. So I think that's something to continue the dialogue around while we're here, continue the dialogue around outside of this room, and look at what tools we can develop. Because in reality, as much as we need to get the science right, the risk understanding right, but we also need to create that system in the world, in the hydropower industry and in general, where there are financial mechanisms available where we can demonstrate that resilience is cost effective. That's the world we live in. And so the tools need to be in place for that. I really like the question about how the work that we're doing can help people, and I think I'll use that one as kind of my opportunity to sum up as well. A lot of the work that I've done in my career has been working with mountain risks and helping often Indigenous communities in Canada to find cost-effective ways that to manage these risks that match limited resources. So recognizing that here in Nepal, in Canada, there are limited resources to manage these challenges, and so we need to use the tools that we have to find ways to manage these risks in a way that match the means of the people. And then the last point I'd like to add is that the importance stressing again, I guess that's important, it's come up a few times, the importance of data integration and the importance of moving beyond just risk assessment to this place of operationalizing the risk assessments to actually produce resilience.
Thank you, Professor Tao. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to mention that about data sharing policy. I think this is quite important because you can really use this as pressure data for disaster reductions. And actually, in our institute, we have a third-party data center. So in this data center, we publish many of the data that can be publicly available. So I think this is a very good example that for data sharing policy. And the second part I want to say that the questions are concerned with that also help the person, government to really to avoid this mountain risk. I think maybe in the future, and also Neil talked before that we really need to develop an AI guided model and to really to track, I mean, the mountain risk that in the hotspot region in near real time. And we have this kind of information combined with the data set, and we really can have a very good inform for the local person and the government. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Professor Neil, yeah.
Thank you. I'd first like to pick up the first and the last question and try to combine them. It must be clear that the role of fundamental research is not to assess and address individual situations, but to address generic questions and to come up with knowledge that is transferable. If you talk about specific situations, specific locations, then they may contain information that can actually help us to develop generic understanding, but the responsibility for the research in these specific areas lies with surveys rather than with blue sky science. Now, where blue sky science can actually give a fundamental contribution is in the development of concepts, new concepts and technologies for early warning, for observation of states and trajectories of Earth's surface systems, and so on. It is one thing to actually develop these concepts. It's another thing entirely to roll them out at scale. This is not the responsibility of science, and this is where there is a very important bridge to be built, and it's only built internationally with a lot of investment. And the scientist in me finds this a very tough challenge. I'm attending this particular meeting with the objective of actually building a particular bridge for a particular concept. Having a notion at the other end, at the other bridgehead of the importance of this process and the importance of the dialogue and actually helping establish this pathway from concept, from scientific concept that is demonstrated to wide implementation, that's a very difficult thing to do, and there are other people in this room who sit at that other bridgehead and who should and in fact are available for communication in forums like this. So forums like this play a fundamental role in linking the science concept development with the implementation and the outcome, and I'm grateful for that. The pricing of risk is a very important question, and it's a very difficult question to answer. It is so difficult because of the dynamism in the situation. When you talk about pricing of risk and you say, okay, now there's one universal model for this, that is flowed in two different ways. One, the local situation differs from that of the neighbors, and two, your local situation now is not the local situation of yesterday or tomorrow. I already stressed that, for example, having had an earthquake in a particular region, it predisposes that region to different levels of propensity to hazardous geomorphic processes, for example. So actually having an eye on that and understanding that the pricing should be dynamic as the risk is dynamic, that is very important. Now, how exactly to do that is a completely different question. This would have to be informed by statistics going beyond individual events. It also has to be informed by the notion that many of the most damaging processes and events are actually not those that originate at the most obvious locations. Yes, the Sikkim flood did originate in a 50 million cubic meter glacial lake, but the Chamoli landslide that caused a similarly large flood catastrophe in northwest India just a few years back didn't have a lake at all. The Malamshi flood, which was utterly damaging in 2021, the same year as the Chamoli flood, just to the north of here, may have originated due to a local cloudburst that may have originated in a tiny little lake outburst, but there's no large evident source. So actually looking for sources and focusing on them, it doesn't give us the full picture and therefore doesn't give us the full price. I don't have an answer to this, but this is a fundamentally important problem and one that has to be addressed in order for hydropower to be safe and sound. And my closing statement on that would be that risk should be thought at the earliest opportunity. It's cheapest to actually address risk at the first point of planning rather than as an afterthought. When you first build and then you think risk, then basically you've already invested and the price of the risk is going to be disproportionately high. Think risk from the start.
Thank you, Professor Neil. Like we opened this session by context setting by Professor Rajiv. Now context closing would also be by Professor Rajiv. There are some questions to him. In addition to that, listening to all these conversations, do you like to add on some words that what should be the way forward to the science for risk assessment and enhancing resilience, and also the mountain people who are residing here who are suffered by the actions made by somebody else?
Thank you. 3 quick points and 1 closing statement. Yes, about the questions. You know, for last 20 years, at least 25 years, I will say that wherever I attend any conference, this particular word, data, always comes. And we always say that we don't have enough data, we are not sharing the data within the country, outside the country, transboundary, and so on. And my current understanding, again, I may be wrong, that data is not free. It needs an investment. And in many times, we fail. We means sometimes scientists, sometimes government, sometimes international agencies. We fail to invest in the data generation and make it more openly accessible data for everyone to share. So because data comes in a very invisible way, like it's what we call the soft asset. It's not the hard infrastructure. So one of the key takeaway nowadays I'm telling it in many of the forums that we need to invest in data to make it more accessible, more usable, and ensure that it is properly used. That's number 1. And regarding also data, there is another part actually, yeah. So when we talk about data, we talk about the quantification, like the numbers. But data are not always the numbers. Sometimes we also need to think about people's quality of life, and each and every person are different. We can't just put a number to everything. So quality of the data is equally important as the quantity of the data. So that's possibly the first reflection. The second reflection is on this. When you talk about the mountain hazard, and very thankful to Santoshji that pointing out about the cascading and the cascading hazards. And obviously, like 2 years back with UNDRR, we made a compilation of this cascading as well as the compounding risk, not only in the mountain, but in the Asia-Pacific region. So there are 2 differences. One is, of course, cascading is one hazard is triggering the other, and compounding is 2 or 3 hazards are occurring at the same time. And in COVID-19 during, like we have seen that there have been the COVID-19 ongoing. Then if you remember, there were strong heat waves, there were landslide, earthquakes, floods everywhere. But there was also another very important event on the locust, which is that insect contamination, not contamination, insect, it's a huge amount of insect which actually affected very strong areas of Tarai region of Nepal, in India as well as in Pakistan. And that is also considered a biological hazard. So yes, there are improved interest, technology, and awareness for challenge like addressing these not only the cascading, but also the compound hazards and so on. So that's the second point. And the third point is actually that young lady over there who was asking the discrimination of research. Yes, I think that's a very important point. Indeed, research is extremely, extremely discriminatory. With LCBR, I did a project for 5 years, we tried to look at what is the current status of global disaster research. We did all the searching of the Scopus publication, the indexed publication, and we found that there is a major divide between the countries which are more prone to the disasters or where the economic losses are the human losses are maximum versus the countries where the economic losses or the infrastructure losses are there. And the research are mostly concentrated on that northern countries where the economic or the infrastructure losses are there. We are possibly not focusing that much on very root causes of the vulnerability. So thank you for pointing out that. Again, I consider that our collective responsibility in the research community, in the science community, to bridge that particular gap. There have been increasing awareness, and I hope that maybe 2 years down the line or 3 years down the line, if we have this type of dialogue, we will be able to make a much better statement. And my final statement would be, when we talk about this risk assessment, monitoring, and early warning system, we often say this word, connecting the last mile. And again, when I go to the community, that's always a challenge I feel that it's not the last mile. When we use this word last mile, that means we are the provider and the communities are the receiver, and that's why we are telling that, connecting the last mile. But I think that last mile needs to be changed to the first mile, where we put the community at the ground zero or mile zero, and then let's go design the solutions. Try to look at the field. And I always tell my PhD students also that don't give me a research proposal by sitting in the university campus or in my office that, okay, I want to do that one. Go to the field, actually try to address that one and see that we can solve each and every problem. But at least understanding the problem at the ground zero level, I think that's a very, very important. So my final statement would be, we need collective efforts to change that last mile to the first mile. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rajiv, for answering few questions and also giving a very concrete message that the last mile should be the 0 mile. To conclude it, we are almost done with the timing also. To conclude it, what we learned from this session is that risk assessment is not only mapping the risk. It starts from data that comes from monitoring, translation to information that comes through research, then risk mapping, and then finally risk communication as well. Therefore, intervention is required in the entire cycle of the entire risk cycle. That's the one message. Second message is that we all know that the mountain people here are affected by the actions which are held beyond the river basin, beyond this geographic location. In that context, there are a lot of investments required, not only in data, but also in the designing solutions. There are a lot of global resources available too, but accessing that is not that easy. And most importantly, as a scientific community, our job is to make a clear attributions to the different or recent extreme events, hazard, loss and damages, where we need to do a lot of things. All the disasters happening these days may not be attributed to climate change. We don't know yet. We should not attribute blindly to them. So they need a clear attribution science. This is the area to work. With this, I think we all together, with the collective action, we can address this compounding, cascading, and challenging risks together. For that, like Simon said, we all first need to come together. With this, we would like to conclude the session and hand over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you all to our speakers and panelists for your insightful contributions to today's session. Before we close, we would like to take a moment to honor our panel for their time and expertise. Now, may I kindly invite to the stage Honorable Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwada, Advisor to the Prime Minister of Nepal for Economic and Development Affairs, to present the token of appreciation to the speakers. Let's welcome him on stage. I request the keynote speaker, Professor Rajiv Shah, to kindly step forward to receive the token of appreciation. Now, Dr. Niels Hovius, may I kindly invite you to receive the token. Next, Dr. Tao Wang, please step forward for the token of appreciation. Miss Emily Mark, kindly come forward. And Dr. Simon Allen, please come up. Now, may I request the moderator of our session, Professor Vishnu Prasad Pandey, to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the audience for your questions. The parallel session has come to an end. I'm sorry. I request everyone to please stand up, the panel members, for a photograph with Honorable Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwada. Thank you, everybody. The parallel session has come to an end. Thank you all so much for joining us here today.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. This session is on the sustainable cities and communities. As we know that in the context of the changing the climate in this region, the most of the impact that we see in the cities and the communities. So in this regard, in our panel today, we have a very prominent the speaker and the panelists. I just would like to introduce shortly Dr. Bindu Luani. He is our keynote speaker, former Vice President of Asian Development Bank. We have Mayor from Lalitpur Metropolitan City, Chirubabu Maharjan, who is the two-time the mayor at the moment. We have Charan Singh, who is a professor in the economics and and then he is from India, and he is with us. And then I would like to welcome him. Sunita Dangol, she is Deputy Mayor of Kathmandu Metropolitan City. And then I do not have to make more time to introduce her. We all know the young leader. And Padam Mainali, who is the Joint Secretary of Ministry of Urban Development. So without taking much time, that I would like to give the time to our keynote speaker and the panelists as much as possible, and also to our the participants. We would like to make this session much more interactive. And then we all know that the main theme of our session is especially concentrated on the cities and the communities. So let's see what is from the keynote speaker, what he would like to say, and then after that I will go to the panelists. So Dr. Bindu Luani, it's your turn, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moderator, Mayor, my Mayor, Deputy Mayor, my former Mayor, the colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, many distinguished people in the audience. Thank you for asking me to share a few words. My experience has been mostly global and regional, but now that in the last 10, 15 years I've stayed here, I'm learning every day about Nepal. So we will see how relevant is what I say in the context of Nepal, but I'm also trying to be as relevant as possible. I don't have to say that two of the most pressing global mega challenges in the world today are the rapid urbanization, the challenges brought about by the urbanization in the cities, and the challenge of climate change, among the many. And these two are very interrelated, as our MC said. I don't need to talk more about it. But just before I say something, I would like to put a few data, not because you don't know them, but I think we need to set the context. Today, about 56% of the global population lives in cities and account for, and this is important, 60 to 80% of the GDP. Where is the money, the GDP of a country made? It's in the cities globally. By 2050, and my organization ADB did the Asia 2050, and we projected by 2050, two-thirds, about 70% of the humanity will live in cities globally, with 90% of the growth in Asia and Africa, the city growth. Now, closer to home, which the mayor, deputy mayor know a lot, I've seen, based on my own data, that Nepal's urban population surged very high from 2011 to 2017. In just 6 years, from 17 to 68%. That's a huge jump, huge jump. And with this rapid urbanization came the vulnerability outpacing planning. You're not able to plan as fast as you want. You're not able to build the infrastructure as fast as you want. The impacts of the climate change and other things were so much more. So against this background, very few data that I want to mention. By the way, I also want to recognize Professor Sawakar, who is making a special report in IPCC on cities and climate change. So anything you want to know, science, etc., will be available. And he and I work every January, so data I will not mention much. You can look in the Google, ChatGPT, wherever you want. Three issues I have in mind. One, a quick look at the Asian cities. Of course, we look at the our cities, keeping in mind, say, how relevant what is happening in the Asian countries are relevant here. Number two, what are some of the current and the future challenges and opportunities of these cities? I think most of the challenges you will know, but it's still worth mentioning today. The third question, or the third area, will be the way forward. How do you go forward? That's the question. That depends based on the city, size, etc., and that's where I would put some thought based on my 40, 50 years of thinking in Asia. My presentation I'm going to make is, I want to tell you the evidence-based, database, best practices, and some of my own experience, good or bad. So I'm not going to mention the data, but I can prove you with data. Now, if you look at the first point in the Asian cities, by 2050, more than 65% of the Asians will live in cities. By 2050, it will be about 80% of the GDP in Asia will be in the cities. Asian cities will generate about, Professor Sagar can correct me wrong, about 50% of the greenhouse gas will be in the cities, from the cities, in the cities. Asian cities are vulnerable to climate change, and there are 7 out of the 10 most vulnerable cities are in Asia. 65% the global air quality problems, mortality, people die. I'm the chairman of the Clean Air Asia with office in China, India, Indonesia, and Philippines. 65% of the global mortality due to air pollution happens in Asia, mainly in cities. To sum up in 1 or 2 sentences, Asian cities, in my view, are the dynamic economic powerhouse. It's the powerhouse. To sustain growth, these So make a policy of having a deadline for EVs and phase out the fossil fuel, which is good for anyway. Fossil fuel is the #1 import. The third, which is also possible in a city like ours, is nature-based solutions. Just look at Singapore, how they have done the nature-based solution. I have no time to explain. And make circular economy as a policy, not only reduce, reuse, recycle, the whole, close the loop. It is possible. It's being done in many cities. Fourth, leverage technology. In the technology we use is many of the time I see, including traffic signals I see, is very outdated. It's inefficient. It just creates more traffic jams than what the AI could probably do today. Number two, you would make quality. I like the Singapore's Pro League One News meeting when we were discussing. He said, if you want to be a developed country, it's not, you have to make like a developed country. Don't build 100 kilometers of average road, but just make 2 kilometers and make it develop so you become 2 kilometers developed, rather than remaining developed forever. And my fifth is the finance and the governor. I will not talk, but I will mention one thing. I think it's about time, I think, some of the rich municipalities like Kathmandu, Lalitpur, maybe Pokhara, to think of municipal bond. If you go back to the history of development in the United States and Canada, it's the municipal bond that help, because you have money, rich municipalities, but you don't have money to fund the future. Maybe we can ask Dr. Katiwaraji later on this one. And I think one mindset I would want on the management is think city, managing city is not a city. Think like I'm managing a country. You need everything, managing country. Laboratory, things are changing. Young people are doing different things. Think of a laboratory and collect data. And third, my favorite, which many mayors don't do it, is put everything in the public space, transparent. Everything, your budget, your costs, etc., put in the, so let the citizen know, because citizens are the taxpayer. I want to know how my mayor is spending my money. Put it in the website, because you do it so well anyway. And my final remarks, final remarks, I've got 30 seconds left in the 2 minutes is, I am a strong believer that the cities are the future. Future of growth, future of living, future of sustainable development, future of climate change, and sustainable city and managing climate as a part of that, and together is possible. There are problems we know, there are solutions we know. You just have the determination to say, we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bindulwani. He has really put forward about the context of the Asian cities, the challenges that we have, especially in the 5 points, and also gave the recommendations, even also the 5, the way forward. So it is really encouraging. Thank you so much within a very short period of time that you have concluded your remarks. Without taking much time, maybe I would like to go to Padam Mainaliji first. Yeah, to look into, to get the feedback from the central government, the national federal government perspective. So we have been able to have the different level of the planning in the past. We came up with the different policies, legal framework, and these strategies. So in the new context, with the experiences that we have, what sort of the new legal framework and the policy framework and the strategy that the government is taking, considering the issues of the climate change, recent issues of the climate change. Would you please highlight some of the areas that the federal government or the Ministry of Urban Development is considering in the context of Nepal?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Sushil sir. The question really goes on the planning practices and strategies and the new direction that government is taking over. I mean, let me just first start with how our regional planning evolves actually. The regional planning really evolves on conceiving the administrative headquarters, and in one way, and another way is more like economic command areas that evolve around. I mean, one is administratively we really conceive the cities, and second one is some more organic cities which are developed in settlement in a network with kind of some of the economic command areas. So if we look at our regional plans, starting from the 4th to now, what we see is there are some of the areas in which we really translated our cities in greenfield development as well. In greenfield development or using the tools like land pooling or GLD or all the way, these are the strategies we use since 50 years. These all are conceptually a land value capture method. So land is there. We really use this land value as a tool of developing the cities. So this is basically the conceptual way, and on that conceptual way, what we really had is more like change in urban morphologies. So based on the policies, I just want to just see since 2009. We really recognize 7-8 economic areas. So once we saw these economic areas, they are actually, Kathmandu and Pokhara, they are more like point-based development, and other are more like line-based, meaning two cities making a cluster and something like that. So examples are more like Dhangadi to Bhimdatta, let's say, and Nepalganj Koalpur to Surkhet, Bhairaba Butwal, Tansin, and Chiton Hetona to Birganj and Janakpur. Then Janakpur Bardivas and Biratnagar Dharan. So what I mean is, among 8 economic regions, we see 2 of them are more like urban region kind of thing, and other 6 are more like on urban corridors. So recognizing these dynamics, actually, the government really started to see this area as and translate it into the policy. So what new urban policy says is, see, these are the dynamics, mega urban region and corridors. So we have to recognize the urban system now. What that urban system means, if we think one urban region or the corridor, then what we can think is more like on that area, the urban system appears. The urban system means the exchange of goods, peoples, and services happen in a place, in one territorial region, so that we can think of cities like Kathmandu Valley with the cities of Dhulikhel, Pat, and Dhading all around, so that this system works around. So what that means is we have to recognize that in an economic way. So that the more policy happen on that way. So based on this, we think the institutional reform and the policy reform all the way. And what Dr. Lohane actually says on that is, the policy really goes on greed process, on green, resilient, and understanding the people. So our policy shows on that way. In terms of legal system, we had a Town Development Act, which is more like changing the physical features of the land. But now we are conceiving to have a Urban Development Act, and which is more like federalizing the act, so that local levels and the provinces could work on transforming the land on that way, so that approving the physical plan, implementing physical plan, and having that physical plan to happen with government system or the private system. So these are the basic changes on that. And based on it, so what we can conceive is two major things. One is implementation by local government, provincial government, and federal government. And the second one is financing mechanism like Town Development Fund or other funds, ADB, World Bank, and development partners could work on that, so that urban system happens as a tool for development of cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Padamji, by highlighting the national government policies and also with the experiences of our own in the past. I would like to go to Lalitpur Mayor, Lalitpur Metropolitan City, Chiri Babu Maharjan. The Mayor Sahab, with your extensive experience of being Mayor of LMC for 2 consecutive terms and also facing challenges due to recent phenomena of climate change, will you please let us know how the LMC is taking ahead its city planning and development efforts? Can you also please highlight on how these plans being implemented with the special consideration of the governance, such as the perspective of the participation, transparency, etc. So can you please highlight the challenges that we are facing and the approach that we have taken?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to thank Nepal government for organizing this Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025, and wherein I'm invited and I represent Lalitpur Metropolitan City. Okay, regarding your question, my answers are like, due to the climate change, we are experiencing a lot of new devastating things. Like a few years ago, we had tornado, which was, it's quite new thing for Nepalese people, okay? That was happened. And similarly, in September 2024, we had devastating rainfall. Dr. Lone has nicely mentioned that. And in this, now the problem is, these are really new things, new devastating events happen. So in that case, we were indeed not prepared for such big, unexpected phenomenon. Just take an example. We claim Lalitpur Metropolitan City is the best in managing the what we say, it's the devastating things, okay? But last September, the problem was, it's the excessive rainfall, and there were 4 people on the roof, but we could not save them because we didn't have boats, okay? So, but we used to claim that we are very good in saving in the emergency cases. But in that case, since we didn't have boat, we could not save them. And we were heavily criticized. From that, we learned a lesson. Then we said, okay, in our fleet, we need a boat. We need boats as well. So we are going to buy 5 boats. Because monsoon comes every year, it's quite unpredictable. Again, the pre-monsoon, it's very unpredictable. So that is the main reasons that we are going to change our strategy on this type of jobs. Okay, having said this, now we made a plan that under one roof system, we provide all the services regarding this type of academic. Like, for instance, we got fire brigade, we got 6 engines, and we got ambulance, we have sub-Bahan, and then we got our very smart municipal police. So these are under one roof, and we got it's the toll-free number 1131. And very recently, we have introduced it's the LMC alert, wherein we provide 22 types of services, and we are planning to provide such services within 4 minutes time. But we haven't announced that simply because the traffic jam is beyond our control. We had very bad experience that in many times the ambulances were stopped in the traffic jam. Even the fire brigade engine was stopped in the traffic jam. So now we are planning to keep 4 separate substations wherein we are going to equip all of these equipment as well as Metropolis. Then we will announce that, okay, from now onwards, if there is anything happen, we will provide our services within 4 minutes time. But that is, we are doing our homework. So that once we complete our homework, definitely we will announce this.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor Saab. The initiative that you have taken after the September flood in the last week, it's really, really encouraging having all the services from one roof under the one roof. Thank you so much. I would like to also now turn into the Kathmandu metropolitan city. We have, being a young emerging leader of the capital city of Nepal, you have been the hope for our young generation. But the young leaders have the challenges that they need to address the existing challenges and also consider the aspirations of the future generation. And it is more complex when your city is facing its impact of climate change in this situation. So what are the major challenges in this context for making the city sustainable, especially Kathmandu metropolitan city, to make it sustainable? What are the major challenges that you are facing? Yeah, will you highlight some of the major challenges that you are facing? Yeah, Sunitaji.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the government of Nepal, for organizing a global platform where we can discuss about our local issues and also related with the global issues. I'm very happy to be on this platform and share the challenges that we have been facing. So when we talk about the cities, globally 50% of the population, they live in urban areas in cities. And by 2050, it is estimated that 70% of the population will be living in the urban cities. And at the same time, it's also talking about the Nepal, 60% of the population live in urban and peri-urban areas. And globally, 70% of the carbon emission, it's from the cities because it's populated, because it's the center where different economic activities are happening, and it's also because of the infrastructure that we build in. So in this regard, cities are placed in such a position that cities are also the contributors of the carbon, but at the same time, they are uniquely vulnerable and they are in a position where they can actually address the issue itself. I want to remember and also quote the UN Secretary General, who has said that cities are where the climate battle will be largely won or lost. That means it's high time we invest in cities so that we make our cities sustainable and also inclusive. Talking about the challenges itself, so let's be Kathmandu specific now. Last monsoon was not something that we had expected. September 2024 was tragic, and also it shows that how prepared we are or how unprepared we are. And that in single event, 250 lives were lost. 500,000 households were affected, and 11,000 were displaced. At the same time, another is Kathmandu is very popular for the pleasant climate and the weather. But now we can see the rise in temperature. And that has not just affected the pleasant weather or the temperature of Kathmandu, but also has given rise to different hazards. For example, health hazards. Dengue was not something that we were familiar. So last decade or last 4 or 5 years has been very dangerous in terms of vector-borne diseases in Kathmandu. At the same time, airborne diseases, respiratory diseases are something that we have been saying it's alarming. Kathmandu, the topography itself is different. The forest fire, which are like miles away from Kathmandu, but it affects Kathmandu and the people who live in Kathmandu. These are the challenges that we have been facing. At the same time, another challenge that we face is infrastructure system. Dr. Lohani has also mentioned about the infrastructure and also retrofitting. So the traditional water management system, it's not ready to actually handle the intensity of precipitation that we have been experiencing lately. So that has also showed the challenges that we have been facing. At the same time, it's something, I have given like some of the examples of the challenges that we are facing, the specific one, but being local government, I think we are like 2 cities, but it's important that we speak for other local government too. We have different layers of government. the most closest government to the people is local government. So whenever there is like disaster, the first government that actually work with people or the action government is actually local government. But where is the position of local government when there is national negotiation, when there is global negotiation about the climate action? So the challenge is not just about whether we are prepared or not prepared, it's also about including the real government into the position where their voice has to be heard, not just in terms of implementation, but also from the planning. And then there is the point, there will be the climate justice. So that's something that I see as the challenge. So the challenge is not just about the infrastructure and the preparedness, it's also about bringing local government and the communities into the consideration and into the dialogue when we plan, and also make sure that the climate financing is actually accessible directly and also equitably to all the communities and local governments so that the real action can happen. And next is, of course, preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Kathmandu Metropolitan City. Your observations about the different challenges that the cities are facing, and especially Kathmandu. Now, without taking much time, I would like to go to Professor Charan Singh. He's a very renowned professor from India. The challenges and the way forward that have been presented and highlighted by the keynote speaker, Dr. Loani, we see there is a huge financial need for the cities to achieve their sustainable development goals, which has also been highlighted just now from the Deputy Mayor of KMC as well. There is also a huge economic impact of the climate change to the cities, and it's more alarming in our South Asia region. In this context, how do you think that we have to be adopting the financing models that will be, in one hand, address the impact of the climate change, and on the other hand, it is within the limit of our economy? Will you also please share some initiatives on it that are taking place in India and also in South Asia? Professor Dr. Singh.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for this excellent question that you have asked. I would like to take over from where she mentioned about what's happening to the local bodies. I totally agree. In case we want to bring in an effective change in climate issues, I think decentralized approach and community action is most important, because that is where the whole effectiveness would take place. In general, I would agree that in India we have lots of economic constraints and financial limitations on urbanization. About 35% of India lives in urban areas, which is large, and by 2030 will be 40%. And please remember, India's population is 140 crore. In Delhi, the capital city, we have 33 million people. In Bombay, we have 21 million. In Bangalore, we have 14 million. Huge urban centers. How do we finance these issues? So I think the best model, and I'll give you some illustrations from India, is the PPP model, the public-private partnership, and bringing in international finance. That's a very big help. And the global community and the national government and the subnational government understand the need. The issue of flooding has been referred both by the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor, and these issues happen regularly in Bombay, and we are aware of it. How do we really modernize and make the cities resilient? I think blended finance plays an important role. In India, we are experimenting with green bonds. Our cities like Ahmedabad, Pune, Ghaziabad, Indore have experimented with waste management and public transport. The point which was made earlier, that 2% of GDP is lost while you are waiting in traffic jams. Extremely important. In Washington, I have seen that there is drone movement or cameras which decide where traffic jams are taking place, and immediately traffic police swings into action and ensures that traffic jams are minimized. because lots of pollution, apart from time wastage, takes place there. In a city in Pune in India, we have tried to do waste management, and we have improved it by having a fleet of 9,000 people whom have been trained as waste pickers. That's made a very big difference. In Uttar Pradesh, which is the largest state of our country, we are now experimenting with Miyawaki forests, clustered, focused forest. We are also planning from the waste management plastic roads one time, and that is helping us in a very big way. For the last 8 to 10 years, we have been experimenting with smart cities, and in the smart cities, the focus has been on infrastructure, and basically public transport is the key issue there. One good illustration where we are now bringing climate with the budget of the state, wherein we are engaging the local population, municipalities, is Orissa, another state, where we are looking at connecting it with the budget, and we are looking at impacting the water systems, because when there are unplanned rainfalls and heavy rainfalls, it's very important that the water moves out very quickly. Also, because these are having an impact, the floods and droughts having impact on the rural livelihoods. Retrofitting has been discussed, and we are now in the stages of research on retrofitting in major urban areas for buses. But please remember, retrofitting is a medium-term solution, but then involves huge cost in terms of what all can you retrofit: the buses, the trucks, the tempos, the autos, the cars. It's a huge exercise that needs to be done. But if you do the retrofitting, then you need service stations across the country, and that's an important issue. In India, we have every 5 years a finance commission, which decides the allocation of resources from the center to the states and to the subnationals. Since the last two, we have included disaster management, where we have requested as a term of reference for the finance commission to decide how do we go to the subnationals and the municipal corporations to ensure that climate becomes an integral part of the planning. The central bank of the country, and I'm so happy that the former governor is here from Nepal, the Central Bank of India has been focused exactly on climate issues and have now started talking in terms of shared pool of bankable green projects. So all the financial institutions know that these are the bankable green projects, and money is then redirected to them. We are also encouraging green financing by bringing finances, green finances, into priority sector. We have also played an important guidance note to now start financing renewable energy sources, and in that the most important thing we are doing is the solar thing. And rooftop solar projects are very extensively being financed in the country, and we are ensuring that the energy produced surplus in your house is connected to the grid, and therefore it's incentivizing in a very big way. The government of India has also played a very important role, and I'll just give you one illustration of massive LED bulb campaign to reduce emission by 40 million tons annually, which is making a very big difference in the country. The last point before I want to close, I want to mention about the lifestyle for environment, which the Prime Minister mentioned at COP26 in 2021, where he discussed about environmental conscious consumption lifestyle. And that would make life in the urban areas far more climate oriented and ensure that the emissions that are taking place from the urban areas are minimized. Last year, we have also introduced a special act in the parliament with focus on green hydrogen, green ammonia, biomass for energy and feedstock. So these are the various initiatives which we are taking in our country to ensure that we are climate more responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Charan Singh. You have highlighted the different initiatives that you have taken in India. So it is our participants have also been benefited from your experiences which you have shared. I would like to go to the floor now, because from our side the panelists have taken we have taken most time. So before entering into the panelists, also some of the questions from the floor, I would like to first of all request to Mukhtar Babaev, who is the president of COP29, to first intervention from your side, being the president of COP29. Yeah, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will be short. Thank you to Mr. Sushil Gyawali for moderating this important conversation, and our honorable panelists for their reflections, remarks. Cities are the meeting places of our societies. They bring people together to help unlock development, innovation, and prosperity. But they are also major contributors to the climate crisis and are highly vulnerable to its impacts. The importance of cities, of our societies, will only grow. The UN has predicted that nearly 70% of people will live in urban areas by 2050. We need to manage this rapid urbanization carefully so that it can deliver sustainable and just outcomes for all. At COP29, Azerbaijan launched the MAP Declaration for Resilient and Healthy Cities to drive progress on this critical topic. This declaration recognizes that cities bring together every part of our economy and society. It is therefore committed to work on multi-sectoral approaches to climate action and planning in urban areas. We have been delighted with the world response. The MAP declaration has been signed by over 50 national governments and over 100 cities. We also launched the Baku Continuity Coalition for Urban Climate Action. This coalition of past and future COP presidencies will ensure that urban climate actions are coordinated and sustained between successive COPs. This will ensure that important topic does not slip down the agenda. Finally, the MAP declaration also encourages stronger links between international platforms for sustainable urbanization. This includes World Urban Forums, COPs, and World Environmental Days. Here I am delighted to confirm that Azerbaijan will host the 13th World Urban Forum in Baku in 2026. In collaboration with UN Habitat. This will be an important platform to address the challenges of rapid urbanization in a sustainable manner. It is the second major international gathering Azerbaijan is hosting in 3 years. This reflects the determination of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, for Azerbaijan to play a leading role in tackling the world's most pressing issues. Azerbaijan is appointing a special envoy for urban climate action to lead efforts to strengthen cooperation between international platforms on urbanizations. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan is raising ambition, driving action, and creating discussion on sustainable urbanization. We have an ambitious agenda of initiatives and events which are open to everyone. We invite you all to endorse the MAP declaration and to join us in Baku for the World Urban Forum next year. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukhtar. It was really an inspiration, the message being a president of COP29, and also it's good to know that you are going to have the World Urban Forum in 2 years' time. So without taking more time, I now would like to open the floor, and then would like to get some of the queries. Be precise, and also please tell who you are, and then in which topic, to whom that you would like to address your queries. Yeah, from this side. Please provide the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Indra Sapkot. I work for Ministry of Forest and Environment. My queries actually go to two of our mayors, and probably Mr. Padam can also respond. You know, our cities have many challenges: air pollution, traffic congestion, and of course, climate risk. But my concern is about smart green infrastructure. What sort of ideas have you explored yet to materialize the smart green infrastructure in your cities? And follow-up question is that, have you really got the support from your central and provincial government on your ideas? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe we'll pick up 3-4 the queries and then we'll respond. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. My name.
Okay.
It's okay.
Shall I take? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Myself, Binay from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies in Japan. So I have two things I thought. I think looking at all the discussion, I think what is missing and what can solve everything. I am not finding the cities like Kathmandu or Lalitpur saying, why can't you say, make our Kathmandu or Lalitpur city climate smart and resilient? I think what is important is how fast you can bring the population or your subject in the mainstreaming of this climate issue. I think that's not happening. And second, I think we often see the cities are also a magnet for the rural to urban migration. And it is creating a big rift on the inequality. So I think cities also need to see it as a solution, how you can use the economic power to help economic development in your nearby cities or rural area. Why these two things are not happening? I think it has a huge, if it can be done, it could have a huge policy implication, and also we can see on the ground change, and very fast. I think we need to, and the issue is we are not moving very fast. We are talking about a lot of serious things, but things are not moving fast. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sakya. Yeah, your turn. Yes.
Okay, next to her. Thank you. Good evening. Good afternoon. It's always good to listen from the dais, and it enhances our level of understanding, as always do. And I'm very thankful to listen to you. And Mayor of Patan Municipality and also Deputy Mayor of Kathmandu Valley. Both of them are working very hard, that we know. And also we believe on youth, a promising youth leader of Nepal. And we believe on youth to develop our country like you do. So my question, before my questions, that we know that you are working to make a city inclusive and safe for vulnerable groups, that both of you are working. And what I mean to say that cities need balance from growth to sustainability. And I studied that urbanization trend affects sustainability in cities, but green infrastructure play in sustainable urban planning. And my question to both of you is, what role does local government play sustainable urban planning and in promoting sustainable communities to make them more resilient to disasters? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take one question only at this point.
Maybe you are
and
not
then
looking at this side at all.
Yeah.
Namaste.
Okay.
Namaste. I am Jivan Pagini.
Yes.
I am DFO of Nawalparasi district and work under Ministry of Forest and Environment. I am asking about the sustainability of the city. I think every civilization in the world started from the river bank, or like Nile River civilization, another Sindhu Ghati civilization started from riverside. Like in Kathmandu and Lalitpur, Bagmati River has flowed since. But the Bagmati River, I think, is going to be vanished. Or what about the planning, a plan of the two municipality for making sustainable cities, responsible communities, and healthy river of Lalitpur and Kathmandu metropolitan city. Or is it the plan of making plotting or selling gaderi, I think, like that, maybe, or the government. And what about the sustainable city? I think.
Okay.
Curiosity.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll take one more, and then I will come next round. First, the ladies first, and then. Please, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Vibha Dhawan, and I represent the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, 50-year-old organization. And something on which we are working very closely, how do you make your cities more sustainable? And by that you mean, and it was also mentioned, green infrastructure. Because like if we look at India, Nepal, and many other countries, that we are in a situation that 2/3 of the infrastructure is yet to be built, and therefore we have opportunity to go green. And by green I mean right from the building design, that you consume less of energy. That energy has to be renewable as much as possible, and use sustainable building material. And then in a way you also give a gradation to the buildings, and we have set up one system called GREHA. We also have living labs, because every city has a different experience. So even negative experience are to be somewhere recorded so that others learn from it. If we look at cities, one is building, other is transportation, and third is waste management. And for waste management, I'll say it is wasted material and not really waste. And that, again, is a source of energy. So what I would like to offer over here is that please learn. We have got a long way in India, and we'll be more than willing. The other thing, one should be little conscious, and let's look at the future. What we are also doing wrong, we are only looking at problems we are facing today. And you rightly mentioned development versus sustainability. The two can go hand in hand. We also have to look at modeling, because what happens in most of the mountainous areas, it has become, I should say, places for the rich people. They visit, there is a lot of tourism, they also build hotels, and all comes at the cost of environment. So we have to do the modeling, both how much is the carrying capacity of a particular state, and then go towards it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I will come later on. I have seen lots of hands that have been raised. So before coming again to you, I would like to request to, especially to our mayors and also the concerned panelists who have been addressed by our participants. Yeah, maybe first, the mayor from Lalitpur. Yeah, maybe you can club the queries that have been come up, and then and also respond on that.
Okay, thank you for very, very important questions. We will share answer by Deputy Mayor Sunita and myself, okay? Whatever answers I give, then rest. Rest, you take it off, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, regarding the questions raised by Mr. Sapkota, it's the smart, clean infrastructure. I will not jump onto Kathmandu metropolitan city, okay? So I'm just going to tell you what we are doing by, say, Lalitpur metropolitan city. Now, in this case, we have made our policy that we don't buy fossil fuel vehicles. It has been implemented very, very nicely. So we buy just e-vehicles, including two-wheelers, okay? So that is one of the policies. And the next is we give rebate to our citizens if they show their EV blue book, owner's blue book, okay? We give them some tax relaxation. Second thing. Now, third thing is we are trying to convert our city into a smart city, but it's very difficult. However, we are undertaking quite a few items, like in my city, all the roadsides have been tree planted. So if don't take an example of the place where the chariot festival is going to take place, okay? Like the route from Pulchok to Patan Darbar Square, okay? It's quite narrow, as well as the chariot festival takes place over there. So we haven't planted anything over there. However, we are thinking to put some trees on, plant pots, okay? The next thing is we have converted many places into gardens. This is one of the very important decisions that we made. Of course, this is my second tenure. In accordance with the Nepalese constitution, a mayor cannot be elected more than twice. So this is my final, and I have to do tons of things. So having said this, we have made a decision that no public space, Parti Jagga, Ailani Jagga, will be given to anybody else, regardless of whatever project they are going to implement. Full stop. As of this date, it's my 8-year tenure going on. As of this date, we have not given even one Ana Jagga to anybody else, because the previous regimes did a lot of mistakes. Lot of public spaces were given to lot of organizations as well as persons. So that is not going to happen in my metropolitan city now. Then number 2, this is one of the burning issues in my metropolitan city, that there is the national level line. It's something like an ayog, which is doing job to distribute lines to the squatters. So in that case, so far I haven't signed that documentation, simply because I just want to make sure that no one is coming in my place to get line, because we are preserving very nicely. Okay, so in that case, I claim that in Lalitpur metropolitan city there is no squatters at all. So why should I take them? This is one thing. Okay, so I mean, we are doing these things just to convert the city into smart city. Okay, now we are the first in the country that the smart street lights have been installed in Nepal. So far, we have installed many such lights. Therefore, Lalitpur is brighter than other cities.
Thank you, Mayor Sahab. I think.
And
yeah, maybe we would like to hear
and
now.
Once,
yeah,
is that okay? And
okay.
And we have a special project going on. In that case, the ring road, 7.9 kilometer, is within my territory, and we have already awarded the contract to the contractor for illuminating the ring road. So that is going to finish by this October. Okay, this is what the contractor has submitted his work schedule.
I think there are different initiatives that have been taken by the Lalitpur metropolitan city. Now, then after maybe because of the time limitation.
Let me finish this one.
Yeah,
okay,
please.
then I will pass this on to Sunita.
Okay.
Okay. So the contractor has been mobilized for the installation of lights on ring road. So it is going to finish by October. This is what he has said. But once the light has been installed on the ring road, then if you happen to come to the Kathmandu Valley by flying, if you look down like this, whichever city you find brighter, that will be Lalitpur metropolitan city.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sahab. We wish all the best that whatever initiative that you have taken, that you will be making the change. Thank you so much. Now this turn of the Kathmandu, maybe let's hear what she has to say.
This is not electoral debate, so I'm not going to compete with him right now. Anyway, so thank you so much for putting highlights on what Lalitpur is doing. There are somehow similar kind of projects and also policy programs that we have been doing. Talking about EV, it's somehow same. And I don't want to repeat what he has said, but I'll just say like something that we have been doing different than what he has mentioned. I really believe that awareness is the key, and children are actually they should be the focus group in terms of making our city green, livable, smart, whatever we want to give the terms. And bringing my childhood memories back into the action, we have revived Baba Club in schools, which means Baba means it's not father or Baba, lover Baba. It's actually Bal Balika Ra Vatavaran, which means environment and children. We bring environment issue and children together. For that, we are calling young volunteers, city volunteers. That means youth and children. They come together for the conservation, preservation, and also the promotion of the environment. That's one of the practice that we have been doing. And another is urban agriculture is the work that we have been continuously doing to make sure that we don't have space. We don't have space to do that. What we are doing is we are also promoting urban agriculture. And next is we are also working on making car-free or vehicle-free Saturday, such kind of initiative. We have already done this initiative, and it's continuously happening in Hardigaon. So it's Saturday. If you have time, please manage to go to Hardigaon and see what actually happens. It's a platform where we bring women, children, senior citizen, and everybody come together. And it has been a social space where economic activities are happening, and most importantly, the initiative has been done to promote clean air. That means vehicle-free Saturday. At least make sure that you don't go on your vehicle at least one day a week, so that it is somehow a relief to the environment, being responsible to the environment. And smart green infrastructure, I would always say that our ancestors, they were smarter than we are today. Let's go back to the indigenous practices. The traditional settlements, they were more smart and green than what we are imagining today. So I think it's important that we go back to our roots and also revive and also merge the technology that we have today, so that we can make our place that could be city, that could be village, a livable city. For example, the settlement, it's like a cluster settlement, but there is open space. And the open space street, everything is permeable so that the water can get recharged. And it fills the traditional wells. Not just that, it also maintains the water table. At the same time, it also prevents the urban flood that we have been facing. So we are also working on how can we recharge water. So Recharge Kathmandu is another initiation. So shortcut. Preserving the green ecosystem and also blue ecosystem at the same time. Waste management is another priority. Segregation at the source is our priority. And then at the same time, and also making sure that all the vehicles that actually are in our road, they are not the pollutants. So making sure that we actually measure the emission from the public vehicles. We have been doing that too. And another is green ecosystem, so that the urban heat can be reduced. The next, something that we should do is energy efficient. For that, we have been working with Green Project to build the capacity building of our officials and also service providers, so that we can think about how can we make our infrastructure energy efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor of Kathmandu Metropolitan City. It's really inspiring that we hear from the Kathmandu and also Lalitpur, whatever you are doing. And not taking more time, I would like to again, I have seen lots of hands that have been raised. Maybe from this side now, I would like to give first this gentleman here. Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much. Rich Brubaker. So just very quickly, I've been in Asia for 30 years, and I'll just say it's great to see that we talk about challenges, but we're also on the right path. We've seen a lot of development, a lot of movement going forward, and actually there's a lot of lessons to be learned from other cities. So I guess my question would be, how much do you look to other, Southeast Asian nations or even to China to what they've done in their cities? They face a lot of the same issues. They've made a lot of progress on green infrastructure, funding in resource-limited areas, and also within kind of institutional awareness, like how can you learn from each other? If there's one thing I'd ask for you to consider is how can you also work with what I call mission-driven entrepreneurs? I've met with about 15 local Nepalese who are trying to deliver clean technology, clean transportation, clean food. It's domestic IP. How can you work with them better? How can you create an ecosystem that brings them into your procurement systems as well? I think that's one thing that I really look at within Southeast Asia a lot is the role of the youth to also be innovators and to deliver solutions. So kind of two questions. How do you work with other cities, and then how do you work with your innovators?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah? Yeah? Yes.
Okay, I'm Chiang Gong Zhang from Eastmont. So I want to raise up about the air pollution problem. So I know that 1 month ago, so everybody is talking about air pollution, but because now it's raining and the air pollution is gone, so people don't talk about it. But I want to again to promote the air pollution things. Because I think when we talk about sustainable cities and communities, air pollution is really thing related to everything, right? It's related to energy, clean energy and human health and traffic and industrial. So I want to say that, when we talk about the sustainable cities, so we're better to make a goal. So this goal could be like to address air pollution problems. So when we make the determination and everything should go to realize this goal, and then we can make it better. So we know that Eastmont is happy to working across border region things, and we are also happy to here to work because I learned about this valley is at 3 cities, so this is kind of like trans-city problem. So my question is, when we address this problem, I know there's a lot of different components, like people's awareness and technologies and also finances. So what is the most difficult part? And we're looking forward to see that city governors should think about this problem and also work with all the stakeholders to initiate this action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, gentleman there, the back.
Thank you.
Because we are in the pressure of the time, so please.
I'm Rishi Pandey, Pokhara University.
Yeah.
Geographer in urban environmental manager as well. Actually, my question as a local government representative or leader of the local government, mayor of Lalitpur and deputy mayor of Kathmandu. Actually, first I want to talk about conceptual misleading information about sustainability. Cities are cultural landscape, that's why they can never be sustainable. We need to think about sustainable. Sustainable is harmony with nature. That's why it cannot be a harmony with nature. It can be made sustainable. नेपालीमा भन्नुहुन्छ नेपालीको सरर हुनुहुन्छ दिगोलाई छिट्टै रस्वबाट दीर्घ बनाउनुस्. रस्व दिगोले हामीलाई दीर्घकालीन सिटी दिँदैन. That's why we need to think about conceptual blunder come from the Brundtland Commission. We need to think about nature and economy. This terminology has been changed by the economists, and we should not follow the same that has been misleading the overall sustainability. Even the UN agencies need to think about this. Second is, why Kathmandu Valley is several cities? It's a single watershed. It's a single city. That's why think about conservation and make single city and single mayor and integrated urban planning. We had an integrated urban planning 25 years ago. Still the same problem we are facing. I was one of the team members in Kathmandu Valley Mapping Program, and there was an integrated urban planning. But that has not been implemented, and still that is the same problem we are facing. That's why we need integrated urban planning to make Kathmandu Valley a sustainable city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I will take just one very short, instead of explanation.
Thank you. My name is Nahakul Keshi. I want to take you out from Kathmandu Valley because there are all those mayors are doing quite good, especially Chiribabu. I'm also a resident, but I represent Lumbini province. My question is especially with this Padam ji and Mr. Charan Singh. One is what kind of urban form is envisioned for cities along the Madhya Pahadi Lokmarg or Hulaki Sadak, which could be the compact, polycentric or corridor based? Because we are having a lot of highways, but we don't have a city plan. How we can make it a new city plan so that it should be more sustainable, resilient and inclusive? And second one, this model, this is like a sustainable or environment friendly? Just I want to have to know more about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the last. Is the time almost in the hour, so we'll be just very short.
I'll try to be short. I am Lal Keshi here, involved in planning policy programming.
Yeah, just go ahead. Okay.
I'm Lal Keshi here, involved in planning policy and programming. Very shortly, we have enough knowledge, information and expertise in planning, designing and implementation of the projects. And in particularly, I want to raise the case like, okay, you have a Kathmandu Valley Development Authority headed by minister and also headed by chief commissioner for in terms of implementation through the executive committee. What is happening on those three smart city designed for Kathmandu, Bhaktapur and Lalitpur? They're supposed to be a smart city, and smart means economically, infrastructurally, drainage, communication, energy efficiency and all those things, which I'm not going to elaborate it. The money that you require is not very big. When I see those documents in past few years, it's about 212 billion if I remember, 40 billion and also 18 billion of that one. So this money that you require is a very nominal for a period of 3 to 5 years only, and the total money required for you to implement these projects is only 25 to 30% of what you require. And it is all generated through land pooling system. So I think the model that can be utilized for this is primarily borrow money from Ministry of Finance or Town Development Board, or raise through municipal bond, as Dr. Loni said, or go through the blended funding, which is could be a combination of grant and loan, or if you cannot do it, pull the private sectors in a hybrid model. That means it is a fund that will come from the private sector to the bank, and that will help you to implement the smart city to make it green, clean, and sustainable.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is the question for those two guys.
Thank you so much. Maybe Dr. Yuvraj Katura, sir, would you like to say something in regards to especially the financing the cities, very briefly, because we are very limited time, but yeah, maybe, okay. Because we started a little bit late, that's why the tree back.
I thought I should not be speaking because I am one of the organizers, but having Dr. Loni requested me to speak, I could not deny it. Couple of things. First, you have asked me to talk about urban financing, municipal financing. I think the whole mindset, the whole thinking about the roles of public, private, community, and household sectors have to be redefined. There are many areas where the community has worked very well to keep on financing urban infrastructure. The experience from India, some of the colleagues here, participants have already told, and there are other examples as well. There are some sectors where conventionally it was the public sector which used to finance those, but now it can very much be done with some other instruments like the hybrid system and then the kind of other instruments like developing the bond market. On the bond market issue, perhaps it's good that we have thematic bonds issued for a specific purpose. Otherwise, cities would not be sustained financially if this so borrowed money from bonds issue goes to some other purposes than what is designed for the infrastructure. Couple of things you have already mentioned about urban infrastructure, transportation service and everything. One point that was missing in terms of sustainable cities is the slum upgradation. Mostly urbanized cities are having big problem with slums. How do we can mobilize and pool our resources to upgrade the slums? That is fundamental to make cities sustainable. And that is something to address to avoid the disaster risks associated with settlements. So let's also think about the slums and pooling resources, pooling land and pooling other infrastructures to make slum dwellers also some living beings like families. Otherwise, they are living in a very desperate situation. This is one important aspect. The other is the institutional aspect. Sushilji, you are sometimes as the head of the Town Development Fund. The financial institutions which particularly finance urban development in infrastructure are the ones needed to be expanded to see that they go hands in hand to also support the municipalities in terms of financing their needs in infrastructure. But it's not only about infrastructure, it's about human being, it's about safety, it is about livelihood, it's about jobs and everything. In that, how about road safety? Have you been able to discuss road safety issues properly? This is one important thing. And the other is the jobs market. We are going away from agriculture and shifting to urban areas, just the process of urbanization, and then how do we create jobs in the cities, particularly in the services sector, and make those services sustainable? And Charanjit, there comes the role of the financing institutions, green financing institutions. The central banks are having their directives issued in terms of financing every credit to be green. So let's see also that there is no greenwash coming in this process. In the pretext of green financing, you might be financing anything. It should not be the case. That should be truly audited by some international agency. And Dr. Loni, if you have some idea, I haven't seen any such institution to really accredit that this kind of financing is really a green financing. Otherwise, it could simply be greenwashing. Let's stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khatioda. It's very inspiring, the message that you have given and some of the area that we have to think of, more about. Thank you so much. I'm not taking more time because we are almost the final issue of the timing. So I would like to, from here, just within 1 minute maybe, that you will be giving your response. I think most of the things that have come up as a suggestions, yeah, instead of queries are like that. So you respond and wherever that is from Padamji now. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Within 1 minute, what I can actually explain is 3 major issues are coming up in audience. Number one is greening infrastructure, which is actually an evolving science. So we have to work together on that. And smart city, government has already passed the smart city indicators now. Based on 4 pillars: the people, infrastructure, economy, and the governance. So we are going to evaluate on that. That is just that's not the smart city that Mr. Casey is saying, but these are the areas in which we can look at the areas in which smartness is gaining or reducing, or where we have to actually invest on. The third one is more like attracting the issues on planning unit, whether we plan for administrative region, administrative boundary, or country, or something like that, because this climate change has opened a different thing, you know. Based on watershed, I think Kathmandu watershed could be a one planning unit, even if there are many administrative units all the way. But if we think in a larger things, then we can find out this the planning unit as a watershed as a planning unit. Then we can cover many things, and this could be a transboundary or the supranational level, or even in the continent, because we have to think of that. The real resiliency goes on that way, and that should affect a kind of settlement pattern in that watershed as well, so that the land use, land risk sensitiveness, risk informedness for settlement could work together on that. I agree on the government. So, but investment things for a smart city could be discussed in different area and different forum. so it actually could happen with the Ministry of Finance and all like that. We don't have more time on that. Thank you very much, please.
Maybe Deputy Mayor KMC, maybe 1 minute. Yeah. Is it working? Huh?
Hello. Thank you so much. Let me summarize some of the queries, and also thank you for the feedbacks. Talking about the sister cities or cities that we are collaborating, and also how we are working with entrepreneurs, I would still say that there is so much to do in terms of the city's relationship and also promoting entrepreneurs and procurement system. I have to say, it's not in a favor of innovation and creativity. Sorry to say that. So we really need to work on that. And the next is there's so many issues and also feedbacks that we have achieved or received today. Thank you for that. Talking about the last highlights, I would say, is actually it's very important to collaborate with vertical and also horizontal stakeholders with different international to national governments, but at the same time it's also important that we collaborate with horizontal stakeholders to actually fight the climate battle. And at the same time, the worst is yet to come and we don't know how it will look like. So for that we are not ready. We really need to work on preparedness. It's not just local government, it's actually collaboration, cooperation, and coexistence. And at the end, what I would highlight is we have GUTI system, the social organization structure, and we need to bring the issue to the root. That means how can we bring GUTI people and make them sensitized towards the climate issue itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Charan Singh ji, maybe you can highlight very short.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think some important points that were raised, I just would like to mention. In 50s, we developed Chandigarh, a very sustainable city, and that's doing very well. Right now, Government of India, we are developing Greater Noida, another very sustainable city. You're welcome to see it. As far as air pollution is concerned, we had a very big issue about 5 years back. We had crop stubble burning, and that was the issue. We have found alternate ways of handling the crop stubble, and that is to some extent helping us in handling air pollution. So those were the two questions that came. I would like to conclude by a suggestion.
Yeah.
I think it's very, very important, the point which he just made on the greenwashing. And therefore, I think we need to have in the region shared financing mechanism, which should become part of, like the European Green Deal in that region. I think we need the Himalayan countries come together and have something in the local area regional climate agreement where dialogue should play a role and financing should play a very important role so that we can avoid greenwashing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Charan Singh. Now the Mayor Lalitpur.
Okay.
Yeah. 1 minute.
Thank you for the opportunity again. One thing I just forgot to tell you last time, that we are going to operate electric shuttle buses in Patan Darbar Square, okay? That is going to happen very soon because we are going to get cooperation from the provincial government, okay? So the next thing is we have obtained quite a big piece of land from Army, Lagankhel. So that is going to be converted into a lotus pond, or that is a sort of green and blue fusion project. That is going to happen very soon. Almost 70% work has been done. Okay. Then next thing is, now one of the gentlemen raised question regarding this is Greater Kathmandu. So that is required to be addressed by the upcoming amendment of the Constitution. Hopefully, at that same time, the mayor's tenure will also be extended.
So
Then we can do quite a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sahab. Now, Dr. Bindulwani, maybe from your observations, maybe can you now give the message, from whatever observation that you have, from this today's program. Yeah.
You want me to do a 2 minutes, 1 minute summary?
Maybe 1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes. Okay. I think I will try to, not a summary, say a few things in 1 minute. One, let's believe that the cities are the future, is the economic powerhouse. And one of the most important discussion we had, the two mayors. I grew up in Kathmandu, young days, and I retiring now, elderly age in Lalitpur. I think these two guys are really great. I shouldn't say probably in public, but I only vote one of them, but don't both. But nonetheless, in my opinion, they are really trying their best. You may have your own constraint, you may have your own difficulty, but trying the best. I would like to, just to summarize this kind of say, cities do contribute significantly to the climate change. We have to agree. So we must also make sure that our cities, we will make climate friendly. We need that commitment. Commitment is needed, do everything. We also know that based on the science, etc., IPCC, cities will have impact. Even this flood that we had of 2000 will happen again, maybe more intense. So I would suggest that please start assessing the damages done by climate change, prove it, and maybe, like what we had in the earlier session, start thinking of getting economic losses and damage money. I think we haven't done that. Think about really ensuring that somebody will pay for the damage, and such monies are available at the moment. I would also think that although Patan Kathmandus are very close, they need to coordinate their policy. I think, one vehicle, if you say, this vehicle cannot come here, it doesn't work. You have to coordinate your waste management, you have to coordinate all policies and really practices, think as one region, one city, two cities with one thing. You can't have different kind of policy. I also believe that the emphasis on technology adoption is very limited. We have to have a mindset that if something is so good, people have done in the world, adopt it shamelessly. If something is so good, we need to adapt it, adapt it. If it's so outdated what we're doing, dump it, leapfrog it. I think the mindset for technology adoption and moving forward, it hasn't happened enough in my opinion, based on what I see in the Asia Pacific. And our ability, capacity building, although we may say we know everything, we don't know enough, but we can learn from the best practices. As someone said, let's share knowledge. There are forums where mayors meet, like I go to the Yokohama, you go sometimes, the Asian Smart Cities Coalition. Mayors come in, they change their ideas. We have to, if something is good, take it. Take it. I think this knowledge sharing is important, just feeling that what I know is the best is, to me, as I'm a researcher, is not all. I don't know enough. I'm learning every day. So in short, we really think cities, the younger people would like to live in cities forever. No young children that I've talked to who are studying today would like to be a farmer in the traditional sense. And why not, if they can become like us or even better. So cities should provide, as Dr. Katiwara says, create jobs for all these people, for all kind of things. So in summary, I think thank you, moderator, the cities of the future, let's make even a beautiful city, smart, clean, green, technologically savvy, etc., but let us, it is doable.
Thank you, Dr. Bindulwani. It's really very much inspiring session this afternoon. The participants have also been engaged very much. And then because I don't have many time, and then Dr. Bindulwani, you have also made my sort of the conclusion very easy. Actually, the conclusion, I think some of the messages that we have taken from this session is that we have to go for the integrated planning, considering the DRR and the climate change is one of the measures of the component and the planning. Also, while having the governance, we also have to think about this climate change into action. and the financing also, there should be the framework where different alternative financing can also be considered for the cities to think about the future, not only in the present generation, but also for the future generations. So I'm not taking more time because of this, the constraint. Thank you so much for this active participation, and then the wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you especially to Mayor and the Deputy Mayor from Lalitpur and Kathmandu. Thank you so much. Thank you also Charan Singh ji, you have, from the India, that you have shared the experiences from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This session was a truly inspiring and a very engaging, energetic session. But before we leave the stage, we still have a last segment of the session, which is the token of appreciation. We'd like to invite Honorable Ishwari Kharti to the stage, Member of Parliament, to give away the token of appreciation. Firstly, I would like to request Dr. Bindunath Lohani to kindly step forward. Thank you. Secondly, I would like to request Dr. Sushil Gyawali to step forward. Moving on with our panel members, Mr. Padam Kumar Mainali, could you please step forward? Mr. Chiri Babu Maharjan, could you kindly please step forward? Moving on, Ms. Sunita Dangul, can you please step forward? And Mr. Charan Singh, could you please step forward? Thank you all for your invaluable insights. And before we leave the stage, we would like to request a group photo with the whole panel members. Thank you all for your invaluable insights and your time. Since we have already overlapped with the next panel session, therefore, without any further ado, I would like to introduce other panel. But before that, I would like to request everyone to be seated. Attention, everybody. Distinguished guests, I would really request everybody to be seated. As we're already far behind schedule and already we need to start our next panel. My humble request again to the volunteers to kindly escort the participants back to their seat. Now, as we are already behind the schedule, therefore, without any further ado, let's begin our next session, which is on bridging science and technology for mountain resilience, with the objective of inspiring innovation by bringing ancient and traditional knowledge with present-day scientific and technological knowledges. And to moderate this session, I would like to request Dr. Sangam Shastra, Dean of School of Engineering and Technology, to kindly come up stage. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished participants. It's my honor to moderate this parallel session on bridging science and technology for mountain resilience as the first edition of this Sagarmatha Sambaad. I think we have already seen and also heard a lot of presentation on how the climate change is impacting the mountain ecosystems, mountain livelihoods, for example, caused by the glacier melting, flash floods, droughts. Also, there are some other hazards like landslides and so on. Having said that, there are the mountainous communities which are reservoir of the indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, and if we can combine this indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge with emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, remote sensing and satellite images, I think they can create kind of solutions which are used for the adaptation to the climate change impact in the mountainous region. So this session aims to create the synergies between how to integrate the indigenous knowledge or indigenous practices with the emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and remote sensing, so that it can co-create the solutions to minimize the impact of climate change in the mountainous community. At the same time, how do we implement those kind of adaptive solutions by bringing the policies and also the institutions and also scaling up those kind of adaptive solutions. First of all, I would like to invite our keynote speaker to provide the insights on how the IPCC assessment report findings on impact of climate change on mountainous community, and also what are the indigenous knowledge or indigenous practices that are adaptive to the impacts created by climate change to the mountainous community. So let me invite Mr. Abdullah Moqsit, Secretary of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I think he doesn't need any introduction. He has been instrumental in advancing the global climate science and has been shaping the IPCC's vision for inclusive adaptation. Mr. Moqsit has received Morocco's highest honor for his role in modernizing meteorological services, including the National Order of Merit, Excellent Class, and Throne Order. And he brings over 3 decades of the leadership in meteorology and climate science. So may I invite Mr. Moqsit to deliver the keynote speech, and then we will move to the panel discussion session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear moderator. So, first of all, on behalf of IPCC, I want really to thank the government of Nepal for this timely and vital events. And also I want to thank and congratulate the organizers for the facility and smoothness of this event and also the conceptualization of this event. But let me start already by asking the room, even it is a little bit empty, who are the people involved in IPCC as author or bureau member or reviewer? Please raise your hand. Even the secretariat people. So I think you saw that quickly they raised their hand quickly. They are proud to be in the family of IPCC. One objective of my statement, my presentation, is at the end of my presentation, all of you, all of the Romanian, will be happy to be involved in IPCC work. So this is my objective of this presentation. So further, I prepared the presentation, and let me highlight to you that IPCC, when it was established in 1998 by the World Meteorological Organization and United Nations ONE program, it was established with the objective and the role to assess the research, not to do research, but to transform the voice of science to the policymaker. And this is, we can see in this slide, all the assessment by IPCC and how they were really critical input for UNFCCC. But also I want to highlight that the assessment from IPCC are common belonging between scientists and governments. The summary for policymakers, which is document about 30 to 40 pages, it is approved line by line by the panel, by governments. Of course, the scientists are providing this draft to be approved, and the governments are approving it line by line. At the end, it is a product from scientists, but selected and approved by governments. So this is something we should highlight, and this is why I am forced to use some, when I am reading, I should read all this paragraph word by word to be really honest with governments. So the first slide says that science is clear, and climate change is already affecting every region on our planet, including this region. The scientific evidence is unequivocal. Climate change is a threat to human well-being and the health of the planet. Any further delay is in concerted global action will miss the brief, rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. The time for action is now, unless there are immediate and deep emission reduction across all sectors. 1.5 degrees C is beyond reach. Our choices will reverberate for hundreds, even thousands of years. This is word by word was agreed. And let me highlight that when our chair, the former chair, presented the outcome for 6th cycle, he came with 3 key words. The first word was warning. Warning, the warning from IPCC is saying that the rhythm of climate change is bringing negative impact on societies, on ecosystems, and all kind of sign of life. It says also, beside the warning, there is a hope. The hope. And the hope that says that there are solutions, there are possibilities, there are new behaviors that can guarantee that we will be able to tackle climate change. So warning, hope, and as well as challenges. There are challenges to make hope a reality. One challenge is to halve emission by half in the horizon of 2030. One of the challenges. So, next slide. You know, you are here, you are better than me, but me also, I am coming from, my born city is a mountainous city. And in general, the mountains are more than just majestic landscape. They are the guardian of water and biodiversity and the home of more than 670 million people. The IPCC latest report, the sixth assessment report, and as well as our special report about ocean and cryosphere, demonstrated and they clearly underscore the urgency of the action. So I think there is no discussion about the urgency of action. So I think, and this is the other slide. The other slide says that, and this is very interesting, I want really to draw your attention that it is not about just glacier melting or any, let's say, collapse in ice. It is about their linkages with biodiversity. And also, not only this, it is also their linkages even by sign of economies. If you have melting ices, the mountains will lose their attractivity for tourism. They also can lose their possibility to produce in agriculture and so on. And they are connected to also any economical sector. So this is the kind of thing we should pay attention. So also something which is really very important. And this is something I was really happy to follow many parallel side events. Mountains are also connected to extreme events, like in terms of landslide, snow avalanches, or floods. They are also linked to changing water availability and quality. And also, in terms of extreme event, if you are not conserving this track, so conserve to be under 1.5, I think all these extreme events, all these dangers will be amplified. So also, there are some aspects linked to all of how we can use the resources. And I wanted to connect it to what I heard in a parallel session, is that I can take one example. I am from Morocco, and in 1995, I went back because it is connected to science technology. In Orica region of Marrakesh, near Topkal. Topkal is a peak with a peak of 4,165. We did have a thunderstorm with landslides and so. The event did have more than 400 deaths. More than 400 deaths and many, many damages. 2005, 10 years after, the same event, the same circumstance, no death. This is something we should really, but you notice that I used 1995, then 10 years after 2005, 10 years. But now the rhythm of extreme events is not like this, difference of time. Now the rhythm is accelerated, the intensity is more. That means we should more and more adapt to this extreme event with the real maximum of preparedness. So something I want to share with you as well is about, in front of all this, and it is also connected to the role of science and also technology. But no science, no technology is useful if it is not used to adapt, to install a good adaptation. Because adaptation, when it is well implemented, shows many benefits. But of course, we should think about how you can use efficient adaptation. You should also avoid maladaptation. And to do this, to avoid maladaptation, to go for efficient adaptation, you need more science, more technology. Well, the implementation is rather practical and pragmatic, and where the sustainability of this implementation is guaranteed. Because sometimes with new science, new technology, when you have funding once, you can implement, but if you are not ensuring the sustainability of this project, this technique, you will lose afterward. And this is something which is important, and this is something that really, for which we should really pay attention. Now, we just conclude the 6th cycle of IPCC. And we started the 7th cycle. We already did have 3 plenaries, and we are still in the process of preparing the 7th cycle. And we already agreed on the outline for the whole package in China a few months ago. And I am pleased to inform you that the mountains region will be included in this outline. This is my appeal to you, all you scientists. Be aware that you will have some chapters or some cross-cutting chapter about mountain. So all the experts in this domain, please be ready to be involved in this process as expert reviewer, or as contributor, or as selected lead author, or selected coordinating lead author. So what is coming in 7th cycle will really highlight the role of mountain as well. So time to time it is necessary to highlight what was really agreed in concrete way. Is that in adopting its program of work, I should read. I told you I should read word by word, because I know that even there are some delegations who are really keen to, I can read word by word paragraph of IPCC. In adopting its program of work, the IPCC emphasized that the 7th assessment cycle will be robust, comprehensive, accurate, inclusive, and use diverse literature and knowledge sources, including drawing on indigenous people knowledge and local community knowledge. This is, I want really, because it is connected to indigenous people, local knowledge, and this is something we are paying attention for. What it means? That means, first of all success stories related to local knowledge should be incorporated in our 7th assessment cycle. And my appeal also to you, for any contribution, when you are playing any role in IPCC, to provide those comments that you should not forget any local knowledge, any possibility that can improve the quality of our 7th cycle. It should be inclusive, but it should be not only solution-oriented, but it should be also implementation, solution-oriented
report. This is our objective. So the evidence is clear. The time of action is now. So let me, before concluding this, and I want really to recognize in the room our focal point for Nepal to IPCC, as well as the Bureau member, as all our CLEs, as well as all lead authors. And I think the room is full of our authors and our team that is involved. The focal point is coming now. He's walking. I was speaking about him. You know, you have an active focal point. So I think, I ask him to, I am speaking about him. I am speaking about you. So I think he is the man, and for any nomination, any process, please be sure that connecting, having his contact, this will really create a sort of possibility for all the experts in your country and even to be involved in IPCC process. This is, I think, what really I want to highlight. I want really to congratulate you for your effort, and also if the presence of many authors from Nepal are there, also thanks to you. And so I want also to recognize that we have also Bureau members who are really doing an extra job, and I think this is something we should highlight for the example of Nepal. So also by concluding, also I want really to highlight to you that it is time of, and this is connected to all these events. It is time we attend many parallel events today and yesterday, and all of them are speaking about extreme events. They are also speaking about cities. But let me highlight two things. Now it is time of vigilance. We are speaking about vigilance in general, but it is time to install climate vigilance. And as the vigilance is built on a triptych, first, to be vigilant, you should have the best information system. To be vigilant, you should have the capacity of reaction. To be vigilant, you should have the capacity of prevention. It is like, you know that military commando are the one like this. We need to transform each one as climate technical commando. This is one. Second thing is, we attended a session about managing the risk, and Simon, and also the process how we manage all the crises. Now we are in time when we need to transform risk management in knowledge risk management. Why? Because in 60s, in last cycle, we were dealing with crisis management. Why? Because we did have the capacity to react. Then we started discussing about risk management. Why? We needed a sort of time to gain some time to take action. But with the rhythm of extreme event this time, with the intensity of those extreme events, with the incapacity of all the countries, even developed, to face extreme events like inundation, like heat wave, like fires. Some developed countries are, having some death in fires. We need more extra time. This is why we introduced this knowledge risk management, in order to have enough time in advance. The last thing, and it is also connected to your session, and it was my case. I think reacting, adapting to climate change, it is not the business of just scientists. It is not the business of governments. It is the business of the community. If rural women in developing country is not informed about the risk she's facing. If any department, any sector, any decision maker are not involved in the process, I think anything cannot work. And this is why I think the inclusivity is there, the seamless and the integrated approach is there, and now we should really look for all the elements that can offer the possibility to be transformed as a climate commando, and also to install the vigilance. Once again, I want all of you to be aware and to visit our website in IPCC. There is enough information. And also, I want you to come an IPCC family member by just being an expert reviewer or being author, contributor, and why not to be lead author as well as coordination lead author. And you have many demonstrations in this room, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moxit. I think you have emphasized again what are the impact of the climate change on the mountainous ecosystem, and also the urgent need to co-create the adaptive solutions to minimize the impact of climate change and mountain ecosystem. At the same time, it is also good to know that IPCC seventh assessment report will incorporate this mountain topic in the report. So probably in this room, maybe a lot of experts, they can contribute to the IPCC seventh assessment report. Now I would like to go for the panel discussion session, and I would like to invite our esteemed panelists. We have 4 panelists. I would like to invite Dr. Viva Dhawan. She is the Director General of the Energy Resource Institute, and she also served as a Vice Chancellor of Terry School of Advanced Studies, and she has tremendous experience of working in the biotechnology, precision agriculture, and so on. So it's an honor to have you, Dr. Viva Dhawan. The next esteemed panelist is Dr. Madhav Karki. So I would like to invite Madhav Karki in the dais. Dr. Madhav Karki is former advisor to the former Prime Minister of Nepal, and also recently he served as the Chief Advisor to the Minister of Environment and also the Climate Change. He has wealth of experience working on the biodiversity issues, natural resources management, and sustainable development. Then next, I would like to invite Dr. Stephen Snyder-Burr, the head of the GLOMOS United Nations University. GLOMOS stands for Global Mountain Safeguard Research Programs of the United Nations University, and he brings a wealth of experience on the analysis, assessment, management of risk and impacts to climate and natural hazards in mountainous regions worldwide. And next distinguished panelist is Professor Klaus Huback. He is the professor in the University of Groningen, and he is also visiting professor at the University of Maryland, and his research models interactions between human and environmental systems with over 200 peer-reviewed publications on climate change, irrigation, land use, and sustainability. So with this, I would like to proceed for the questions to the panelists. Actually, I planned for the 2 rounds of panel discussion, but I have been getting several warnings that we must finish this session by 4:30. So I'll try my best to wrap up by 4:30, but let me start with round 1, which is more focused on the how do we synergize between the emerging technology and also the indigenous knowledge, local practices to enhance the adaptation in the mountainous communities. So first, I would like to ask Dr. Viva Dhawan. Actually, she has been working in the biotechnology and precision agriculture for several decades, and I think you have vast experience on how do we connect this, the emerging technologies like biotechnology, precision agriculture, and also the regenerative agriculture now with the indigenous knowledge and indigenous practices, especially in the South Asian region. So I want to start from here, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And in fact, yesterday also there was one session on food. One of the problems with, if we look at, and we always say that traditional foods were much better nutritionally, we talk about use of millets and local varieties which were far more resilient to climate change than the varieties which we are using today. Now, what is the challenge before us? And that is that we are too many, the population. The other is the way the climate is changing. We really have to act very fast in terms of developing new varieties. Now, therefore, what we are looking at, that there are 2 sets of things. One is, or the challenges, one is that we must meet nutritional needs. We must conserve the biodiversity. What is the importance of biodiversity? Let's first discuss on that. Biodiversity basically is the varieties, or rather center of origin of those varieties was where lots and lots of varieties still exist. That is basically a gene pool, and that is where the resilience is going to come from. What are we doing typically in plant breeding? We take one plant which has 90% of the characters that you require, and maybe 10% are the undesirable kind of things. You breed it with another variety, and that is how you incorporate. Now, there is a possibility, because in these last so many years, we exactly know which gene is conferring what character. And therefore, rather than getting into back-crossing and years of testing in the field, can we think of incorporating that gene directly into plant? The other is, which is more common and not many questions asked, is gene editing. Can we get rid of those sequences in the plant genome that we don't require? For example, you have excellent variety, but it contains a couple of amino acids which are not good for human health. So you want to knock them out. So that is what is possible through biotechnology. Now let's come to the other challenge, because see, earlier, water, we never even thought. We thought we have a common aquifer, wrong policies in terms of water pricing, and agriculture is a very sensitive subject for any government. You want the food to be made available to masses at an affordable price, and therefore we also give lots and lots of subsidies on fertilizer or water. Electricity in my country, in many states, is free if it is being used for agriculture. But then it is misused as well. So the areas which are not suited for a particular crop, for example, paddy, we keep on extracting more and more water. And what is becoming a problem, especially in the Himalayan states, is also that the heavy metals, they start coming up. And also let's look at the subsidies on fertilizers. Like we give in India, we give almost 90% subsidy on urea. It's a huge burden on the government, but then it is being misused by the farmer. We broadcast, we don't even use urea applicators so that it is made available to the plant in this root zone. And then we face climate change, because part of the urea, nitrogen part of it, is getting converted into nitrous oxide, and quite a bit, almost 80% of it, it pollutes your aquifers and your water remains no more potable. Now, what is the solutions? And we do have solutions, and that is what we say, like precision agriculture, can our farmers afford? In a way, if the government subsidy is shifted from urea to precision agriculture, and you look into have a sort of 5-10 year time frame, then you recover the cost as well. And let's also count health. The other is that if you go for precision agriculture, along with the new technologies, emerging technologies, you have data when it's going to rain, so how much of water should be given to the plant in the week before the rain starts, or a day before. If it's going to rain tomorrow, why should I water my plants today? And give them as much water that is absorbed by the root. And so you save on water. And third technology, which I personally feel is going to be extremely important for mountainous region, because many of those areas are organic, but they cannot get their crop certified because there is runoff from the other farm, and they have small land holdings. So over there, it is that, look at it, technologies like nano fertilizer. Your requirement of the fertilizer is reduced almost to 10%, so no more government subsidies, so government should look into that. And you spray nano fertilizer directly on the leaf. So nothing goes to the air, nothing goes to water. So it's the cleanest technology if you really want to control climate change. And let's also look into, because something which is neglected in agriculture is also our animals and methane production from them. Let's work on nutrients for them as well as enzymes, which can ultimately result in reduced methane production. And even things like algae, if you grow them in seawater or otherwise wastewater, it cleans the water as well as it captures carbon dioxide, and it gives you the nutrients for cattle feed. So that's what we have to combine the two. We have to look into the vast germplasm which is available with the farmers today and use them for further improvement of crops. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Viva. I think you mentioned about not only the, how do we integrate these indigenous technologies with the emerging technologies, but also, what should be the policies and other mechanism we should follow. Yeah, thank you very much. So now I would like to move to Dr. Madhav Karki. So you have immense experience working on this, the traditional knowledge, or you prefer to call it as indigenous knowledge for several years. And I would like to ask you about if there are any concrete examples from your work where traditional knowledge, or you prefer to say as indigenous knowledge and modern science that have been successfully co-applied for climate resilience in mountain ecosystems, please.
Thank you, Dr. Srestha, for this opportunity. But at the outset, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. We are in the session of mountain resilience. For me, the concept of mountain resilience is the resilience of the socio-ecological system in the mountains. Socio-ecological system is a concept where we think of integrative landscape. Japan has launched International Satoyama Initiative based on the socio-ecological system. Socio-ecological system is shaped by interaction between people and nature, people and ecosystems. And indigenous people for centuries have been implicitly adapting and practicing resilient approaches in managing their natural resources. In Nepal, actually, we have many case studies in forest management, in pasture management, in water management, in suspension bridges, in settlements. But I would like to share one that stands out among all others. Many my Nepalese colleagues must have heard Argeli irrigation system, which is located in Palpa districts of Nepal. Actually, Argeli irrigation system is a university in local water management. It's so rich. Argeli irrigation system actually started 450, nearly 5 centuries ago. The trigger was that the king started a temple in Redi, and that temple needed rice. So the people had to grow rice. And they started this irrigation project. And in those days, we didn't have modern knowledge, but the water had to be brought from 4 kilometers away from the upstream in a rocky terrain. So the indigenous people, they use knowledge, which is really amazing, by digging canal, by also constructing tunnels, and then bringing the water to grow rice. That traditional wisdom still is utilized in managing this irrigation system, which is still sustainable, which is resilient. This is actually a testament to the ability of our local communities, how a sustainable and equitable and resilient water management system can be maintained. If you visit, it's really, really amazing. I mean, very rich in knowledge. But I would like to say that how they are becoming adaptive. So they started with one canal because the needs was very small, and then water sources were not a problem. But as the water demand started growing, they added, in Nepali they call Jeti, Maili, Saili, Kanchi canals. So we have 4 canals. And then once you bring water, there is always water allocation issue that everyone should be given equitable, all the settlement. So they divided this Pani Sancho, water key, so that Pani is distributed equally. And then it has to be maintained. So they call it Kulara or Pani Karaune, which means that every year before the monsoon begins, everyone has to go and contribute in maintaining the canal. This canal is still, this irrigation system is maintained, and local communities are involved, and the governance local communities have not given to the government. When they needed this modern knowledge, because it was, as the water sources were drying, it took 5 hours from source to the command area or to the rice field to travel for the water to travel. So they use the modern technology like cement lining of the canal, using the iron rods to strengthen the canals, and all the irrigation management technologies which exist now. And what it took about 5 hours for the water to traverse, now it takes 65 minutes. So this is really, I would say, an excellent blend of traditional knowledge and modern knowledge, and more important, as they say, in the current challenges which they are also facing, the climate change challenges, wherein the water sources are drying, they are managing these challenges by becoming more efficient, by improving their governance, by also changing and adapting their cropping practices, their farming practices. So I would say, because I don't have much time, but I would like to say that this provides you that indigenous knowledge. If you build your system on the traditional wisdom, indigenous, and these days I'm very happy that IPCC's General Secretary mentioned that the 7th cycle report will have a very strong presence of indigenous and local knowledge. And IPLC, indigenous and local knowledge is the language in IK and LK now the UN system uses. So I'm very happy, and you can see here that both indigenous and local knowledge or traditional knowledge are very much integrated with modern knowledge, and system is made resilient. I'll stop here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Madhav. I think that's a very good example of, how the indigenous knowledge or indigenous practices are existing, and you gave a good example of the irrigation systems for Nepal. Probably that can be integrated with the emerging technologies and probably scale up as adaptive solutions to the climate change in mountainous region.
One second. And this is documented here. It's published by government of Nepal with support from the ADB. Thank you.
Then I would like to move to Dr. Stephen. We talked about the indigenous knowledge and also the practices, but at the same time, I think we require lots of data and information for the impact assessment, and also create the adaptive solutions to minimize the impact on the mountainous region. And one of the issues, I think, in the several other parallel sessions also, it was highlighted that data is always limited. We don't have enough data. We don't have the reliable data. So from your experience working in this GLOMOS program of United Nations universities, how can these emerging technologies like remote sensing and spatial data tools be made more accessible and useful to the mountainous communities, please?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Shrestha. And I'm really honored to be able to talk here. Good afternoon, everybody. And I try to say something that has not been said during the many other panels we had before, which is not easy. Yes, so we have lots of new technologies, and they are frequently and continuously improving for new data provision, better data provision through remote sensing, for example, and producing lots of spatial data at many different scales. So the technologies are permanently improving, and we have lots of data around. We have lots of data that would be very helpful for the management of social ecological systems, so really covering all parts of the mountain systems we are looking at. In my background, it's mainly about climate risk management and governance. So the data is around, but often it's not used, and often it's not exploited in the way it could be exploited in order to address all these problems that we have, in particular in mountain regions, because in mountain regions, we don't have a very homogeneous situation. No? We go 500 meters up and down, or 500 meters around the corner, and we suddenly face totally different situations. So, but there are many of these data sets are around, but they are not used appropriately. So I try to summarize some points why I think, or what I think could be done in order to change that. And lots of these points have been mentioned before, but we just have to continue working on them. So the first point would be, and this links a lot to what we've heard in the last other sessions and panels as well, the term of climate justice. So the data is around there, but it's not accessible by people in the same way. So we have to make sure that data always comes with a certain cost. Yeah? We have to be very aware that data comes with costs, but that climate justice means that the free access to data relevant, in particularly for mountain communities, vulnerable communities, communities without lots of resources, are able to have access to their data that is relevant for the management of their territory. And often these data come from global players with very strong financial interests, so we need to find mechanisms to make this data free accessible. Second point is we have many initiatives out there. We have heard about a lot of them here already in the various panels. And for those of you who go to different conferences dealing with scientific topics, you will see lots of initiatives, programs, platforms that provide data, but we need a better coordination of those different platforms and sources, cooperation and coordination of those data sources to be more efficient in using the resources that we have, and also to ease the user in to having access to this data. The third point would be capacity development and education. It is very complex. The arising and upcoming scientific tools, they have always been very scientific and complex, but increasingly so. Though I don't know how many of us have an idea what really artificial intelligence means. So imagine all of us, we have difficulties to understand that, or most of us. So to be able to explain to stakeholders, decision makers in mountain communities what tools and data sets exist and what they mean, this is a part of the capacity development that is urgently needed. And then we have to distinguish a little bit between the target groups. We do not have to explain everything in detail to everybody, but we have to raise awareness of what's around, and we have to train specific people in also be able to use and really exploit and analyze the data. The fourth point would be the digital gap that we also have heard already today before. So the issue of, again, very mountain-specific problem to be covered with the access to the internet, to have a certain level of digital literacy, to be able to use computers and apps and so on, what's on there, in order to use the tools and the data that is out there. And the very last point that also links a bit more already to the issue of indigenous and local knowledge is that we have to be aware that many of these data sets out there are not context specific. And in order to really take decisions, appropriate decisions at the very local level, we always have to be context specific, and then the indigenous and local knowledge comes into the play. So I stop here for a moment.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Stefan. I think you highlighted about the availability of data, and at the same time, there is a capacity building need to utilize those data, be it for assessment purpose or also for the creating these adaptive solutions, especially for the mountainous community. So now I would like to move to Professor Klaus. I think Professor Klaus has a lot of experience in using this participatory modeling approach for the creating solutions that integrate the local communities and also the scientific models. So based on your experience with participatory modeling and stakeholder engagement, how can best include stakeholders in such processes, and what is the value of such engagement to co-create adaptive solutions to minimize the climate change impact on the mountainous communities?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So this will draw from experiences before I moved to the Netherlands, where there aren't any mountains to note of. So I've worked before in Austria, UK, and other places in mountain areas. And let me just motivate why we want to use participatory modeling. So for example, we were invited to work with communities that help to deal with land use conflicts, conservation issues, and adaptation issues. And so in this example that we experienced many times, for example, a moorland owner would stand up and says the best way to manage the land is to burn patches that creates biodiversity, that allows for hunting, and is very good for the local economy. Then a tourist manager would stand up, no, we need grassland. It's a cultural landscape that we had for hundreds of years. It supports sheep economy. Then there would be an argument about how many sheep should be there, if any at all, or if we should have rewilding. A water company representative would stand up and say, burning and sheep create lots of dissolved organic carbon, which creates costs, which have to be borne by urban populations in cities that want cheap and clean water. Each of those stakeholder groups would produce numbers and evidence to support their claims. Those numbers might come from different mountains, different catchments, different time periods, or different planet altogether, just not based on scientific evidence. So for this, we used and further developed this approach, participatory modeling, which helps and facilitates this exchange of and bringing together of local knowledge, models and scientific data. So it's building models with stakeholder inputs to be used by stakeholders for adaptation processes. So as the name indicates, it actively involves stakeholders at the local level and combines different types of knowledge as well as indigenous knowledge with models and science to help decision-making in complex socio-ecological systems. Such involvement and frameworks can range from simple providing information, knowledge transfer, to collaborative model building, which we aimed for in our examples, where stakeholders are engaged in the problem definition, in the problem framing, in the priority setting, in the option formulation, and in the model evaluation. So models are co-produced in an iterative social learning process. So what are some of the advantages of this? These models tend to be more accurate and relevant to the specific context, as also was pointed out by previous speakers, as there's data and situations change very quickly over altitudes, but also given different cultural contexts. This approach fosters consensus amongst stakeholders and therefore helps build trust, which is very important, and reduces conflicts. It helps building capacity. People involved have a higher sense of ownership, and which helps to implement solutions that the process comes up with or proposes. And therefore it provides better decision making by integrating diverse perspectives and knowledge. We have been applying this not only in upland areas, but also me personally, for example, in coastal areas, but it has been used all over in different regions around the world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Klaus. I think indeed that's one of the powerful tool to integrate these solutions for the decision makers, this participatory modeling approach. Now I would like to go for the second round. I think you have already highlighted what are the indigenous knowledge, indigenous practices that are available, the data accessibility, and also the tool on how to integrate these knowledge practices which are indigenous in nature to the emerging technology. So my questions in second round revolves around what kind of policy, regulations, and also what kind of institutional setups are required for the implementation of these solutions identified, and how we can scale up in the mountainous region. So I would like to come back to Dr. Viva about the policy and institutional challenges you have experienced during this 15 to 20 years of working in this field, biotechnology, precision agriculture, or you would say sustainable agricultural technology, especially in the mountainous community.
Yeah, well, mountains, in a way, I'll say that it's a very unique ecosystem, and even the challenges and what we are discussing today. If we look at, especially agriculture, when India got independence, the average income of farmer was about 50% of average Indian. Today it has reduced to 20%. If we look at mountainous region, again the challenges are that agriculture is no more a profession that the next generation, this generation wants to follow. And that is also resulting in migration. Let's look at what are the major factors. And one of the things in mountains is that it rains, you don't know what to do with water, but when it doesn't rain, there is no water. And even for drinking purposes, you have to collect water. So accessibility of water and usage of water in agriculture, that is what the government should look into. The other is that mountains, they are largely, even today, they are practicing natural cultivation. I won't call it organic because they cannot get the certification. But then for natural cultivation, we are not incentivizing them. We are not even giving them new technologies like biofertilizer. And then is it we are compensating them because their productivity is comparatively lower. They are the ones who are custodians of biodiversity. We are actually not giving them enough. On the policy side, therefore, it is that understand their problems and look into how the water can be provided to them, how the fertilizer can be provided to them, and how their produce, which is naturally produced, should get premium in the market. It can be done, and I'll say where there is a will, there is a way, and I feel very confident that biofertilizer like mycorrhiza, it has a long way to go. And similarly, if we talk about nanofertilizer, it will also help us in distinguishing between a crop which is fertilized versus the crop which is organically produced so that they can get premium in the market. And third thing which I urge to the government, and it's not done anywhere in the world, while we are talking of sustainability in every issue, we are still not talking about sustainably produced crops. And I'm sure there will be market for them. All of us will be willing to pay 10%, 15% extra the moment it is sustainably produced. And last but not the least, where I also see that there is a great hope, and that is with decentralized energy production, because why our mountainous region or our rural India our rural parts have remained poor is because they were not energy sufficient. Now, of course, there is that all villages are electrified, but then let's also look into decentralized energy production so that they don't remain just producer of food, rather they become entrepreneurs, they process that food so that there is value addition at site. And those products, once they are brought, and really speaking right from the beginning, we should look into what kind of infrastructure should be set up over there, what sort of controls we should bring in so that the quality is maintained, and also help them with marketing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Viva. I think, yeah, you highlighted what should be the, the policy instruments from the governments. Especially you highlighted the subsidies and other incentives. And at the same time, how these, practices can be scaled up, right? So then I would like to move to Dr. Madhav Karki. I think you mentioned about the indigenous knowledge and practices, especially referring to the irrigation system in Nepal. And if you, recommend the governments to scale it up, what kind of practical steps you will recommend, especially in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, to take systematically include this indigenous knowledge into national adaptation strategies?
Thank you. Building on my previous example, I think to fight climate change, I think we first of all have to think climate change, if you just address climate change, you will not get the resilient solutions. You have to take all the crises together. Now we call polycrisis, or we call triple planetary crisis, or now we are also calling multidimensional environmental crisis. So climate change, to fight climate change, we need to also think of the biodiversity, we need to think of food system, we have to think of pollution. So first of all, I think what I'm talking about is a very integrative and multidimensional system. I am associated with Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. It's a UN Biodiversity Panel. I am the multidisciplinary expert panel member. We recently released 2 reports. These are 2 milestone reports called Nexus Assessment and Nexus among the 4 elements of climate change, biodiversity, food, and health. And then another one is the transformative change, in which I was also involved as a management committee member. Now, the findings of those very policy relevant assessment reports is actually building on the reports of IPCC R6 and other reports, Global Assessment of IPBES and also Global Environment Outlook 6. So based on that and recognizing that as in the Himalayan region, they are rich in biodiversity, but they are also rich in indigenous and local knowledge. So recognizing this and also recognizing that there are 7 principles of resilience building, and these apply to mountain. And at least 4 of those principles, and these principles have very, they demand integration of indigenous local knowledge. I don't have time to go into those principles, but based on that, and based on the findings of this very science relevant, very policy relevant message, I have 5 points. First of all, positive outcomes for people and nature are feasible if we adopt integrative, holistic, and multiple response options. So your options, while you are responding to water scarcity, you have to also then strengthen your forest ecosystem, you have to also strengthen your infrastructure, and you have to also make your food system resilient. So the first point is the positive outcome is possible, that we can fight these multiple crises. Second, conservation strategies that involve sustainable stewardship, stewardship towards nature, and that is done by IPLC, indigenous people and local communities. So that these indigenous people, they have been coexisting with nature, co-producing nature ecosystem services. So conservation is not possible without involving local communities. That's my second point. And third, inclusive, accountable, and adaptive governance system play a pivotal role. And here, I think the role of government is quite clear, but they have to involve diverse stakeholders, which means indigenous and local communities have to be involved in governance. Actually, I think the addressing climate change and all the other crises is more of a governance issue rather than science issue now. And that's why the governance, I think, is the first thing we need to address. Now, the fourth point is you have to recognize, the government has to recognize, empower, and strengthen indigenous and local knowledge and indigenous people and local community by building their capacity and the institutions. Actually, indigenous knowledge and indigenous and local knowledge does not exist if the indigenous and local institutions do not exist. And actually, the deputy mayor of Kathmandu city very nicely said, the GUTI, the indigenous institutions, if you don't strengthen them, you cannot get, it will be very difficult to have a resilient city, the Kathmandu city. And finally, governments are the key enablers. So government has to take the lead. And the government, to take the lead, they have to adopt whole of society, whole of government approaches, which means the inclusive, and it has to be equitable approaches, and they can do it by deploying innovative financial tools, by having enabling policy and regulatory framework. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Madhav. That's 5 points recommendations for the governments in the Hindu-Kush Himalayan region. Since we have participants here, before coming back to Professor Klaus and Dr. Stephen, I would like to give opportunity to the participants for a few questions to the panelists. If you have any questions, just be brief and also introduce yourself, and probably you can directly ask questions to the panelists. Yeah, please. I would like to take probably 2 or 3 questions and then move to panelists here. Thank you. Please, Dr. Anil.
Thank you very much. My name is Anil Mishra from UNESCO. I was expecting in this session, Bridging Science and Technology, talk about open science. Many of the science data that we produce are very closed and it's not inclusive. We really need to engage citizens. And we need to have open science, open calibration, open validation, open review process, and then it will create buy-in effect by the community. And that is what I expected from the panelists, if there are any specific examples. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, I will follow the geographical distribution also. Yeah, maybe let's second. Yeah, please.
Hello, thank you. This is Binay from Institute for Global Environmental Strategy, Japan. So I would like to basically touch on this indigenous and local knowledge system. Also, I would like to say traditional knowledge system. And I have been working in this for over 5 or 6 years now. And one thing we are trying to do is how we can apply this knowledge system for climate adaptation. And what we have found is, of course, this knowledge system is important, but they are also vulnerable to climate impact. So we should not forget that part. And second is this knowledge is eroding very fast. And one of the challenging aspects we are facing is how we can scale up this solution with the modern technology. To give you an example, there is an indigenous technology which can save potato for 1 year without anything. And we are promoting you take potato, the cold storage, which is energy. But what we don't find is science is not telling or doing anything to validate this kind of thing. And the result is that when we go for upscale solution, like the donors, like ADB or other, they are reluctant to invest. So there is no de-risking model. So I'd like to ask what science could play in this regard. And of course, IPCC is doing this, so I'm very glad that I hope a wonderful report will come. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I think I will stop here because I have, pressure to finalize by 4:30. So if time remains, I will come back to you. So if any panelists would like to respond to the question of open science, please feel free to answer.
Thank you. I think that's a very important question. We talk of, this open science, and we feel that the open access literature, I think, is one way, where we have some equitable access to the scientific data. But we have the indigenous and local knowledge as well, and those data need to be captured as well. So we have the citizen science, and in Nepal, citizen science have been applied, where schools are involved in collecting meteorological data, and we have a lot of indigenous and local knowledge holders in the communities. We have to, of course, involve them, empower them, and strengthen their institution. So I'm sure this can.
Yeah, thank you. I think Mr. Moksit, you want to respond to that question?
Quickly, I think, thank you, Anil, for this question, because now it is time of, new science, open science, and also even IPCC is basing his work on peer-reviewed literature. Let me highlight that 6 cycle, we based our work in 100,000 peer-reviewed literature, but this is 6 cycle. Now, it will be 500,000. And I think this is just peer-reviewed literature. And this is why I think there is something in our 7th cycle, and following the vision of the chair, Jimsky, we will have an expert meeting, a workshop that really deal with something which is really important and innovative in this cycle. We will have this, it will be based in 2 tracks. One track is dealing with artificial intelligence, these new technologies, and all the aspects. And the other track is indigenous people, local knowledge, and how we can really have this parallelism, and this is something which is really important. One thing which is really also important, linked to the intervention of colleague, I think we were speaking about the past, But it is clear that now science is, is progressing. Technology are progressing, and I think even the utilization of this new technology should be taken in process of adaptation. How we can adapt new technology to ensure their sustainability without forgetting the involvement of all local people. Because at the end, in the mountain, in this local population, we need to bring to them something they will adapt to their context, and they will ensure sustainability and will take benefit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I can come back to Dr. Viva. Maybe I can come back to Professor Klaus and Dr. Stephen if you have any response to the questions related to open science. Yeah, please.
I wanted to respond to
sure,
the other colleague, please. Just to say, that it's a crucial part, and I think also you mentioned that before, the value of qualitative data, but at the same time it's very context specific, and upscaling is one big issue, and I think science has to work more on finding ways how to upscale things. So it's very, very important that we look into that and to value then the existing knowledge and see how far it is valuable in other regions as well. And I just wanted to make one last comment, given that the time is so short, because we talk so much about indigenous and local knowledge, but we have not talked about the property right of this knowledge. In particular, when it comes to new tools like artificial intelligence, where lots of data is fed into systems and disappear into systems. And we always say, as a scientist, we go and we consider local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, but we do not respect the property right of this knowledge appropriately so far. I just want to throw that in.
Thank you. And Professor Klaus, would you like to respond to any of the question? Yeah.
Well, maybe just quickly to the open science question. Of course, now the funding agencies are recognizing how important open science is, and so we are required to publish in open access journals. The journals oftentimes also require that we provide the data, the code, and so on. So it all goes in the right direction, but very slowly, and lots of stuff has been published in the past, and that's not available. So that's a real issue still. But I'm very happy about the question, and I think it's important.
Thank you. I think I got several warnings to wrap up. So probably we don't have much time to summarize the all the discussion we had, but I would like to thank keynote speaker Mr. Abdullah Moqsit for your keynote speech, and all the distinguished panelists for your insightful discussion related to this bridging science and technology for mountain resilience. I think we can continue after this. If you have any more questions, they will be around the tea or coffee break. Yeah. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinct panel members, and also thank you, Dr. Shrestha, for completing the session right on time. We don't have much time, therefore, without any further ado, I would like to move on to the final stage of our panel discussion, which is panel session, which is giving away the token of appreciation to our panel members. And to do so, I would like to request Mr. Ek Narayan Aryal, Chief Secretary of Government of Nepal, to kindly come up stage. Thank you, sir. Firstly, I would like to request Mr. Abdullah Moqsit to kindly step forward. Moving on, I would like to request Dr. Sangam Shrestha, our moderator, to kindly step forward. Moving ahead with our panel members, firstly, I would like to request Ms. Vaiba Dhawan to kindly step forward. Likewise, I would like to request Mr. Madhav Karki to kindly step forward. Moving on, I would like to request Dr. Stefan to kindly step forward. Lastly, I would like to request Dr. Klaus to kindly step forward. Before we leave the stage, I would like to request all the panel members, keynote speaker, moderator with Chief Secretary to kindly stay back for the photo. Also requesting Maheshwar sir to kindly step forward for a picture together. Thank you, everybody. We will be joining back in this room for our roundtable discussion. At 4:45 sharp, we will see you then. Thank you so much.
Mountains, the water towers of our world. For centuries, these glaciers and snow have fed rivers that sustain billions of living beings. Nepal is home to 8 of the tallest mountains in the world, including Sagarmatha, our Everest. These peaks form the heart of the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the third pole. This region is home to 270 million who are dependent on water from these mountains. But this lifeline is breaking. Hindu Kush Himalaya glaciers disappeared 65% faster compared with the previous decade. By 2050, it is expected that we will hit peak water, following which our river flow will begin to decline. For the 1.65 billion people downstream, this isn't a distant threat. It is already here. The transformation is happening at a rapid pace and scale. Glaciers vanishing before our eyes, devastating floods, decline in crop productivity, families displaced, hazardous levels of air pollution. Just in Nepal, in 2024, 250 lives were lost to floods triggered by torrential rains in Kathmandu. A glacial lake outburst flood in Thame erased an entire village. These disasters are not natural. They are climate-driven, and the science is clear. Even at 1.5 degrees Celsius warming, which is too hot for our region, we'll lose 1/3 of glaciers by 2100.
Nepal is on the front lines of the climate crisis. This is climate injustice, unequal and loaded against countries like ours, which have non-significant contributions to global emissions. But our commitment to fighting the climate crisis is unwavering. Nepal has preserved 45% forest cover. 24% of our land is under protected areas. And much of our farming is by default nature-based. Our glacier and snow-fed rivers provide vital ecosystem services to millions downstream. Yet, we are among the hardest hit by climate change.
Let's reshape policies, and not just with urgency, but with equity, compassion, and long-term vision.
हामी स्पष्ट छौं, हिमाल केवल हाम्रो सम्पत्ति मात्र होइन, यो विश्वको जीवन रेखा पनि हो। यिनको रक्षा गर्नु हाम्रो प्राथमिकता हो र रहेको पनि छ।
Glacier melt is accelerating, triggering cascading impacts downstream. Our springs are drying. The climate crisis knows no borders. Its effects are already being felt far beyond the mountains. That's why Sagarmatha Sambaad is not just a summit, but a call from the Himalaya to the world. We urge global leaders, scientists, and frontline communities to join hands to demand adaptation and loss and damage financing for the most impacted, like us, and to accelerate the phase-out of fossil fuels in favor of clean, renewable energy. Regional and global cooperation is not a choice, it is a necessity. Climate justice is non-negotiable, and we must act together before it is too late. Mountains, the water towers of our world. For centuries, these glaciers and snow have fed rivers that sustain billions of living beings. Nepal is home to 8 of the tallest mountains in the world, including Sagarmatha, our Everest. These peaks form the heart of the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the third pole. This region is home to 270 million who are dependent on water from these mountains. But this lifeline is breaking. Hindu Kush Himalaya glaciers disappeared 65% faster compared with the previous decade. By 2050, it is expected that we will hit peak water, following which our river flow will begin to decline. For the 1.65 billion people downstream, this isn't a distant threat. It is already here. The transformation is happening at a rapid pace and scale. Glaciers vanishing before our eyes, devastating floods, decline in crop productivity, families displaced, hazardous levels of air pollution. Just in Nepal, in 2024, 250 lives were lost to floods triggered by torrential rains in Kathmandu. A glacial lake outburst flood in Thame erased an entire village. These disasters are not natural. They are climate-driven and the science is clear. Even at 1.5 degrees Celsius warming, which is too hot for our region, we'll lose 1/3 of glaciers by 2100.
Nepal is on the front lines of the climate crisis. This is climate injustice, unequal and loaded against countries like ours, which have non-significant contributions to global emissions. But our commitment to fighting the climate crisis is unwavering. Nepal has preserved 45% forest cover. 24% of our land is under protected areas. And much of our farming is by default nature-based. Our glacier and snow-fed rivers provide vital ecosystem services to millions downstream. Yet, we are among the hardest hit by climate change.
Let's reshape policies, and not just with urgency, but with equity, compassion, and long-term vision.
हामी स्पष्ट छौं, हिमाल केवल हाम्रो सम्पत्ति मात्र होइन, यो विश्वको जीवन रेखा पनि हो। यिनको रक्षा गर्नु हाम्रो प्राथमिकता हो र रहेको पनि छ।
Glacier melt is accelerating, triggering cascading impacts downstream. Our springs are drying. The climate crisis knows no borders. Its effects are already being felt far beyond the mountains. That's why Sagarmatha Sambaad is not just a summit, but a call from the Himalaya to the world. We urge global leaders, scientists, and frontline communities to join hands to demand adaptation and loss and damage financing for the most impacted, like us, and to accelerate the phase-out of fossil fuels in favor of clean, renewable energy. Regional and global cooperation is not a choice, it is a necessity. Climate justice is non-negotiable, and we must act together before it is too late. Mountains, the water towers of our world. For centuries, these glaciers and snow have fed rivers that sustain billions of living beings. Nepal is home to 8 of the tallest mountains in the world, including Sagarmatha, our Everest. These peaks form the heart of the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the third pole. This region is home to 270 million who are dependent on water from these mountains. But this lifeline is breaking. Hindu Kush Himalaya glaciers disappeared 65% faster compared with the previous decade. By 2050, it is expected that we will hit peak water, following which our river flow will begin to decline. For the 1.65 billion people downstream, this isn't a distant threat. It is already here. The transformation is happening at a rapid pace and scale. Glaciers vanishing before our eyes, devastating floods, decline in crop productivity, families displaced, hazardous levels of air pollution. Just in Nepal, in 2024, 250 lives were lost to floods triggered by torrential rains in Kathmandu. A glacial lake outburst flood in Thame erased an entire village. These disasters are not natural. They are climate-driven, and the science is clear. Even at 1.5 degrees Celsius warming, which is too hot for our region, we'll lose 1/3 of glaciers by 2100.
Nepal is on the front lines of the climate crisis. This is climate injustice, unequal and loaded against countries like ours, which have non-significant contributions to global emissions. But our commitment to fighting the climate crisis is unwavering. Nepal has preserved 45% forest cover. 24% of our land is under protected areas. And much of our farming is by default nature-based. Our glacier and snow-fed rivers provide vital ecosystem services to millions downstream. Yet, we are among the hardest hit by climate change.
Let's reshape policies, and not just with urgency, but with equity, compassion, and long-term vision.
हामी स्पष्ट छौं, हिमाल केवल हाम्रो सम्पत्ति मात्र होइन, यो विश्वको जीवन रेखा पनि हो। यिनको रक्षा गर्नु हाम्रो प्राथमिकता हो र रहेको पनि छ।
Glacier melt is accelerating, triggering cascading impacts downstream. Our springs are drying. The climate crisis knows no borders. Its effects are already being felt far beyond the mountains. That's why Sagarmatha Sambaad is not just a summit, but a call from the Himalaya to the world. We urge global leaders, scientists, and frontline communities to join hands to demand adaptation and loss and damage financing for the most impacted, like us, and to accelerate the phase-out of fossil fuels in favor of clean, renewable energy. Regional and global cooperation is not a choice, it is a necessity. Climate justice is non-negotiable, and we must act together before it is too late. Mountains, the water towers of our world. For centuries, these glaciers and snow have fed rivers that sustain billions of living beings. Nepal is home to 8 of the tallest mountains in the world, including Sagarmatha, our Everest. These peaks form the heart of the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the third pole. This region is home to 270 million who are dependent on water from these mountains. But this lifeline is breaking. Hindu Kush Himalaya glaciers disappeared 65% faster compared with the previous decade. By 2050, it is expected that we will hit peak water, following which our river flow will begin to decline. For the 1.65 billion people downstream, this isn't a distant threat. It is already here. The transformation is happening at a rapid pace and scale. Glaciers vanishing before our eyes, devastating floods, decline in crop productivity, families displaced, hazardous levels of air pollution. Just in Nepal, in 2024, 250 lives were lost to floods triggered by torrential rains in Kathmandu. A glacial lake outburst flood in Thame erased an entire village. These disasters are not natural. They are climate-driven, and the science is clear. Even at 1.5 degrees Celsius warming, which is too hot for our region, we'll lose 1/3 of glaciers by 2100.
Nepal is on the front lines of the climate crisis. This is climate injustice, unequal and loaded against countries like ours, which have non-significant contributions to global emissions. But our commitment to fighting the climate crisis is unwavering. Nepal has preserved 45% forest cover. 24% of our land is under protected areas. And much of our farming is by default nature-based. Our glacier and snow-fed rivers provide vital ecosystem services to millions downstream. Yet, we are among the hardest hit by climate change.
Let's reshape policies, and not just with urgency, but with equity, compassion, and long-term vision.
हामी स्पष्ट छौं, हिमाल केवल हाम्रो सम्पत्ति मात्र होइन, यो विश्वको जीवन रेखा पनि हो। यिनको रक्षा गर्नु हाम्रो प्राथमिकता हो र रहेको पनि छ।
Glacier melt is accelerating, triggering cascading impacts downstream. Our springs are drying. The climate crisis knows no borders. Its effects are already being felt far beyond the mountains. That's why Sagarmatha Sambaad is not just a summit, but a call from the Himalaya to the world. We urge global leaders, scientists, and frontline communities to join hands to demand adaptation and loss and damage financing for the most impacted, like us, and to accelerate the phase-out of fossil fuels in favor of clean, renewable energy. Regional and global cooperation is not a choice, it is a necessity. Climate justice is non-negotiable, and we must act together before it is too late. Mountains, the water towers of our world. For centuries, these glaciers and snow have fed rivers that sustain billions of living beings. Nepal is home to 8 of the tallest mountains in the world, including Sagarmatha, our Everest. These peaks form the heart of the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the third pole. This region is home to 270 million who are dependent on water from these mountains. But this lifeline is breaking. Hindu Kush Himalaya glaciers disappeared 65% faster compared with the previous decade. By 2050, it is expected that we will hit peak water, following which our river flow will begin to decline. For the 1.65 billion people downstream, this isn't a distant threat. It is already here. The transformation is happening at a rapid pace and scale. Glaciers vanishing before our eyes, devastating floods, decline in crop productivity, families displaced, hazardous levels of air pollution. Just in Nepal, in 2024, 250 lives were lost. A lake outburst flood in Thame erased an entire village. These disasters are not natural. They are climate-driven, and the science is clear. Even at 1.5 degrees Celsius warming, which is too hot for our region, we'll lose 1/3 of glaciers
Hello and welcome back, everybody. May I have your attention, please? Before beginning the next and the last session here today, I would like to firstly request all our volunteers to kindly escort back our participants from the lobby to inside the hall. Before starting, let us wait 2 more minutes and then we will formally start our roundtable discussion. A kind request to everybody to kindly take your seats. As we now move ahead with the final segment for today, which is a multi-stakeholder roundtable discussion. But before going into the discussion, I would like to request our tech team to kindly play off the video calling of Sagarmatha.
Call of the Sagarmatha, Nepal, a nation where the mountain touches the sky. Homeland of Sagarmatha, the tallest mountain on earth, a land of outstanding natural beauty, dotted with the wealth of centuries-old cultures. A mosaic of multi-ethnic people living in peace, harmony, and resilience. Here, the mountains are not just landscapes. They are a lifeline to living beings and sacred. They are warming. They are calling. The first episode of the Sagarmatha Sambaad aims to tackle the greatest challenge of our times: climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. This dialogue will touch on the necessity of preserving the 1.5 degrees Celsius ambition to save our glaciers, connecting islands to islands in corridor connectivity, food security, and resilient agriculture, empowering local climate actions in the mountains. We will also explore the opportunities of a green economy, powering the future with clean energy, uncovering the basis of nature, culture, and adventure in the mountains. Our mountain ecosystems are fragile. Nepal is among the most vulnerable countries to climate change. The dialogue will address this head-on, covering mountain risk assessment and monitoring, addressing loss and damage with anticipatory action. The discussions will be comprehensive and ambitious, covering climate justice and the shared future of humanity, sustainable cities, and resilient communities. Building an inclusive future with children, youth, women, disabled people, and senior citizens. Intergenerational equity, bridging science and technology to strengthen mountain resilience, sustaining our mountain economies with innovation and care. But Nepal cannot face this alone. We call for global and regional partnerships. Pricing of the ecosystem services we protect and fair payment mechanisms for their conservation, water, food, and health security must be the foundation of a climate resilient future of our mountains. We need more climate finance to respond to the climate disasters. We envision cities and communities that are green, resilient, and inclusive. We strive for the prosperity, well-being of our people, and the health of our planet. Let's do it together. Let's do it with urgency, solidarity, and innovation. The fate of humanity depends on the choices we make now for our glaciers, our mountains, and generations to come.
Thank you so much, Tech Team. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back again. I strongly believe that the message from Right Honorable Prime Minister has set the tone for the multi-stakeholder roundtable discussion. Without any further ado, now I would like to hand over the floor to the chair of the roundtable discussion, Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwada, advisor to the Prime Minister of Nepal for Economic and Development Affairs. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. I should say good evening now. Excellencies, delegates, participants, welcome to this round table. It took a while for us to get the table round. Sorry for that. We had a long day and we had parallel sessions. I think many of us have observed the parallel sessions. And we have many issues in our mind, and also this morning somebody said it's not solution and we are talking about something way forward. But I think we still have solutions, so let's also think about it. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this roundtable. The theme of the session, as we all know, is global and regional partnership for climate action and to secure this sustained future for all of us. Under this theme, I think we have three main focus areas. One of them is ecosystem services, which has to be recognized, respected, and rewarded. In one sentence, we have three issues put together. And then we have climate-induced disaster and risk reduction, and building resilience to that. And finally, we have some innovative climate and carbon financing strategy as to how to go to it. We had several of these discussions also in the parallel sessions this afternoon and this morning. So during these 2 days deliberation, we have observed distinguished guests and speakers highlighting the climate change risk to sustainable development, not only to the future of humanity, but also to our present lives. And we have talked about shared responsibility. Let me recall now the year 2015, when 193 countries of the world, we had our common stage, and then we have become the signatory to agree on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In that, we agreed several things, but I won't go on to all of the SDGs, but I would like to refocus on three of them. One is the sustainable consumption and production practices. That is important to us because if we don't follow SDG 12 as to ensure that our consumption and production patterns are sustainable, perhaps we cannot reach the other goals, including that of climate action, which is SDG 13. The SDG 12 itself talks about various stakeholders' role in it. But given the institutions of the market, which may not always give justice in terms of rational decision in making consumption decisions very friendly to our climate concerns, or our production patterns, which are not necessarily consistent to our sustainable development practices. So one of the issues left to us is how do we also encourage all the stakeholders to ensure that SDG 12 is achieved. That also serves the objective of SDG 13, climate action. The other goal I would like to also recall is goal 17, where we need to have the partnership to achieve all these SDGs, and that includes climate action as well. So I think we are around SDG 17 at the moment now, that we should forge our partnership towards a move towards our climate action, which could secure our future. Just a couple of points on the kind of market institutions and our concerns on environment and also on climate change. How do we regulate the market, or how do we incentivize the market to do the needful for the kind of sustained future that we are looking for? This is one fundamental question. And what are the institutions, what is the cooperation mechanism, and what is the financing aspect, perhaps more innovative financing rather than the conventional financing approaches that could assure the kind of objectives we are looking for. So having said that, we have to work collectively, and for that, it's not only the public and the private sector we are talking community, we are talking households, we are talking society as a whole, which could be participating in this process. We have to change the mindset, we have to change our thinking process, and we have to change our process of production and consumption put together, and see that the future consequences might otherwise be even more riskier than what we see today. So on that, I would perhaps go into some of the further issues as to what could be the areas of cooperation that we are looking for. From yesterday to today, we have been talking about a couple of things, at least a couple of things. One is technology, our knowledge, experiences, skills, technology, our financial capabilities, they are differentiated. We have institutions having differentiated capacity. We have differentiated financing capacity and coping capacity as well. So how do we compensate for the kind of losses we incur out of these climate changes? And how do we operationalize the loss and damage fund? And how do we build our capacities, institutional capacities at the national and sub-national level, but the capacity at the sub-national and to the local governments, who are the primary agents of making climate action to take place. So in a system where local communities are interested development works, they are the ones to do the most. And this afternoon I was listening in one of the sessions that start bottom up. So we have to start bottom up the whole process of climate action. Is it an easier job to start from the bottom, given the capacity constraints, the awareness, the knowledge, the institutions, and the legal provisions put together? So this roundtable could be a kind of opportunity to see how this bottom-up approach of partnership really works in a system where you have multiple tiers of the government, and also when you have multiple players of development, including the public, private, and the community sectors. And then we have international development partners as to how we can garner their support towards this, and how can we really change the international financial architecture, particularly towards this climate-centric investment system to just evolve over time. So let me just stop here, and then Let me do some of the needful jobs that the chair has to do. The first I can say is that we have, including myself, we are 16 persons. To the most, we are having 1 hour and a half. So we all can divide our time. I would not say this or that. Around 5 minutes, I would suggest that you put your intervention succinctly. If there are written observations, we would be happy to collect them and put together in our final documentation. If not, your remarks would be recorded and would be taken forward. So with these few remarks, maybe before we start, there is a video, I think, which we can play. I hope it's a short video. Would anybody help to play the video? It's by Isimod, I think.
Right Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli, distinguished ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address the Sagarmatha Sambaad, which is inspired by the world's highest peak. Sagarmatha, also known as Everest, stands as a beacon of resilience and a symbol of human perseverance. Yet it also bears witness to the fragility of our planet, reminding us that even the mightiest peaks are vulnerable. Nepal and the majestic Himalayas are on the front lines of today's climate crisis. This unique ecosystem with its glaciers and rivers is a lifeline for nearly 2 billion people across South Asia, sustaining water resources, food, security, livelihoods, and economies. It is also a sanctuary of biodiversity, nurturing numerous rare and endangered species. This unique landscape now faces an existential threat. In the face of climate change, glaciers in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region are retreating at an alarming rate. This loss was 65% faster from the year 2011 to 2020 compared to the previous decade. The region also experienced historically low snow cover during the winter of 2024 to 2025, signaling an impending water challenges for millions of people. These are not mere statistics, they are urgent calls to action to mitigate and adapt to climate change's devastating impacts on life as we know it. As part of the UN family, the United Nations Development Programme is supporting countries and communities across the world in tackling these challenges. Across Asia and the Pacific, we are strengthening early warning systems, anticipating risks and building resilience to shocks and disasters. In Nepal, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the government and its people to fortify mountain communities against the escalating threats of climate change. This includes efforts supported by the Global Environment Facility and UNDP to address the risks posed by the glacial lake outburst floods at the Imja Glacier Lake by creating artificial channels to lower the lake level, reinforcing the lake dam, and implementing monitoring and early warning systems. We are working to expand these efforts to other Himalayan lakes. UNDP is also supporting the rollout of hydromet stations in glacial watersheds to provide timely and accurate information on risks to communities. These initiatives mark notable progress, but the scale and speed of our response must increase. We need stronger transboundary cooperation because climate change does not respect borders. Therefore, UNDP has partnered with the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, headquartered in Kathmandu, to enhance resilience and promote sustainable development across the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. UNDP is also supporting governments to access new sources of climate and nature finance. That includes assisting Nepal in developing an innovative green finance mechanism. Nepal has also been an exceptional advocate for the mountain agenda, ensuring that the voices of mountain communities are heard in international climate negotiations. In this spirit, the UN General Assembly has designated 2023 to 2027 as the 5 years of action for the development of mountain regions, and 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation. Nepal's ambition to reach carbon neutrality by the year 2045 also sets an inspiring example for the world to follow. Through our flagship Climate Promise Initiative, UNDP is proud to support over 140 countries globally, including Nepal, in driving transformative climate action towards a resilient and thriving future for all. Right Honourable Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Sagarmatha has long inspired generations to reach for the impossible. Let us rise to this challenge, uniting an unwavering commitment to protect the Himalayan ecosystem, preserve its irreplaceable biodiversity, and secure a sustainable future for the billions of people who depend on it. For the fate of these mountains is inextricably linked to the future of our planet. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. He was UNDP administrator. We didn't have the video from EC mode. Instead, we had the video from our Prime Minister. Anyway, now we move to the deliberations and observations. May I now call upon Dr. Eric Sodem, who is in my left side, to have his remarks, please.
Thank you so much, and it's really wonderful to be back in Nepal during the peace process. I came to Nepal many times every year to support the peace process, which was ultimately, as we all know, very successful. So I'm so happy to be back. And with my Norwegian eyes, it's also very important that you really galvanize attention to mountains and glacier issues. We are facing exactly the same in the Arctic. The 9 hottest summers in the Arctic happens to be the last 9 summers, and the 18 years with the lowest summer ice in the Arctic happens to be the 18 last years. So there is absolutely no doubt that climate change has a massive impact on mountains and glaciers in Nepal and the Himalaya region, as well as the Arctic and Antarctica region. However, I believe we will fail if we mainly focus on the challenges and the problems. Because it's only when we focus on the opportunities that we are proving to really make headway. And let me point to the 2 big neighbors of Nepal. Because very frankly, Xi Jinping, the president of China, and Narendra Modi, the prime minister of India, are now by far the 2 most important environment and climate politicians in the world. Look, last year, China added 300 gigawatt of solar energy to the grid in 1 year. How much is that? Well, it's approximately 100 times all hydropower in Nepal. It's double as much as the 2nd solar nation in the world, United States of America, has added in its entire existence. Or it's 10 times all hydropower made at the continent of Africa. So we are speaking about enormous numbers, and in the streets of Kathmandu you see any number of Chinese electric cars. China alone now is basically 60% of everything green: hydro, solar, wind, electric cars, electric batteries, whatever you mention, China is 60%. Then move on to India. Prime Minister Modi is launching new, what they call green missions by the day. Solar mission, green hydrogen mission, electric battery mission. He just launched the mission to make 10 million rooftops in India covered by solar panels. Well, 1 is good, but 10 millions, that's enormous. And what is it which brings Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi together? I mean, sometimes India and China is at loggerheads and have different views. It's that both see climate and environment as an opportunity. I listen very carefully to Prime Minister Modi. I attend a number of conferences where he speaks. And he never speaks about the horrors of climate change. I've never heard that. He never speaks about emissions. I never heard that. His message is very, very simple and clear and to the hearts of the people. It is, how can India, this huge civilizational nation, bring everyone out of poverty, bring everyone up to a huge middle class, and shine on the international arena by combining economics and ecology? There is no contradiction between economics and environment. It's all the same. And if we go that way, we will be prosperous and green. And of course, President Xi has seen this as an enormous opportunity for green development and capturing markets in China. There is a company in India called Ola, you may be aware of it. It's the car-sharing company of India. It has a wonderful slogan which captures this. It says, Tesla for the West, Ola for the rest. Really capturing this, that a developing nation can capture markets. So, seen from outside, what are then the opportunities for Nepal? Nepal is not as big as China or India, but still there are huge opportunities for combining economics and ecology in Nepal. Hydro is the obvious. Yes, Nepal is a huge hydropower nation, but the untapped potential is enormous, both for hydro and for pumped storage as a battery for solar and wind and others. And just last time I was here, there was a signature between the Nepali hydropower producing companies and a Singapore company called ProClime as to how to leverage the carbon market to speed up the delivery of hydropower in Nepal. Solar, of course, is the next opportunity. The sun is normally shining in Nepal. There is huge opportunity for solar. They are largely untapped, even if there is solar, and a lot more can happen. Third is forest. This is a forest nation. You mentioned very importantly the ecosystem services provided by nature, and forest is, of course, one of those. Nepal has been very successful in protecting the tigers. The number of tigers is coming up fast. That gives opportunities for tourism. But this is also an opportunity for capturing the global carbon market, which is ready to pay for forest conservation and forest restoration. And lastly, agriculture. Again, the carbon market is ready to pay for the improvement of the movement from the traditional agriculture into green ecosystem-based agriculture. So my advice is, the more we focus on big global speeches and diplomacy, and the more we focus on the global economic system of the UN, sorry to say, the more we will fail. Because that money is very slow, if at all it will happen. With Trump, it will be a lot less than it would have been, but even before Trump, this was small money. The big money is in the carbon market, and it is in private investment, and the money will run to those countries we see climate as an opportunity more than a problem. So that's my 2 cents. See it as an opportunity, and there are enormous opportunities in this wonderful, beautiful nation of Nepal.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. You have given a very unique solution to the conflict between nature and development, as Norwegians always do. Thank you for that. Now I call upon Her Excellency Shikha Asma Al Thani to have her deliberation.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum and namaste. It's a deep honor to be here in Nepal, a country that has given me some of my greatest challenges and my deepest lessons. Thank you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for this invitation. I want to begin with a memory from the Khumbu ice fall on Everest. I've crossed that route many, many times since 2021, and its creaking ladders, the thunder of falling ice in the distance, and uncertainty under your feet. But something changed. On my last expedition, the ice was different, softer, less predictable. Seracs that were once stable had shifted. Ladders had to be replaced more often. The usual early morning windows, when it's coldest and safest, were shortening. The icefall used to follow a rhythm. Now it feels like it has none. And when you're in that silence, watching nature behave in unfamiliar ways, it no longer feels like a mountaineering risk. It feels like a climate warning. That's when I understood this is no longer just about adventure. It's about awareness and responsibility. Moments like that have changed the way I see the world. I no longer climb just for the summit. I climb because these mountains hold stories we need to hear, stories of strength and of change. And that's why this platform, Sagarmatha Sambaad, means so much, because it brings voices together across borders, backgrounds, to reflect on what is worth protecting and how we do that together. When we talk about partnerships, we often think of funding and frameworks. But to me, partnership is about trust. It's what keeps you moving when the route disappears. It's the rope between climbers, the shared purpose, the belief that together we'll find another way. One way we can apply that trust is by recognizing the value of mountain communities. Their role in protecting ecosystems isn't always measured, but it's always essential. A simple way forward is to design systems where those who benefit, cities, farms, industries, support those who sustain payment for ecosystem services isn't just policy, it's fairness. Another is early action. I've been caught in storms that arrived weeks earlier than expected. The mountains are no longer following their old rhythms. That's why early warning systems are vital. But not just technology. We need local voices trained to read the land, empowered to lead response. Education, to me, is the most powerful form of resilience. In some of the villages I've passed through, I've met children who are deeply connected to their environment, curious, observant, and full of questions. Imagine if their schools had lessons designed around that, around what they see and feel every day. Weather patterns, changing water sources, how to care for the land, the kind of education could help them protect their future and shape it with confidence. And finally, we can't talk about climate without talking about those who've quietly adapted for generations. Indigenous knowledge is not folklore, it's expertise. Let's not invite it into the room after decisions are made, let's build the room around it. I'm not here to give technical answers, but I'm here because I've lived what's changed. I've stood where the ground gave way, and I've listened to mountain winds that carry both warning and wisdom. There's a quote that I always say as I climb the mountains, and it's in Arabic. It says, كما تعلو الجبال فوق الغيوم كذلك ترتفع إرادتنا فوق التحديات. And it translates to, just as mountains rise above the clouds, so must our will rise above challenges. This is our climb. It's steep, but if we move with clarity, with courage, and with each other, I believe we'll find the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We admire your courage, and you have been on foot to the top that we can only see from here. There are very few people who are so courageous and lucky enough to go and safely return back. There have been many casualties coming back, or also sometimes even in ascending the hills or mountain, simply because our weather conditions oftentimes become unpredictable and we don't have the proper information system that you very rightly pointed out. So with this, I would now move to the next speaker. He is Chandra Prasad Dhakal, who is the president of Nepal Federation of Nepal Chamber of Commerce and Industries. The floor is yours.
Honorable Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwada, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am thankful to be here at the Sagarmatha Sambaad, a very important gathering on climate change and its impact on the mountain region. As the president of the Federation of Nepalese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I represent the Nepal private sector as a sector already facing the effect of the climate change. From the discussion since yesterday inauguration, one message is clear: we must act now. The time has come to seriously reduce the impact of the climate change. The Himalayas are melting, sea level are rising, and our ecosystem are being damaged. If this continues, it will raise the serious question about the future of the human civilization. The private sector in any country is the strong engine of the growth and the prosperity. In Nepal, we are already developing the infrastructure and project that support the environmentally friendly and sustainable growth. The global economy finding the model and the partnership are changing. This means the cooperation between the government and the private sector will be the key. Strong collaboration can help us to access new green technology, financing, and skill. The government must create the better way to include the private sector in the global effect like the carbon trading and the climate financing. Current climate funds are hard to access for the private sector. We need to simpler, easier to access fund the global, regional or Asian through like the SARC, BIMSTEC or similar platform with the clear rule and the strong private sector roles. This year's Sambaad theme, the climate change, mountain and the future of the humanity is the deeply important for us. In Nepal, we see the climate change every day through the change in our rivers, weather and economy. The Himalayas, also called the third pole, are warning the faster than other regions. This brings the more flood, landslide and avalanche, which affect the nearly 2 billion people across Asia. Change in snowfall and rainfall affect the water supply and the farming. Extreme weather damage the infrastructure, break the supply chain and hurts the small business. Tourism is another important sector, is also at the risk. In 2024, over the 1.2 million tourists come to Nepal, but natural disaster and changing the landscape are threatening this sector too. Nepalese private sector is an important partner to achieve the national prosperity goal, and we are ready to invest in the green sector like clean energy, nature-based tourism like the Chandragiri Hills Resort and many others. I urge the international community and the multinational company to come forward with the open mind and heart so that we can co-invest in climate solution. But we need the support to understand the climate risks and find the safe way to invest. We also need a better enabling environment with simpler law, faster approval and the stable policies. The government of Nepal has recently amended a few laws to improve the investment climate. Nepal foreign exchange reserve is sufficient to cover the 14 months of import. This shows the economic stability and make the Nepal as a good place to invest. Our strategic location, young workforce, and the improve the climate for the business make as a strong and the reliable partner. Let us not wait. The cost of the doing nothing will be the much greater. Together we can protect our mountains, grow our economy, support our people, and build a safe and sustainable future. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dhakal. Perhaps I didn't go to the long introduction of the panel, but let me just mention what institution the speakers are representing, and let me introduce Rajina Manandar, who is the team leader for Adaptation Division, UNFCCC. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khatiwara, and I'm really humbled to be sharing the space with distinguished delegates and experts and participants here. And I know this is a very interactive space, and I hope I don't take much of your time, but I have been also inspired by being here in this last 2 days, and I just came out of this ministerial meeting, and I must, maybe I want to start my interventions with the points I have heard, which I think also framed the discussion for this. The first was the need for change of mindset, and one thing that follows very closely with the change in mindset is to be foresight-driven, which is to say that our action needs to be responding to evolving future risk, which is not just uncertain, but it's quite complex. And one of the, maybe the placeholder I would like to maybe put it, which I think inspired by Ambassador Saran, who said that nature is not a commodity, it is a living element. And with that, I have 4 key points that I would like to maybe start. And then, if time allows, I have maybe 3 strategic ways because of my own experience with the UNFCCC process, where there are opportunities for partnerships at global, regional, transboundary, and also at the national level. The first point, as I mentioned about the foresight-driven, what it means, I think the climate, if you look at the future landscape, it's shaped by more frequent and extreme climate extremes that basically requiring solutions which are innovative, transformative, locally driven. And I think coupled with the fact is mountainous ecosystems are very complex ecosystems, as we all know, and we have more experts in the room, but they're fragmented and also globally distributed. So that, I think, as the complexity of the solutions being not just context-specific and tailored, but you also need resources, not just financial. It could be technology, capacity building, and human as an expert resources to enable action. The second point is the interdependency between upstream and downstream communities, which has also been discussed in our dialogue we did last year under the UNFCCC process. And that results in a space where you need to create a space where you are also addressing a transboundary component. Oftentimes, the complexity of mountain ecosystems is shared across national boundaries. So you would need to make sure the partnerships are focusing on regional and transboundary cooperation. And this is a very critical component of the solutions when you look at the partnerships moving ahead. The third point I would like to put on the table, I think we've heard in the conversation in these last 2 days, also going beyond a holistic approaches to adaptation, and I think going back to His Excellency Ms. Ali Thani's intervention, the point about integration of diverse knowledge systems, and this is something I think within the UNFCCC also getting very prominent about integrating scientific, experiential, local, and indigenous knowledge systems. And also now thinking ahead for future in context of the foresight, how we leverage emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence to enable planning and decision making. And the fourth point is about innovation in the finance space, which is thinking about investment. And here I think one of the learning perhaps as thinking about the partnership is thinking about what are the innovative financial models, in particular also in a way of organizing financial flows and enabling access. And we can also learn from the existing bright lights. I have an example, if the time permits, I can share. So these are the 4 points which I would like to build upon to maybe provide 3 concrete ways, given that I'm with the UNFCCC, so I do want to bring 3 ways which is under the global process under the UNFCCC, but that also provides a very good opportunity, I think, for all of us in the room and maybe beyond, where we can mobilize partnerships at all levels. The first is innovation in finance for implementation. And I would speak to the work that governments are doing, and including a lot of the countries in the Hindu Kush and beyond on formulating and implementing national adaptation plans. And as you know, NAP is a very important vehicle on building climate resilience in countries. And I think it provides a very good opportunity for partnerships to leverage innovative and novel finance for implementation, in implementing NAPs as an idea, which also includes least developed countries, which also includes many mountainous countries in the region and beyond. And the second on the finance is also to scale up the capacity of countries to develop proposals that can mobilize a broader range of financing resources and modalities of finance. So that's the first entry point on finance for implementation on NAPs. The second entry point, as you have been maybe engaged as a global community of experts and governments here, is implementing the UAE framework for global climate resilience on global goal and adaptation. And I think this is also a timely opportunity for the community of stakeholders really at the global level, because the work speaks to, it's an opportunity where we can enhance global adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability. And what it essentially translates into building measurable indicators and targets for measuring and taking stock of the adaptation progress. And there are targets specific to biodiversity and ecosystems. And for the mountainous, for this conversation we're having on Sagarmatha Sambaad, I think there is an opportunity for experts and governments to also pull together your partnership element in bringing expert knowledge on making sure the indicators for the work going forward. And finally, there is a global, while I think we've also heard the criticism in the room that the global, about the global processes, while the UNFCCC is not the only global processes, but I would want to conclude my remark by saying that there are opportunities, including under the UNFCCC. I think it trickles down to both the combination of maybe bottom-up and a top-down approach. And I think it's a multitude. So in summary, perhaps, as I mentioned, just going back to my point about mountainous systems are complex and fragmented, and hence it necessitates thinking about how we address the evolving future risk to come up with a solution that is innovative, transformative, and also integrating all knowledge systems in a very inclusive space. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Manandar, for your very concrete steps for partnership. I think I'll pick up two colleagues from my right-hand side, then I'll move to the left side. The next speaker I would request is Mr. A.B. Mathur, who is former Secretary of the Government of India and an expert in security. So Mathur, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katiwada. Good evening to all the distinguished gathering here. I would also like to convey my grateful thanks to Mrs. Duiba, Honorable Foreign Minister of Nepal, for giving me this opportunity to come here and address this gathering. I would also like to thank Excellency Eric Solheim for his kind words, and I would like to fully agree about what he mentioned, that the regional cooperation is crucial for tackling the challenges posed by climate change. And in that context, I would like to highlight the role being played by India. India's expertise and resources have extended to its neighbors, fostering regional resilience through bilateral aid, capacity building, and leadership in global initiatives. Key contributions include early warning systems and forecasting. India, through the Indian Meteorological Department, is assisting Nepal, Maldives, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Mauritius in developing early warning systems to mitigate losses from extreme weather events. These systems leverage India's advanced meteorological capabilities to provide timely alerts for cyclones, floods, and tsunamis. The regional integrated multi-hazard early warning system hosted by India enhances forecasting and preparedness across South Asia, benefiting countries like Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. India has a strong track record of rapid disaster response. During the 2015 Nepal earthquake, India deployed its National Disaster Response Force and provided financial and material aid within hours. Similarly, India assisted Sri Lanka during the 2017 floods and Bangladesh during Cyclone Mora, supplying relief materials and medical support. The SARC Disaster Management Center, supported by India, facilitates regional coordination and disaster responses and preparedness. Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, launched by India in 2019, is a global partnership with 31 nations and 6 international organizations aimed at developing climate resilient infrastructure. It addresses the fact that 66% of public sector losses from disasters stem from infrastructure damage. The CDRI's Infrastructure and Resilient Island States initiative, co-created by India at COP26 in 2021, supports small island developing states like the Maldives and Mauritius by strengthening infrastructure against climate risks. IRIS fosters technological partnerships and capacity building. For capacity building and knowledge sharing, India shares expertise through training programs and technical support. The National Institute of Disaster Management conducts workshops for regional officials, enhancing DRR capabilities in countries like Bangladesh and Nepal. The Center for Space Science and Technology Education in Asia and the Pacific, established in 1995 under the UN, hosted by India, plays a significant role in capacity building for disaster risk reduction through its educational and training programs. These programs leverage space-based technologies like remote sensing, satellite communication, and geographic information systems to enhance disaster preparedness. India's International Solar Alliance, launched with France in 2015, promotes solar energy adaptation in sunlight-rich neighboring countries, reducing reliance on fossil fuels and mitigating climate change impacts. India provides financial aid and technical expertise to neighbors for climate adaptation projects. For instance, it supports Bangladesh in mangrove restoration and coastal protection, critical for cyclone-prone areas. In the Maldives, India funds infrastructure projects to combat sea level rise, such as sea walls and water management systems. India's role is pivotal due to its geographical, economic, and technological advantages. As the largest economy in South Asia, it uses its resources and expertise to lead regional efforts. Its vulnerability to climate disasters gives it a deep understanding of the challenges faced by neighbors. This shared vulnerability fosters empathy and cooperation. India also counters regional challenges like limited insurance coverage and gender disparities in climate decision-making, where women hold only 30% of climate negotiation roles. Through UNICEF and UNDP partnerships, India supports child-centered and gender-responsive DRR, urging neighbors to adopt similar approaches. To enhance its role, India is planning to develop a regional climate risk atlas, building on its climate vulnerability index to map vulnerabilities across South Asia and promote nature-based solutions like mangrove restoration in collaboration with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur, for your highlighting the issues and regional cooperation and how India has been helpful to support the regional other countries in terms of several capacity building and disaster mitigating kind of supports. The next speaker would be David Sislin, who is the country director for Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. The floor is yours.
Hi, is this on? So Dr. Katiwara, thank you so much. I have to, is it on? Can you hear me? Oh, sorry, I need to, let me switch? Okay, that's right here. Thanks. Thank you so much, Dr. Katiwara. I have to say that as a humble banker from the World Bank, I'm quite intimidated to be at a roundtable with such sincerely impressive people who know so much more than I do. I thought I would, rather than give a speech, speak about 3 or 4 issues that I think are really critical, and I'm going to apologize, or maybe not apologize, but say that a lot of what I'll talk about is about Nepal, because I think that we're living here in Nepal, and in some ways it encapsulates the great challenges that we face, both on the mitigation and adaptation side, and that's exactly where I'm going to start. I'm going to start with a really positive point. Nepal has made incredible progress in climate mitigation across a range of sectors. Many of you who are not from Nepal won't know that 85% of new vehicles sold in the country are electric vehicles. And that was achieved with a stroke of the pen. Simply by making a policy change to remove taxes from electric vehicles, you've seen an incredible uptake from the private sector, from private individuals making decisions with their own money about where to spend it that is climate smart. I don't need to talk, we've talked so much these days about the forestry sector, but Nepal is now nearly 50% of forest cover, which is a critical element both of climate mitigation but also of disaster risk reduction. So this is a country and it has a carbon border adjustment tax, very small, but something that's been put in place maybe as a demonstration point. But let me say something that I think is maybe a bit controversial. I'll try to be a little bit controversial in my talking points just for interest, which is I think the time for Nepal, which emits something like 2.5% of global emissions, to prioritize adaptation is now. And I really think that and I'll talk about finances in a minute, but I think that adaptation to climate change and disasters more broadly, as Mr. Mathur was talking about, is really the great challenge for countries like Nepal. I think, we know, the World Bank did a really important study a few years ago. For every dollar invested in adaptation, in resilience, yields $4 in benefits. The costs of disasters last year were about $390 billion in developing countries alone. So I think, and that leads me to my second point, that really building in climate change adaptation and resilience more broadly is, I think, should be a national policy priority rather than something that we tag on to projects as an extra bell and whistle. Oh, we're piloting a nature-based solution here. I'm really honored to see the Vice Chairman of the National Planning Committee joining us today, because that is really where those decisions and policies, I think, need to take place. And I'm talking about things that affect high mountain ecosystems, but also the built environment where the people and the assets and the vulnerabilities really lie. So things like building codes, things like land use planning codes are really a critical element of the adaptation challenge. The floods of last September, I guess, were relatively minor floods in this country, but they turned into an absolute humanitarian disaster because we have people living in the wrong places. And those places along the riverbanks of the Bagmati, not so far from here, that were totally destroyed, if you go back today, are now completely reoccupied and rebuilt, because there's insufficient land use planning, insufficient controls, and that is the true adaptation challenge. I think it builds on what Minister Solheim was talking about, that good development, good ecosystem management is good development, and that there is really not a sort of false dichotomy between the two. Let me make a final point, and then I'll just throw a couple of examples of some interesting things that I think are happening. I think we need a bit of a wake-up call on the reality of climate finance. It seems we talk a lot about it as something very exciting, and I think this builds on what Mr. Solheim was talking about. But let's be very honest. The systems that we have in place right now are far inefficient, some of them not working very well. The Fund for Loss and Damages is not quite robust yet. We're very proud as the World Bank to be part of that, or to help host it, but the UN instrument, the Green Climate Fund, has proven, in your words, I've got some cover because Minister Solheim said it before I did, and then I can blame him, but has not proven to be the agile instrument for delivering climate finance that we hope to. And yes, there's great hope in the carbon markets, but that is largely about, or entirely about mitigation. And really, I think the great challenge for people like yourself, Dr. Katiwala, for planning ministers and for finance ministers, is to use the resources that you already have, whether they're concessional money from the ADB and the World Bank or your own national budgets, to be making the kind of investments that reduce risk. A lot of talk about early warning systems, a lot of talk about emergency preparedness and response, but reducing risk in the places where people live and where our ecosystems are is, I think, the critical challenge. Let me just end on a positive note. And I was just thinking about a few examples that I can throw out there of positive things that are happening. There's a road that the World Bank is financing here in Nepal. It goes from Butwal to Chanauta, and the Nepalis will know it. That use a really innovative landscape approach to thinking about risk, reducing risk, and the additional costs of radically reducing the climate and disaster risk were about 3% of investment costs. The costs of adaptation and risk reduction are low. I'm really pleased, and Dr. Katiwala and I spoke very briefly about it yesterday. We are at the World Bank looking into the structuring of the first CAT bond, which is an insurance product to reduce risk, to not reduce risk, but to support countries when inevitable disasters happen. For Nepal, it would be the first CAT bond issued in South Asia. We're a long way away. There's a lot of work to be done, but we're really excited about bringing at the margin some of that innovative finance to the range of disaster risk and adaptation challenges. So I'll end there. I'll thank you again, Dr. Katiwala, and really look forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your very comprehensive overview of what we have been doing and what could be done. Now I turn to my left. I have our country director to Nepal, Asian Development Bank, Arnaud Kauso. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Katiwada, and a very good afternoon to all of you. It's interesting that the two bankers are going to, to talk one after the other, but I want to say that we're not in competition. David and I work very, very closely together. But I will take on David's point on adaptation, which was the thing I wanted to talk about here, particularly in the context of innovative financing and financial instrument. Not that I am an expert, I have to admit, I am a water resource engineer, so please bear with me. But at least I think climate adaptation, as we know, is a poor parent of climate financing, only 10% of global climate finance. And as David said, you know, nevertheless, it's a very fruitful investment. And so it should not be seen as a cost without entering into the debate of the climate for justice climate, but it should be seen as an investment for resilience, an investment for sustainability. And of course, you know, there are instruments which are starting to develop to finance climate adaptation. It's the most difficult. It is where there are higher risk and lower return, but there are nevertheless options which are starting to materialize, and I'll talk a little bit about this. But at the heart of this, of course, is blended finance. It's trying for government to play a catalytic role in bringing private sector, not only through financing, but really enabling private sector in coming into financing adaptation. And there are, of course, you know, instruments, guarantees, co-financing models, and so on and so forth, and instruments to de-risk investment. I will talk, you know, of course, we've heard about insurance-backed loan, climate resilience bonds, first loss equity, and so on and so forth. And these are surely developing, but they're developing in, I would say, more evolved economy. It's a bit more difficult for countries like Nepal and for many countries which are in the mountains, actually, which don't always have the ecosystem. And that's what I want to talk about, the ecosystem. At the heart of the ecosystem, for these things to happen, is first, of course, knowledge and capacity. Knowledge about what something Mr. Dakal talked about is a risk. What risk are we exposed to? And I think in Nepal, we don't know very well this risk. And it's very important to start building partnerships with regional institute, technical institute, global technical institute, to start really understanding what is the national risk, where are the hotspots in my country, where I should probably not invest as a first place. And once we decide about a good place, what are the residual risks to my investment or to my community? And for this, I'm talking, of course, about multi-hazard risk assessment, which are absolutely needed as a first entry point. The second entry point in terms of capacity and knowledge is how do we mitigate this risk? How do we design an infrastructure that can take on and resist to the residual risk? And it's not given. It's actually very hard, as we've done here for when we try to redesign the Melamshi Tech, which some of you may know. There are very few options in terms of design to withhold important residual risk. And also, how do we then move on in monitoring the risk? So we have the early warning system, preparing, and so on and so forth. This, I think, is a first necessary step to be able to not only try to transfer the risk, but also to attract private investment. There are few equity funds operating here in Nepal, and it's very difficult for them to raise funds outside, I would say, the DFIs, really from the capital market, because the first question is, okay, you want to invest into hydro. Are you able to measure the risk? You want to finance private sector? Do they understand the risk? Do they know how to design and de-risk? It's not there. It's not yet there. Now, the second aspect, of course, of this ecosystem is the policy and legal framework. Very important, of course, to put adaptation there. I mean, mitigation, we have seen Nepal has done tremendous work on that. I think there's a need for countries also to put adaptation as a critical requirement for infrastructure building, for strategy designing, and so on and so forth. But also, working also on enabling private sector. So here we come back to normal, I would say, economic development, but enabling private sector investment and creating the environment for these financial instruments that I've been discussing very quickly to be able to operate in Nepal. I think these are important points. And so lastly, of course, there is this idea of creating funds, which, could be an adaptation funds and so on. I think Nepal and other countries have been working on that. It's not that easy, but I think it could be one way, with the support of MDBs and so on, to actually attract some of these very difficult vertical funds contribution, and to be able to use them in a more programmatic approach, which is a problem most of the time of these vertical funds, is that they finance one project there, and how the sum of it is not very clear, how it contributes really to adaptation. And to say that ADB, of course, we are financing this type of operation in Nepal with the building adaptation and climate resilience, which clearly focusing on capacity building and knowledge, and also transboundary collaboration on knowledge. We're also financing the preparation of a green resilient financing facilities, and we've been collaborating with the World Bank on the policy and legal framework for greener and more resilient Nepal. Thank you very much, and I stop here.
Thank you very much. We still have 80 speakers. Just to remind that we might overlap to our dinner, so taking into account the time that we have to consider. I would now call upon the next speaker, Mr. Kataro Tangiguchi, who is Director of Global Environment Department under JICA. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before starting, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Nepal for organizing this wonderful international dialogue. On behalf of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, I'm honored to be seated here and make a brief comment highlighting on three topics. First topic is ecosystem services. Based on our sustainability policy, JICA is trying to mainstream climate change and biodiversity during formulation of new projects. We try to incorporate mitigation and adaptation measures as well as the nature-based solutions into various sectors and maximize the synergy effects. Here in Nepal, JICA is currently conducting a technical cooperation project for climate change adaptation through sustainable forest management in Gandaki province. In the project, demonstration activities are carried out in a participatory manner for bottom-up approach, such as reforestation on slopes to reduce risk of landslide in the upstream, and also beekeeping and the use of non-timber forest products to reduce high dependency on forest resources by local people, as well as to increase their livelihood. Another example is payment for ecosystem services, especially RED plus result-based payment, which will be also used to local and indigenous people. As an accredited entity of Green Climate Fund, JICA developed a funding proposal for Vietnam and Lao PDR, which are expected to be discussed in the forthcoming GCF board meeting. Second topic is the climate-induced disaster. Since Japan is a disaster-prone country, JICA is trying to utilize Japan's experience and know-how into climate resilient development. In accordance with the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, one of our key thematic strategies is putting emphasis on pre-disaster investment. Besides, in order to take appropriate prior actions, scientific data and analysis is a key factor. One good example is a Science and Technology Research Cooperation project on glacial lake outburst flood in Bhutan, Himalaya. With the initiative of Nagoya University, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency or JAXA, and other university and research institutions, several outstanding outputs were achieved through satellite data analysis and field survey, including the database high-risk glacial lakes, inventory of historical glacial lake expansions, simulation of break and flood as a glacial lakes, and also the development of the hazard map. Moreover, the analytical methodologies of this research has been highly evaluated in the academic area and also utilized in the other mountainous areas as well. For proper disaster risk reduction, structural and non-structural measures are also important. JICA supports not only installation of the early warning system, but also the capacity development, including the planning and implementation of evacuation drill by using EWS. When the extraordinary continuous monsoon rain was occurred in Bhutan in July 2016, all EWS sirens were activated and all the vulnerable community people could evacuate safely as planned and as trained. And lastly, the third topic is innovative climate and carbon financing. In addition to REDD+ result-based payment, I would like to share that in order to secure accessibility to climate finance into many of Japanese ODA loan, we have climate change program loan and also the standby loan for disaster recovery and rehabilitation, which accelerate prior actions on climate mitigation, climate adaptation, and also the disaster risk reduction in various sectors. As for standby loan, once the natural disaster occurred and emergency declaration is announced, the finance will be disbursed immediately. And also during COP29 in last year, Japanese government and JICA also launched a pilot program of the climate resilient debt clause. This clause will enable vulnerable countries to temporarily postpone debt repayment up to 2 years when they are hit by a specified scale of natural disaster. In conclusion, JICA will continue to work closely with the developing countries and also all stakeholders to pursue a climate resilient and nature harmonized society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taniguchi, for JICA's role in working together with the communities and the countries. Next speaker is Professor Madan Koirala. He is an expert on ecosystem services. Let's listen to him.
Thank you. Chair of the session, Dr. Katiwada, dignitaries of the roundtable meeting and fellow participants. The global climate change discourse towards response of its impact coming from mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage now has entered to ethical stage, I feel. So that's why the topics we are discussing this evening is towards the future of humanity in relation to climate change in mountains. So I think the perspective to be to observe the impact of climate change and response towards it should be diversified accordingly. I mean, dealing with this, I've been seeing the Nepal situation from ecosystem services perspective, see what United Nations Millennium Ecosystem Assessment has identified. See the four types, the provisional, the supportive, regulatory and cultural category of ecosystem services, to exemplify, say, Nepal being a small country in terms of diversity. See, let me take forest 118, forest ecosystems, the river system 6,000 plus, like that, other ecosystems in terms of category and the services that we have, the enormous strength to list in. So, with the from this participatory approach, the way we are sitting in this roundtable meeting from multiple sectors, representing the global communities, the development partners, the society, the media, the way we deal, we can harness properly the strength of the ecosystem, the diverse ecosystem types from ecosystem services perspectives. Majority of the land that Nepal represents from montology perspective, in terms of mountains, see, from montology, taking from the montology perspective, see, the mountains has been listed, say, in limitation perspective, the inaccessibility, marginality, fragility. Nepal is making an attempt to respond towards those limitations. In addition to that, again from the montology perspective, the competitive advantage, the mountain region they have got, where Nepal dominates. In terms of the percentage of the land mass, the diversity, say the ecological diversity, and the niche specificity. So if we apply the response of climate change impact from ecosystem services perspective, categorize like, to repeat with, see, the provisional, the regulatory, the supportive, and cultural, I think we can have much more advancement or benefit working with the local regional partners. Besides that, the competitive advantage Nepal has got in terms of geographical location and the geological uniqueness, the ecosystem services, if we apply from those perspectives with the partners that we have listened, the commitment right now from different institutions, I think we would have competitive advantage in place of the limitations that mountain as a region Nepal is facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koirala. The next speaker would be Dr. Pema Gyamso. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair.
And then to Laura.
Once again, I'd like to congratulate the government of Nepal for hosting this mega event, I would say. And ICIMOD is, of course, pleased to be of some assistance with our modest resources in a limited way. So as a regional government mandated to serve the mountain ecosystems and mountain people, ICIMOD stands ready to support the government of Nepal as well as other members of Hindu Kush Himalayan family. Now, we are happy to report here that we continue to bring together the scientists, the policy makers, decision makers, farmers, academics, to discuss challenges, common challenges like climate change, disasters, and air pollution, and so on, in spite of the changing geopolitical landscape. So I think that is the niche advantage of ICIMOD as a neutral convener and as an organization that is dedicated to science and technology. Now, we will continue to do that. We will continue to foster regional cooperation, but I think over the last 2 days, whether we said it specifically or not, I think we are all talking about water. Climate change is a story about water, too much or too little. You talk about floods, disasters, it's about water. You talk about drought and crop failures, it's about water. So I would like to request the investors around the table to think about water. Because when we invest in water, I think we will be solving many of the problems that we are discussing here. Even when we talk about the role of forest in carbon sequestration, I think we have to think now more about the role of forest in generating rainwater. Perhaps the ecosystem services of forest in producing water in the hydrological cycle is even more important. And we may have to talk about water trading. I think that would be critical in the coming years. Because when you have no water, as we all know, we will not be able to survive. So at the end of the day, is about cooperation, and I think that has come across also very well. I think cooperation at all levels, across professions, across disciplines, across nations, and I think with that, and of course across institutions, even development institutions, finance institutions, research institutions, without cooperation, I don't think we can make much progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gyamso. He is Director General of EC-Mode, and thank you also for sharing the event with us from the Government of Nepal. I would like to thank you once again. The next speaker is Ms. Laura Lina Lanskuki. She is country representative of Global Green Growth Institute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Estimated Chairman, dear partners and colleagues, it's really great to be here today. I'm really inspired by all the brilliant analyses and insights we've heard in this round table today, and honored to participate. So I'm going to talk about a couple of very concrete examples, approaches that we have, that we are applying in GGGI, in the Global Green Growth Institute, to mobilize innovative climate finance and carbon finance, and to leverage on our international partnerships to do this. So I'll start by sharing a very recent success that highlights really the potential of timely and agile collaboration between development partners, in my opinion. So some months ago, the Nepal Infrastructure Bank Limited, NIFRA, requested GGGI support to raise climate finance for Nepal's green energy portfolio. Now, mobilizing green investment was a shared objective of both GGGI and our financial partner KOICA, the Korean International Cooperation Agency. And KOICA agreed to resource use for NIFRA's request, which enabled us to provide the technical support to draft a green bond framework for NIFRA, which we did. And this framework aligns with the International Capital Market Association green bond principles, with the EU taxonomy, and with the Nepal Green Finance taxonomy. And it obtained a second-party opinion from the Sustainable Fitch, resulting in an excellent rating. And now, this very week, NIFRA finally obtained also the regulatory approaches for Nepal's first ever issuance of a green bond. So we expect this issuance very shortly, and the proceeds will be allocated to climate-related initiatives, including renewable energy and clean transport projects in Nepal. So we believe that this first issuance will be a game changer and really open Nepal's green finance market for rapid expansion in the near future, enabling then the private sector to carry forward resilient investments in the country. Another ongoing activity that has the potential of being truly transformative is GGGI's work to unleash the carbon markets regulated by the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So we have actually a very integrated approach to support our member countries who want to sell emission reductions to bilateral buyers. We have a carbon transaction facility that hosts on the one hand, a readiness facility that supports the host country's capacity to sell internationally transferred mitigation outcomes. And on the other hand, it hosts a trust fund that holds several buyer countries' funds to then actually buy these mitigation outcomes. So currently in this region, we work in Nepal with Swedish funding and in Pakistan with Norwegian support to do this work. And in Nepal, while now we're waiting, of course, for the government to publish its Article 6 regulation, we are already interacting with potential project developers to build a pipeline of Article 6 carbon projects. So actually right now we have an expression of interest open for all potential proponents of mitigation projects in Nepal that would be interested in engaging with Sweden or in the future another buyer of the mitigation outcomes. So these carbon projects then that can cover several sectors, from energy through e-mobility, through waste, forestry, etc., can be truly transformative in bringing the much needed climate finance for Nepal and opening up markets for new technologies. So here I want to underline the importance of partnerships and collaboration to fully unleash this potential of the carbon markets. It has been said several times over this roundtable as well. Because even though the Article 6 carbon funding will have an instrumental role in enabling these projects, much will need to be done to set them up. So we need to provide coherent and coordinated support to accelerate Nepal's and also other countries' access to the carbon financing by pushing the in-country pipeline. We need to get the financial sector on board and ensure that the projects have access to upfront financing as well. De-risking has been mentioned, that's certainly part of it. We need to effectively share experiences and lessons learned between technical partners, government departments, and private sector to make sure that our efforts are really streamlined. Now, I'm not saying that every mitigation project should become a carbon project, but I think the ones that are interested should be able to do it, and we have to facilitate it for these project promoters. So I'm confident that by collaborating and exchanging information, the development partners can really help Nepal and other developing countries to tap into these international financial opportunities and take it forward from there. So thank you very much for this opportunity to participate today, and I really wish the best of success for the whole Sagarmatha dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the GGGI initiative partnership with some of the financial institutions of Nepal and also some other stakeholders. The next speaker is Mr. Arup Rajoria. He is the founder and chairperson of Climate Change and Coexistence Worldwide. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me just add a different perspective. Many of the things about mountains and glaciers have been discussed. I'd like to add a new perspective to it. And as we all know, through all the years, and as the Director General of ICIMOD mentioned, this is all revolving around water. Let's not forget, water became a climate issue from COP27. So it went into the agenda of the COP. And now, when we're looking at the glaciers, primarily, that sustain, just the Hindu-Kush Himalayas, sustain over 2 billion people in 10 river systems across 17 countries. That is just the Hindu-Kush Himalayas. We're not talking about the Caucasus. We're not talking about the Central Asian mountains. We're not talking about the Alps. And if I may share, the Shekha, she's been from North Pole to South Pole, and many of the largest glaciers around the world. And I had an opportunity to talk to her. And then she had first-hand information on how the glaciers are depleting. So what is happening is, besides water, besides the landscape, the cultural identity itself is eroding. Mountain and downstream communities are losing not only their livelihoods, but also their ecosystems that we observed at first hand at different parts of the world. Biodiversity, knowledge, and a deep sense of place, because there's so much migration out of the hills due to lack of water. Irreversible loss and damage is our new reality. It's not happening, it's not going to happen, it's happening. Beyond adaptation, beyond recovery. And these are wounds that finance alone cannot heal. But justice demands we address them. You know, this is a question of survival not only for the world's vulnerable, but also the rich and powerful. And every fraction of increase in climate, in the global temperature, we've already crossed the 1.5 degree threshold, matters for our collective future. Water, you know, what we've been seeing in the neighbor world with depletion of water, with conflict, is now what we see. Water, once a symbol of life and cooperation, is now at risk of being weaponized. The very real danger is that as climate change tightens its grip, water disputes could escalate into open conflict. Now, we've been seeing that all over the world now, destabilizing our region and endangering global security. Particularly in the Himalaya, we have 3 of the largest armies, 3 nuclear powers, 2 billion people over being sustained by these glaciers and the mountains. The scale and complexity of this existential threat demands a new response and out-of-the-box thinking. That is the perspective that I wanted to float here. That is for the creation of a dedicated, laser-focused international center for glaciers. A global hub that unites science, policy, and finance for adapting to glacier recede and resilience. As a representative of the World Bank, the ADB, and other development partners, the hundreds of billions that you've invested in developing infrastructure and your projects in the pipeline are all being jeopardized. You know, that's something the development partners should keep in mind. And this would be a global hub that would transcend boundaries and political systems. As the world of nature, the climate change, rivers don't recognize political boundaries. The center would be harnessing the best of global science and local knowledge to track glacier change and prevent disasters before they strike. Sharing technology, strategies, and resources across borders, as nature does not recognize or respect political boundaries. Ensuring, and as according to the message I received, there was this loss and damage aspect. So I thought, let me see what is happening in that. And quantifying, I was looking at the ecosystem services provided by the glaciers last night, and I came across very, sometimes very interesting data. It was quantifying the 2 worth of glaciers and advocating for systems that recognize, respect, and reward mountain communities of the, as called in this roundtable agenda. The Himalayas, I learned last night, provide ecosystem services for water, hydropower, biodiversity valued And the figure was 170 billion per annum from ICIMOD to 1.7 trillion from other organizations per annum. And this was supporting 2 billion people across 10 river systems in 17 countries. And for Mr. Takal, it is by 2050, Nepal's glacier volume would shrink by over 50%, threatening 80% of our hydropower capacity. And another interesting data I came across was UNDP's HDR. Nepal is receiving $3 per person per year on climate finance. That's slightly less than a cup of coffee at Himalayan Java. And to conclude, what I would like to stress is, let this Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025 be remembered as the moment we faced the existential threat of glacial loss and choose action over apathy, partnership over isolation, and justice over delay. Let us create together a laser-focused international center for glaciers that stands as a testament to our shared resolve and promise we owe future generations. Because of the fate of the world's glaciers and the peace of our rivers is the fate of humanity itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Namak Mahanayak, a sustainability champion and strategic growth and governance leader. He comes from India. The floor
Thank
is
you.
yours.
Namaste, everyone. After that extremely impassioned monologue, I stand at a risk of not being able to impress much, but I'll still try to talk about what I came here. Thank you, Dr. Khatiwada, for setting the context so beautifully, and Eric for actually connecting urgency with opportunity. That resonates very deeply. And thank you for other participants for your rich and diverse perspectives. It is very refreshing to be in a space where everybody is pulling in the same direction, although from different perspectives, different vantage points. A quick introduction, I wear two hats. One is a strategist, driven by data, obsessed with frameworks, future scenarios. The other one is a futurist and a planet evangelist, where I'm committed to imagining bold, being hopeful, and creating pathways for the people and planet. Now, the strategist in me came prepared, of course, with bunches of data, pie charts, this, that, etc., and risk-return scenarios, but the strategist has taken over after listening to all of you guys. I, in fact, rewrote my entire thing while we're sitting here. The futurist is more interested in understanding what is possible, and given the scale of the crisis that we are at right now, that is what we need of, and of course, pie charts never inspired anybody. So, what we have heard today is how climate change respects no borders. In South Asia alone, of course, in 2023, 50 million people were affected by climate-related disasters, and this is the population of Nepal and Bhutan more than that, combined together and more than that. The Himalayas are warming twice as fast as any other similar global region, and these are not future risks, these are present realities. So there are three concrete steps. I will not take a long time, I'll just make it very short. Three concrete steps to move from what I call fragility to fortitude. One, we heard a lot about early warning systems, technologies that exist. People have been doing that. A shared early warning system. 2020, the landslide in Nepal gave downstream communities in India and Bangladesh about 4.5 minutes to respond. That's not enough. That's obviously not enough. We need a regional early warning grid where upstream data triggers real-time alerts downstream. And I wouldn't say this 4 years back, but I will say this now, that AI tools and people who are using AI are capable enough to build these solutions very, very fast. In fact, if given a chance, me and my team can sit down and do this in 2 days' time today, as we speak. Pilot systems in Brahmaputra have already cut losses by 30%. This technology exists. We just need to bring in the trust and transparency in being able to share data and make it happen in this region. Second, let us rethink and how and where we build. So people have talked about resilient infrastructures, nature-based solutions. It's the where also that matters, not just how do you do that in material, etc. In Nepal, disaster-related losses reach up to about $200 million annually. Partly because we are constructing highways on unstable slopes, settlements on banks of rivers and mountains which are very fragile. But local knowledge offers a much better way. Traditional forest management in Western Nepal has cut the flood risks by 40%. Bangladesh today saves about $1.6 billion in cyclone damage by using things that they have learned over the last 100 years. The actual answer lies in blending this local wisdom with whatever we call the climate smart design. It's not necessary that we look at the global north to be able to replicate what has been happening. Global south knows what it has been doing. Let's just strengthen that. And third, inclusive governance. After the Nepal 2015 earthquake, it wasn't the big institutions that really made much of a difference. It was not. It was the local women's group that actually led effective responses. In India, cyclone shelters, which double up as community hubs, are designed by the people that they serve themselves. It is the locals. Those that are closest to the risk are often closest to the solution. And let's empower them. Let's not just talk in rooms, let's empower them. Go to them as co-designers of this resilience, whether it is material, it is design, it is community, whatever it is. And that brings me to a larger call that I wanted to put to everybody here, including all the participants. Today, and between today and yesterday, I have been bombarded with so many ideas, my brain has gotten shot like multitude times. And thank you for that, it helps me. I'm bringing this to a larger call, the Himalayan Compact. Let Sagarmatha Sambaad give rise to a Himalayan Compact, a very bold shared commitment of resilience across South Asia. What specifically this compact is going to do? Create a South Asia Disaster Resilience Forum, co-led by governments and civil society. We share best practices, we coordinate response, we make it transparent, and we work towards it. Establish regional climate risk insurance pools so that no single country or community bears the responsibility of a disaster that happens. Very difficult. And finally, let's shift focus from disaster response to proactive investment resilience so that we don't just rebuild. Rebuilding has never happened. The physicist in me tells me that you cannot do anything by bringing things back to zero. You have to go all the way down, pull it all the way back. So let's reimagine what we can create. And that's exactly, it's not just about policy, it's about purpose. Let us ensure that this vulnerability brings our solidarity in a manner. It's very easy really. We need to talk, yes, but we also need to go and talk to the right people, engage with them. And let's remember, forehead to the sky. My name Navoch, it is a Sanskrit word. It means as high as the sky. Sagarmatha means forehead to the sky. Let's not just aim high, but look beyond borders, barriers, and focus on what really binds us. The glaciers, the mountains, and they are the ones that are going to keep this planet green and blue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next issue, I think I appreciate the passion so far you have shown. It seems that after 15 minutes we'll be closing the session and we'll go to dinner. So having said that, I would now call upon Aslam Parvez. He is Executive Director, APDC, Asian Disaster Preparedness Center. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwada. I first thank you for your patience. I think you initially set a 5-minute time and then you actually allowed all of us to speak what we wanted to say. So thank you very much for the patience. But before coming to the Sagarmatha Sambaad, I really had to work very hard to come over, like any of our summit here that, different steps. So I just wanted to tell you that before coming here on the 12th of this month with the Nepal ambassador to Thailand, we actually in Bangkok organized a very small event, what we call Peace with Climate Extremes. And we had a lot of discussion there. And then on the 14th with the Vice Chairman of the National Planning Commission and under the chairmanship of Dr. Azu, we actually brought all the 6 province local government authorities, just to discuss that, what actually would be the outcome of the Sagarmatha Sambaad, because not everybody would be here. And I'm quite pleased to see, and as Dr. Eric already mentioned, that we always talk about the problems, why don't we look at the solutions? For me, I think the cost of looking at the solution is much, much higher than creating problems and discussing the problem. But the 2 days that we have been discussing, and we heard, we deliberated the most pressing issues of our time. The threats from the rising disaster risks are not an estimation anymore, but a reality. For me, I think the decision that we make today will determine our future. From Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, we recognize that accelerating the impact of climate-induced disaster pose a profound threat to lives, livelihood, ecosystem, and sustainable development, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. We believed, and I think for the last 40 years that this organization has existed, that the partnership anchored in science policy coherence, capacity development, and inclusive governance are key to transforming into resilience. ADPC has been actively engaging with government, regional organizations, international development partners, the private sector, academia, civil society to drive these innovative, scalable, and context-specific solutions. Just 2 examples, Excellency. With the World Bank, we are actually implementing a very large program of climate adaptation and resilience for South Asia, and that we actually discuss, and this Asian Preparedness Partnership. These are 2 very, very innovative examples that how we collaborate between private sector, local government, and national government to find actions and shared knowledge that can strengthen early warning system, enhance risk-informed development planning, and local climate resilience strategies. Just for an introduction, Nepal is one of our founding member countries that adopted and ratified the charter along with the 9 other member countries. But for the last 40 years, ADPC's Regional Consultative Committee, which is called RCC, which has a 25 member countries from the head of the disaster and climate risk management organizations, we have been providing an excellent mechanism to address existing and emerging negative impact of natural hazards and climate change. We continue to support initiative on climate resilience, urban resilience, making humanitarian response to disaster more effective, and give support and direction for recovery and rehabilitation, as well as building back better. Just to conclude, sir, I think the best input ADPC can provide to this Sagarmatha Sambaad declaration, which perhaps will come in tomorrow. The first one is empowering prepared communities. We should emphasize the critical need to ensure vulnerable communities are not just aware, but actively prepared and empowered to effectively respond to and recover from the climate-induced disaster. This I'm actually quoting from the local government of Chitwan, so I thought it is better for me to put it forward. The second one is investing in proactive risk reduction. We have been talking about it, but the statement should strongly advocate for increased investment in proactive disaster and climate risk measures. The last one is about fostering inclusive governance for resilience. We need to highlight the importance of establishing fair and inclusive disaster and climate risk governance system. With this, I just end here, and I would like to really thank for you and the organizers for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aslam. And the most important speaker comes at the last. He is Deepak Joshi, CEO of Tourism Board. He is the one who takes every of us to the top of Mount Everest by facilitating all the infrastructure. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Dr. Khatioda, eminent speakers, especially invited distinguished delegates. Namaste and warm greetings from the Travel and Tourism Fraternity of Nepal. It is an honor to be here in this esteemed Sagarmatha Sambaad. I think this Sagarmatha Sambaad is a platform that promotes discourse, a meaningful discourse. And discourses are the best foundation for solutions. So in other way, we can say this Sagarmatha Sambaad is also a solution Sambaad. And we must thank the government of Nepal for this impactful initiative. And today, as we convene here under the theme of global and regional partnership, we are reminded of the intricate tapestry that binds our ecosystems, the ecosystem of environment, economies, communities, and now the technology also, especially in the face of escalating climate changes. Nepal's diverse landscapes, from the towering Himalayas to the fertile Terai plains, are not just geographical features. I think many of us, we know that there is nothing less than 1,000 in Nepal. Thousands of peaks, towering peaks, 6,000 plus rivers, thousands of 2,000 plus flora and fauna, thousands of wildlife varieties, thousands varieties of foods and festivals. So the list is long, but they are lifelines providing essential ecosystem services. These services, including water regulation, carbon sequestration, and biodiversity conservation, are vital for both upstream and downstream communities. To ensure the sustainability of these services, it's imperative to implement mechanisms that recognize and reward those who steward these ecosystems. This year, we are also planning to launch a kind of program that is a carbon remit program, engaging incoming international visitors by requesting them to adapt or plant a tree in Nepal. Such frameworks not only incentivizes conservation, but also promote equity and share responsibility. And will also create a long life love and attachment with the destination Nepal. With 12 national parks, 6 conservation areas, 16,000 plus community forests, and the industry that provides services to the incoming visitors with clean energy, we are promoting nature positive tourism. Going to the nature is love of life these days. I think everybody have already experienced that. I was going through on newspaper a few weeks ago that says, I forgot the exact data, but that says around 25 years ago, our rural population was nearly 70% and 30% urban population. And now it is around 50-50. And upcoming in 30 years, it is going to be 70% urban population. And more the urban population, more the nature positive destinations will be looked after, and we are preparing ourselves in that line. Nepal's talking about the vulnerability to climate and induced disasters such as floods, landslides, glacial lake outburst floods is exacerbated by its track train and rapidly changing climate. The devastating earthquake that we faced in 2005 underscored the need of robust disaster risk reduction strategies. In response, Nepal has prioritized and curated few programs also. In tourism also, immediately after the earthquake, we had launched one campaign called Nepal Now, and that gives real-time information, engaging visitors, and that was a kind of example from many other disaster-related destinations to recover the tourism. Regarding the financing remains a critical barrier to implementing large-scale climate adaptation and mitigation projects. Nepal's making some strides in this area. And additionally, we also can look for exploring blended finance models that combine public and private investments can unlock new funding streams for sustainable development. However, accessing these funds and making these kinds of mechanisms requires capacity building and streamlined processes to ensure that resources reach the communities most in need. I'm not going in financing line because it is already talked. The challenges posed by climate change are complex and multifaceted, transcending national boundaries and demanding collective action. By recognizing the value of ecosystem that we talked here and discussed, I think these are the strides towards more sustainable, equitable future. Tourism is a very, very powerful tool to promote green economy. Tourism helps to conserve nature and culture, an industry that engages communities, an industry that offers happy hour. So I think at last I would like to request to all, use tourism as a powerful tool to address climate changes in other kind of industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak. I'll take 2-3 minutes time. First of all, thank you, Thank you all the presenters for your very succinct presentation. In fact, we have rounded up all the resources this evening. We have financial institutions, we have international NGOs, we have think tanks, we have governments. We are almost everybody here to partner, ready to partner towards climate action. And we are talking at least 2 billion people in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. So it's not a small number anyway. I have picked up a couple of things, not couple of things, maybe half a dozen of things from these deliberations. Let me just draw down some of them and then we'll conclude. First, we understood that we need to have a cross-transboundary cooperation, as climate doesn't just limit to any political boundary. So we have a collaboration which cuts across countries. That's necessary to understand. Solutions, many of us have come up with solutions, but they have to be innovative, they have to be transformative, and perhaps they have to be locally driven. That's what we also shared in this round table. Sometimes we think that we have to go beyond the box, the conventional box that we go on planning and programming. We have talked a lot about scientific knowledge and data, information, early warning system, reporting, everything. I think collaboration on all these things are very important. And some kind of usage of IT system would perhaps provide information in the real time and reduce the kind of disasters or the damages that might happen otherwise. There was a session in the next parallel session on one of the glacier lake outburst called Thame in close to Sagarmatha, and there, since it was daytime, and then there was some information that people's life could be saved. So when we are having cross-border river system, some of the river system flowing from China and going to the Bay of Bengal through Bangladesh, we might need to have a broader information system to save lives if you cannot really mitigate all kind of these abrupt incidents of floods and other kind of accidents. So this kind of discussion also took place in this round table. Well, finance and technology, they have to go together. Only finance cannot help, and if you don't have technology in place, finance might not give the optimal result. So let's mix finance, technology, and the local knowledge as well put together. That's what I picked up from this discourse. Some of the policy interventions give results. David, you are mentioning about some of these things. Some of us were also talking about some other interventions. There are always some kind of trade-offs, but efforts should be made to minimize the trade-offs and to see the complementarity between nature conservation and economic development that happens to be rapid for smaller economies and developing countries to pick up their growth process. So it's not necessary that there is a trade-off between growth and environment degradation or climate change. We can make complementarity within that, and we can get benefit out of the opportunities coming from climate action. The private sector can very much benefit from some of these initiatives. That was also discussed during the session now and then in this afternoon. So private sector apparently seems ready to collaborate with public sector and also with the international development partners. The best example coming from NIFRA's Green Bond, and that's the good beginning. I hope other financial institutions will also carry on that kind of initiative. And finally, there is a proposal for South Asian Compact. You can name anything, but at least we need to have our continued collaboration in information sharing and exchange of knowledge, irrespective of political differences we might have. Disaster doesn't understand our political differences, so we have to go beyond that political difference and work collectively to mitigate the disaster and also to adapt climate change kind of impact. So with this, perhaps if there is nothing to add, thank you, the whole panel once again, and give a big clap to all the panelists who have been contributing to this process. Thank you. Thank you very much. There is one small announcement, maybe another minute.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khatiwada, for chairing the board. Before moving forward, I would like to request our tech crew, our cameraman, kindly step below so that we can call our esteemed speakers back on the stage for our final segment. Also, I'd like to request everyone to remain seated before we officially close the event. We just will be taking 5 more minutes of your time, so kindly remain seated. I will invite each one of you one by one to the stage, definitely. So apologies if I have made any mistake in conveying my message. It was truly an insightful session. For this, firstly, I would like to invite Dr. Khatiwada, the chair of this roundtable discussion, on the stage. So as we are here at the final segment of this roundtable discussion, we would like to move on with our final segment, which is giving away of our token of appreciation to our speakers. So for this, again, I would like to request everyone to remain seated. Thank you so much. I'd really appreciate everyone remain seated before we move any further. Moving on, firstly, I would like to request Dr. Eric to kindly step forward, and also our volunteers to remain on, please. Thank you. Dr. Eric. Thank you. Moving on, I would like to invite Her Excellency Sheikh Asma Al Thani to kindly step forward towards the podium. Moving on, I would like to request Mr. Chandra Prasad Dakal to kindly step forward towards the stage. Likewise, I would like to request Ms. Rojina Manandar to kindly step forward. Moving on, I would like to request Mr. A.B. Mathur to kindly step forward. Also requesting all our distinguished participants to kindly give a big round of applause. Moving on, I would like to request Mr. David Siston to kindly step forward. Moving on, Mr. Arno Chausu to kindly step forward. I apologize if I have mispronounced your name. Moving on, Mr. Kotaro Tani Guchik to kindly step forward towards the stage. Moving on, Mr. Deepak Joshi to kindly step forward towards the stage. Moving on, Dr. Pema to kindly step forward towards the stage. Moving on, Mr. Aslam Parwais to kindly step forward towards the stage. Moving ahead, Mr. Navok to kindly step forward towards the stage. Moving on, Professor Dr. Madan Koirala to kindly step forward towards the stage. Likewise, I would like to request Ms. Laura Lina to kindly move upwards towards the stage. Moving on, I would like to request Mr. Arup to kindly move up the stage. Likewise, requesting Mr. Raju Pandit Chetri to kindly move up the stage. Now, to give away the token of appreciation to our chair, Dr. Yubaraj Khatiwara, I would like to request Dr. Maheshwar Dhakal, Member Secretary of the Organizing Committee of the Sagarmatha Sambaad Secretariat, to kindly move up the stage. Thank you so much, everyone, for your invaluable insights, your active participation, and for your truly inspiring energy. As we've come to the final of today's session, I would like to officially close and want to take leave from this stage. Before doing that, I would also like to apologize if I, as a host, have mistaken anything from my part, so kindly do forgive me if I have made any mistakes. Thank you so much, everybody. I don't want to take more of your dinner time. Please enjoy your evening. Namaste.